You ever experience a Winter Soldier moment, son? Well, you're about to. I'm going to trigger one for you. Campbell's Chicken Noodle Possibilities. You remember that? Well, what if those possibilities were that you're consuming terrible 3D printed bioengineered meat? That right now is the big story around Campbell's, whom I'm sure all of you are familiar with Campbell's food products. I think a lot of us here have grown up with it. There was a recording that just got released that was filmed in secret by an employee that was, I guess, listening to a goddamn podcast from the VP of Information at Campbell's, who was ranting and raving about how terrible the quality of their food is and why he'd never buy it, how it's food for poor people, calling it bioengineered, 3D printed, basically just saying it's all like a bunch of shit you feed to piggies, not people. Then he also started like insulting Indians during this. It was like an hour and a half long recording, allegedly. It was recorded by a former employee named Robert Garza, who's filing a lawsuit about basically being wrongfully terminated because he tried to like complain about this kind of behavior. And the person apparently that has been recorded is Campbell's VP of Information Technology, Martin Bawley. I learned about this eye-opening revelation on stream, so I'm going to show you those clips, which also has like the pertinent audio section about like the bioengineered meat. Because that is a pretty big claim to say that it's like not real, low-quality, bioengineered meat from a 3D printer. 3D printed meat, that's like fucking SpongeBob canned bread moment right there. I didn't think we were at that point, and I still don't think we are. I'm pretty sure this guy was just a bit off his gourd during this rant, and it seems like it was a rant he was delivering straight from the soul. To be able to yap for an hour and a half, apparently uninterrupted, just raving about the company you are a VP at, like that's a lot. So I feel like he kind of got a little lost in the sauce. I would be very surprised to learn that it's actually 3D printed meat. I think what he was just trying to express is that it's so beneath him he would never eat this poor people food that his company makes. That seems to be the what he was trying to express. You hear about the Campbell's soup drama right now. Security analysts secretly recorded the executive VP for the company saying the soup is made with bioengineered meat that they make for poor people. What? Yeah, I just read a comment, and I just looked it up. There's a bunch of articles. Campbell's Soup at risk of being shut down in Florida because there was secret audio that was recorded with the VP saying that their meat is bioengineered, like slop, basically, quote, made for poor people.
Oh yeah, bioengineered meat chicken from 3D printer. Campbell's Soup VP mocks poor people who buy its food.
I have got to check this shit out later. What
the fuck?
3D printed meat.
Yeah, what the fuck? These stories always blow my mind because how many people have to know and not say anything.
Yeah, like this is just one of those things where there are so many people in this pipeline, and this is the first I've ever heard of that. We have shit for fucking poor people. I don't buy fucking Campbell's products. Now that I know, oh my god, this is crazy.
I'm attorney Mark Bernstein.
Oh, Jesus.
Now that I know what the fuck's in it.
How is it? Like, I didn't even think we had that technology yet to, like, print meat.
So we do, but it's currently more expensive. It's super interesting because this guy also just sounds stupid.
Is taking legal action against
bioengineered meat, if I'm not mistaken, is really expensive right now because they can't do it in bulk.
It's got to be something, right? They have to find some way of doing it cheap.
Explosive allegations about one of its top executives.
I guess the other thing is, I can almost guarantee Campbell's probably comes out and goes, "Hey, we don't print our chicken."
Well, yeah, but apparently it's an audio recording of the VP saying that. I want to hear the audio. Where is it?
Of Monroe.
Yeah, that's my thought, though, is like the higher-ups are going to come out and be like, what the fuck is this guy talking about?
Yeah, but it's the VP. Okay, here, hold on. Here's the audio.
So in a company like Campbell's, there's probably like 1,000 VPs.
You think so? I guess that's true.
Yeah, here, I can look on LinkedIn.
Robert Garza
VP is
of
like the
Monroe.
lowest end of the impressive sounding title, basically.
Okay.
I don't buy Campbell's products barely anymore. It's not healthy. Now that I know what the in it.
Campbell's
Even in
Soup
a can of
Company.
soup, I
I'm
look
gonna
at it
look
and
them up on LinkedIn. Let's see.
Bioengineered meat. I don't want to eat a piece of chicken that came from a 3D printer. You?
The recording
Okay, hearing the recording, it sounds like he's exaggerating. It sounds like the 3D printer is something he made up. But he's basically saying, like, this is actual trash food I would never eat. I don't want to eat meat that came from a 3D printer, do you? It sounds like he's the one that's, like, pulling that out, not saying that it actually comes from that.
Yeah, it's, like, hyperbolic a little bit.
Yeah.
Interesting.
But even still, just putting that out there is just an immediate, like, bomb to the company.
Yeah, like, I have to imagine their stock has dropped.
Man, that's so fucking
alleges Campbell's Soup VP made racist comments and says its food is made for poor people. Yeah, it seems like this guy lost his noggin.
It's a 15... Well, the recording lasted longer than an hour and 15 minutes.
I just saw that.
Holy shit. What, was he just, like, uninterrupted monologuing at the office here while this guy recorded it?
A guy just went, over and over as he recorded on his phone.
Oh, yeah, I know exactly.
Sir. They couldn't think for the I'm like, you dumb
Just pure disgust.
And when he complained,
the response to Robert sticking up for other people is he gets fired.
I'm so curious what even spawned this rant from him. Like, did he just come in randomly like, all right, everyone gather around, I got a campfire story to tell you. Fuck Campbell's, this is shit for poor people, listen to me, listen well. Like, I wonder what got him down this road in the first place. Just like this snowball turning into an avalanche of a rant against the company where he is like a higher level position at. Like, maybe it was something as simple as Robert being like, hey man, what's going on today? He's like, well, let me fucking tell you what's going on today. It's crazy. And so he did record this. It feels pretty cut and dry here that this is that guy saying these things. And in retaliation, after complaining, he was fired. He was sticking up for his fellow employees and got fired for it. Big Campbell's themselves have responded saying, if the comments heard on the audio recording were in fact made by Mr. Bali, they are unacceptable. Such language does not reflect our values and the culture of our company. We do not tolerate this kind of language under any circumstances. So, criticizing his use of sentence enhancers. He's got a bit of a sailor's mouth on him, and Campbell's is condemning that. He's been temporarily put on leave while they conduct their own investigation. They noted his role in IT, which has nothing to do with how Campbell's makes its food, which is true. When I first was reading this story, it wasn't exactly clear to me what his role is, but after looking it up, he is not in, like, the production of its food, so it would be information he wouldn't be privy to in the first place, which is why I said during the stream it sounds like he's just exaggerating about, like, 3D printed meat. He views it as just, like, this lesser food because he's a fucking executive or something at Campbell's, so he wouldn't touch the shit. I don't think he's actually claiming it's 3D printed, and I would be very surprised if it was, because that would be extremely fucking expensive. More expensive than just sourcing cheaper chicken somewhere. But they responded to this saying, we are proud of the food we make, the people who make it, and the high quality ingredients we use to provide consumers with good food at a good value. We know that millions of people use Campbell's products, and we're honored by the trust they put in us. The comments heard on the recording about our food are not only inaccurate, they are patently absurd. Campbell's then said that the chicken meat in its soup comes from long-trusted USDA-approved US suppliers with high-quality standards. So basically their response is, this is a load of hooey, this guy's a fucking wacko, and everything he said is a bunch of horseradish. Which, yeah, that makes sense as a response here. He does sound like off his rocker during the recording, just bouncing from like one complaint to another. And like I said, I really doubt that they actually 3D print their chicken at Campbell's. I've liked Campbell's like my whole life. I've never had like a problem with it. Is it like the highest quality gourmet food you can eat? No. And it's not supposed to be. I don't see what there is to be so incredibly angry about, where you're just like shitting on it entirely, saying like it's strictly for poor people, it's bioengineered 3D printed meat, and it would never touch my refined palate Absolutely not. Like, it's fucking absurd, man. Like, Campbell's is for anyone that wants, like, a cheap, quick little meal that's decent. Like, that's always been where Campbell's lives, and I don't think there's anything wrong with that. But it is so fucking weird to hear him go on this rant. Like, I do think this will do legitimate damage to the company, given his position and his fiery words here. And it's also terrible what happened to Robert, where you get punished for trying to do the right thing. So hopefully he wins that lawsuit here, because it sounds like this guy just went fucking rogue. It doesn't sound like Campbell's is going to be backing him up, at least not right now. It doesn't seem to be like that. But I guess we'll have to see. Like, maybe it turns out this recording is, you know, a bunch of horse hockey. Like, it's not real or something, but I doubt it. Seems like it probably is. Anyway, though, just found this to be interesting. Wanted to share it. That's about it. See ya. Is it this? From 2 years ago? Sub 1K views? Now that sounds like a good video. Good lord! It's Heisenberg!
You'll never shut me up! You killed oh, there's the killers right there! You killed Jesus! You killed Jesus! I'd love to! No, you won't!
Well, I'm leaving this a like.
Shame on you! God's gonna kill you!
This is what happens when Reddit meetups try and happen.
God's gonna kill you! You killed how many
It's like every Twitter argument ever personified.
How many have you paid for?
No, he's casting voodoo magic!
It don't work.
Block it with a holy force field.
The man who has risen up for the children. You'll never shut me up.
Can someone get this man's doctor out here? He's gonna blow a fucking valve.
Shame on you. It's the word of God.
Slap him with it.
Oh yeah, you don't want the word of God because it says you're wicked. You're wrong.
I don't know whose side to take. They're both making good arguments.
You need to be worried about God. Go get
This Jesus guy is interrupting his mission for his 5th hamburger of his lunch.
Why don't you shut me up? I am. You can't. You never will. You in your sin. I'm not afraid of you.
Kiss!
You need to be
Fucking make out in holy and unholy matrimony.
You need to fear God. No, I'm not. I love children. I love women. I love my brothers and sisters. I love it all.
Oh God.
You love your penis. You love
no!
that you do.
He doesn't love his penis. You'd have to be gay to love your penis.
That's why you're upset about this. No. You don't want the
No! I hate my penis.
Oh,
Tell him to shut up again.
Yeah, thank you. Scream. Wicked.
Twisted fucking nipples off for saying that kind of shit.
Wicked. Kiss my ass. Wicked.
Make him kiss it.
I wouldn't say that.
There we go. Much better.
Probably some homeless.
Now we're getting into the groove again.
Look at those demons.
He is annihilating him right now.
Never gonna happen.
Fucking hero.
Never.
Oh!
The Bible says the fear of God.
You shook the hornet's nest and you're not gonna like what comes out.
The Bible's in your ass. The Bible called you
No! Show him where the Bible really is.
You killed Doctor.
Even that car in the background just stopped to watch this.
You piece of shit. You ugly piece of shit.
Take him over your knee and spank him. Put the discipline of Jesus right in his ass cheeks.
Shame on you.
He lost. He's walking away. He lost. How many times is he gonna walk away and come back? He's like on a runway fashion shoot.
I know who you are.
This guy looks like Fred Durst, the Jesus guy, not the old guy. The old guy looks like he was just late to bet on some horse races.
You killed Doctor. Shut up.
Yes! Take that! Ah! He's not only killing this Jesus man, he is killing Jesus himself with those shut-ups. Call him gay again.
You ISIS supporter.
Don't take that! Turn around for the 5th time! Turn around!
American old fool.
Turn around! No! He lost!
Murderer.
I hope he comes around in like a fucking golf cart and sweeps their leg. Yeah, that'll teach you. Now that is how arguing should be. Nice and civilized. Good points on both sides. You ever do a cryptid hunt? Yeah, we've done that before as well. Shocker, we didn't find anything. Your non-believing aura scared them off. Unironically, that's what a lot of people say in the ghost believers crowd, that you have to believe in order for them to show up. Which I think is a crazy take. The ghost knows if you don't believe and it won't show up. If you follow that train of thought, though, to its natural conclusion, don't you think your overwhelming willingness to believe is influencing what you think you're experiencing? Because you want to believe? Well, maybe I'm just stupid. Maybe I'm just on the crack pipe. Cryptid sightings disappeared when 4K cameras came about for some reason. Are you insane, brother? There's cryptid sightings every day. Don't you remember the whole giant thing? Where people on TikTok were convinced that giants were real because they saw the top of a fucking antenna on a mountain? And the guy who originally filmed it got, like, arrested or something? The jackalope is the most underrated cryptid. That one's very popular. What do you mean underrated? Flatwood Monster is cooler. Who's the Flatwood Monster? I do not recognize this at all. The terrifying true story of the Flatwoods Monster. Give me the Cliff Notes. West Virginia's Flatwood Monster.
Flatwoods Monster. One of West Virginia's most popular legends is from the small village of Flatwoods. The story is that back in 1952, 3 boys, 2 brothers Ed May, 13, and Freddie May, 12, and their friend Tommy Heyer, 10, had been playing soccer in the evening after school when they saw something strange. A pulsing red light flashed in the sky and then appeared to crash into a farm by the hills. The boys grabbed their mom, May's mom, and a few other boys, all aged 10 to 17, all went up to check it out. What they found not only terrified them, but shocked the entire village for decades. They found a monster, described as having a bloody red body and a green face that glowed. It was huge, about 10 feet tall, and had a head shaped like a spade. Its hands were clawed and had a very distinct hissing sound. News of the story spread far and wide, and because of the panic it caused, the US Air Force had to do an inquiry, specifically a UFO inquiry, which they called Project Blue Book. The project came to an end.
No shot, that's where that comes from.
Flatwoods Monster lives on.
No shot, that's where the Project Blue Book comes from. Is that actually the origin? No, yeah, I was surprised you've never heard of this one. Nah, it just doesn't ring any bells. I've certainly never seen that image of the Flatwoods Monster. Looks like an Adventure Time character. The Sandown Clown is the most terrifying cryptid. It's another one I don't know. The Sandown Clown. Hit me with the Cliff Notes.
Did you know about the alien clown? The Sandown Clown is a humanoid entity that was seen by 2 children near Lake Common, England.
No, that shit's the Amazing Digital Circus.
Children heard an ambulance-like sound and came across this being, which was described as a mix of a clown, robot, and alien. Standing over 2 meters tall, the Sandown Clown was thin with a large head, blue triangle eyes, a flat brown nose, and yellow lips. It had a tall pointed hat, a red and green clown suit, and wooden antenna extending from its body. Despite its appearance, the Sandown Clown was friendly and spoke to the children for almost 30 minutes. It spoke through some kind of microphone or speaker system. It identified as Sam and claimed to be all colors and non-human, providing cryptic responses to questions about its nature. When asked if it were a ghost, it is reported to have answered, "Well, not really, but I am in an odd sort of way." After this encounter,
that's deep.
the Sandown Clown vanished and has never been seen again. Whether it's true or not, the tale of the Sandown Clown is another odd mystery of our world.
No, it's not. How is that an odd mystery? Some kids lied. The end. How is that an odd mystery? I'm always interested in the real cryptid stuff. The goat mans. The hairy hands. That kind of thing. Not the fucking Sandown Clown where the only thing is these 2 kids said they met a weirdo. That's not real cryptid shit. That's fraudulent. That's stolen valor. These I spit on. This is a bunch of hooey. Black Knight Satellite is no stolen valor. What the fuck is Black Knight Satellite? That sounds like a character from My Hero Academia. What?
Lots of people believe in the abstract theory of alien life, but some people believe aliens have not only visited Earth, they actually placed a mysterious device into orbit above our planet thousands of years ago that they used to communicate with humanity. Sounds crazy? Here's a look at the mystery of the Black Knight satellite. In 1954, the New York Times ran an article saying that Dr. Lincoln LaPaz had discovered 2 satellites orbiting the Earth. The reason this was news? In 1954, no country had managed to launch any satellites yet. Whatever LaPaz saw, it was enough to worry the Pentagon for a while that the Russians might have beaten America into space. LaPaz later said he made it all up, while the Army said no such satellites existed.
Okay.
Still, many people believe the satellites were there, and they were made by aliens. Nikola Tesla is the internet's favorite scientist and is famous for lots of other things too, like inventing the Tesla coil, his dislike of women, and his strange obsession with pigeons. In 1899, though, he made his most controversial discovery when he claimed to have received an electric signal sent by aliens. He even published an article for Collier's Weekly, subtly titled Talking with the Planets, where he theorized the signal was from Mars. Modern conspiracy theorists, however, believe Tesla was actually intercepting a message from the Black Knight satellite. According to Vice, in 1927, a Norwegian engineer named Jürgen Hals was listening to radio signals when he noticed that some of them had a strange echo. Despite turning to other physicists for help, Hals could never explain these long-delayed radio echoes, but some believe the answer is pretty obvious. By the end of the 1950s, the space race was in full swing, and both the US and USSR had managed to put satellites in orbit. But according to Skeptoid, on February 11, 1960, a radar used by the US Navy picked up the presence of a strange, dark, tumbling object that didn't belong to either country. Americans freaked out, worried that it was a new Soviet satellite, but Time magazine announced it was just an innocent piece of space junk. However, thanks to declassified documents, we now know that it was a cover-up, as it was actually an American spy satellite doing reconnaissance on Russia. But is that just another layer to the deeper cover-up of the Black Knight satellite?
Probably.
Even the French managed to get in on the conspiracy action. In 1961, a scientist named Jacques Vallée made a startling discovery.
This isn't even a cryptid, by the way. You have provided me with something that's not even a cryptid. Unless the Black Knight satellite then came down to fucking Florida, grew legs, and now haunts the forests of Apopka or something. Puckwudgies are my favorite. They're pretty creepy and believable. Know of them? Puckwudgies. Are we making up words? We're fully in fucking Poppy Playtime Society now? Puckwudgies? Holy fake cryptid fan. Is this something that's blowing up right now? Puckwudgies? 2 to 3 foot tall, gray-skinned, magical woodlands creatures. These are pretty believable, you say?
A pukwudgie is a fascinating mythical creature deeply rooted in the folklore of Native American tribes, particularly the Wampanoag and Algonquian peoples of the northeastern.
Man, that is an unfortunate-looking little guy. Yikes. Oh, man. That's gotta be awful.
United States. These diminutive beings are typically described as standing knee-high to a human, with distinctive features such as wrinkled grey skin, large noses and ears. Pukwudgies are renowned for their capricious and sometimes malevolent nature. They take pleasure in playing pranks on humans, often starting as harmless tricks but occasionally escalating to more harmful actions. In some legends, they are even believed to possess the power to cause illness, bad luck, or in extreme cases, bring about death. They are also associated with a range of mystical powers, including the ability to create fire, shapeshift.
This is just Dungeons and Dragons shit. Where's the evidence of the Punkwudgies? Oh, it's this guy again. This is the guy that keeps finding fairies.
He's just there. Ah, you see? That was a quick glimpse there.
What? Bring his little ass out here and make him dance for me.
He's not there. Oh, sorry about that. He was doing a... Oh, there he is. Okay.
Where? Oh, fuck! There. That dirty pervert was twerking. Oh my god. Alright, well, maybe Punkwudgies are real. They exist. I'm a believer now. Can't argue with the facts. Next he's gonna say he hasn't heard of the Fresno Nightcrawler. That one actually somewhat sounds familiar. At least that one rings a bell. Can't say I've seen the Fresno Nightcrawler. The name sounded familiar though, but I do not recognize this SCP. Wow. That does give me a lot to ponder. Just when I thought I had seen it all. I know all about Mothman. See, Mothman's a real cryptid. That's an interesting cryptid. These are nothing. This is all trash. Trash garbage. Not real cryptids. You hear about the recent mysterious patterns of death and disappearance of 10 UFO researchers? It's 11 now, isn't it? Who are the missing or dead scientists with connections to government research? Steven Garcia, 48 years old, last seen leaving his home in Albuquerque on August 2025. He was on foot carrying a handgun, with police reportedly warning he may have been a danger to himself. He worked as a property custodian at Kansas City National Security Campus, which manufactures non-nuclear components for nuclear weapons. He had top security clearance at the facility, which would allow him wide access. Frank Mawald, researcher with NASA Jet Propulsion Laboratory, died July 4th, 2024 at 61. Frank managed the development of the SBG Visweir instrument and had previously overseen successful delivery of 2 instruments for the AMRC program. No public cause of death has been provided. Carl Grillmeier was shot to death on his front porch. He was an astrophysicist at Caltech who collaborated with NASA and found water around exoplanets. He was known for his work on collisions of galaxies and his search for water outside our solar system. There was no clear motive for his death. Detectives arrested Freddie Snyder later that day for carjacking, connecting him to Grillmeier's death. Although detectives believed the 2 men didn't know each other, Snyder had been arrested in December for trespassing on his property while carrying a rifle. Michael David Hicks died July 30th, 2023. Physicist with JPL, specialized in comets and asteroids. Worked on major space missions, including DART. His passion for science was coupled with a deep appreciation of art, pursued projects in visual media, woodblock prints to oil painting to metalwork. Cause of death not disclosed. Disappeared February 26, 26, leaving his New Mexico home. Rumors about his connections to alleged UFO programs sparked questions about his missing case and probable connections. During his tenure in the Air Force, he oversaw classified space weapons programs, head of research at the Wright-Patterson Air Force Base. Monica Riza, another JPL employee, disappeared June 22nd while on a hike. Melissa Cassius disappeared from her home June 26, 2025, an administrative assistant at Los Alamos National Laboratory. Forgot her work badge, decided to work from home that day, took her daughter to lunch, disappeared. Anthony Chavez, an employee at Los Alamos, a former employee at Los Alamos, disappeared May 4th, last seen leaving his home on foot. He hiked trails, distributed flyers to businesses, reviewed hours of surveillance footage, diligently followed up on every tip. Nuclear physicist Nuno. This one I think most people know. This one was a very big story, because this one happened pretty recently and was national headlines because of the work he was doing. But he was shot to death from a fucking madman. Jason Thomas disappeared December 12th. Wife reported missing when he didn't return home. Body was recovered in Massachusetts Lake, March 2026. That's all of them so far. And the list just keeps growing every week. How many scientists are linked to the government? Some of these deaths are pretty spread out. Unless there's like a couple hundred of these guys, it doesn't seem too odd. I don't know. But I still think it seems odd regardless, because it's all in a relatively short period of time. You see, IGN gave Mouse PI a 6. Why? Because the protagonist kills too much. Was that actually one of the reasons they gave it a 6? The protagonist kills too much?
I love noir. I'll take all kinds. The hard-boiled detective, the seedy crime story, neo-noir, and tropes of classic noir films and novels, as well as 1930s cartoons more broadly. It doesn't seem to get why those things are there, or how they're used to tell compelling stories. By fusing a hard-boiled detective mystery with a fast, retro-styled FPS, developer Fumi Games has made a shooter that is thematically incoherent, with the apparent aspirations of its story contradicted at every point by the actual action. Of all the Steam libraries and all the PCs in all the world, Mouse PI for Hire walked into mine, and I wish I liked it more than I do.
It's over!
What is that statement? Of all the PCs in the world, it walked into mine? That's such a cringe sentence, bro. You bought a game. Well, you didn't buy it, it's IGN. They gave you a game. You downloaded it. That's not even a good noir take on something. That was awful.
You got nowhere left to run. I run toward the dream! A bright future ruled by big mice!
Mouse follows Jack Pepper, a private eye in a world where everyone is a mouse, after Wanda Fuller from the Mouseburg Herald sets him on the case of a missing magician.
I can give you more than a crumb, Jack. I can give you a magician.
As you'd expect, that spirals into a much bigger conspiracy that includes an attempt on a mayoral candidate's life and racially motivated mouse-on-mouse
It's a riff
violence
on an old noir quote. I don't know which one.
My buddy got nabbed for just being a shrew!
Same as it ever was, even in Mouseburg. And the requisite twists and turns you'd expect from any good detective story make this tale solid enough.
I was in too deep. Way deeper than I signed up for.
What bothers me, however, is how overly referential so much of it is. The world is full of mice, so everything is about cheese. Everything. A bad guy? He's a cheese-legger.
These cheese-leggers in on the shrew racket.
Yeah,
that's fair.
Mouse with a sultry voice.
That's a fair criticism.
As
Gorgonzola picante slapped on a mozzarella platter.
Someone need to assure you they're telling the truth.
Swear on my
It grates him. That's fine.
This is charming initially, then it never stops. Everything is a reference to the fact that everyone is a mouse and mice like cheese, and when it's not, instead it'll be a reference to an old cartoon, or the fact that this is a video game.
When you jump, just act like you didn't.
I should have probably guessed the former when one of the first things I saw was a steamboat named Willie, but at least that and the reference-heavy power-ups are cute. Constant callbacks to classic films or other video games? Not so much. And it doesn't end there. A boss fight in the sewers? It's a literal alligator because of course it is. If you're looking for the cheese-liking foreman,
Who
Jack
cares?
That he doesn't look like much of a boss.
More like a
that's weak. I guess he doesn't.
Joke. The voice actor
He doesn't like
Troy Baker
the
do an
sewer
admirable
gator,
job
I
with
guess.
what they have, but nothing in Mouseburg is allowed to just be. It has to be a mouse reference or a literally cheesy one-liner.
Cheddar. What's wrong with Gouda?
No good if you broke, Jack.
Or a reference to something else.
Ticket seller.
That's fine if the writing doesn't hit for you. That's a fine
so
complaint.
I need your strongest tickets.
It's hard to care about
Sure, I can see that getting annoying.
because it never stops
That's
making
fine.
jokes about everything.
Here's Jacko.
It just wants to remind you of other better things. Surely that's enough, right?
Time to find someone higher up and squeeze until they
At least the shooting is better. This is the latest in a wave of boomer shooters inspired by old school FPSs like Doom or Quake, and it's a decent one at that. You start with a pistol in Jack's fists, but you'll soon acquire a shotgun, dynamite, a James gun, which is just a Tommy gun, and more unique stuff like the Devarnisher, which shoots what looks like Elmer's glue that melts the flesh from your enemy's bones, leaving only a skeleton.
Why did you shoot 3 of that at one shield enemy, bro?
Spinning tail for hovering, and a slide, and Jack's got some stylish moves when the bad guys show up. This ain't Quake, but it does feel good. It doesn't hurt that all of it, from reload animations to random conversations, is rendered in an absolutely gorgeous black and white mix of sprite work and 3D models. The world building may be thin, but Mouse PI for Hire is still dressed to the nines. Even here, though, I have issues. Weapons can feel weak, especially the shotgun. It's got the audio kick of a pop
Especially
gun.
the
There's
shotgun.
a strange disconnect to seeing something that sounds like a kid's toy blow off some poor mouse's head as you paint the white of the world with black ichor that spews from his neck. Enemies mostly come out of doors marked with a skull that you can't enter, robbing these areas of anything remotely resembling a sense of place. Levels also
Alright,
really
I don't want to watch the rest of it. So what brings it to a 6? He just doesn't like the jokes?
Police in Mouseburg would be the safest city in the world because nobody would be left alive to commit crimes in the first place. It's hard to buy into Jack as the regular guy who needs to gather evidence I'm told he is when he just wiped out the local police department, you know?
The police blockade.
Brother, who cares? It's a cartoon. That's like the whole
Mouse PI
vibe.
for Hire nails the aesthetics of both the 1930s cartoons and the detective stories that inspired it. And it's also an amusing boomer shooter that largely feels good as you're playing it. But its haphazard marriage of noir storytelling tropes and shooter gameplay are often at odds with each other in uncomfortable ways that weaken both aspects. And the writing is so busy making references to other things that it's actually painful to sit through at times. This FPS is solid enough if you just want to blast some cartoon mice and not think about it too hard. But once you do, all you'll see are the seams where disparate ideas have been fused together, and no trench coat can hide the stink of that moldy cheese. For more, check out our reviews of Pragmata and Resident Evil Requiem. And
How interesting. This guy gave WWE 2K25 an 8, by the way. What an interesting criticism. It's fine to not like the cheese puns all the time. I can definitely see that getting annoying. But the other complaints are fucking terrible.
it's hard to buy into this world when the guy's just killing all the police. And the mouse, like the Mouse City, like all the police are getting killed. I can't buy into the world. It's a 6. I don't get that one. GamerRanks also had similar complaints, by the way, about the story. Well, it's two different things. The story not being good and the game not being good because I can't suspend disbelief in a cartoon game. This doesn't logically make sense. Thus, it's bad for that. But if the story itself is bad, that's a legitimate complaint. I'm not far enough in the story to know if it's, like, good. I'm enjoying it so far. I think it's been great so far. But I'm only, like, 2.5 hours in. I imagine a lot of you are tired of hearing me yap about One Punch Man. By a show of hands, how many of you had enough of a 31-year-old man complaining about an anime? No hands? Interesting. Okay, then I'm gonna keep going. It is so hard to not blabber about this season because it's setting new records. The most recent episode that just dropped, episode 6, is now one of, if not the lowest rated anime episodes on the entirety of IMDb. And not just there, but across other sites as well. It is one of the worst reviewed episodes I can find. Right now, the most recent episode, Motley Heroes, has a 2.9 on IMDb, which means that it's even lower than X-Arm's debut episode. X-Arm is considered by many, including myself, to be the worst anime ever made. That abomination is an insult to God. It is the biggest, bungus piece of shit imaginable. And yet, One Punch Man Season 3 has found a way to be hated even more than X-Arm. And the crazy thing is, I watched X-Arm. I don't know how many of you remember this. I was going through the worst rated anime of all time to find the single worst one ever made. And when I got to X-Arm, I literally just ended that series because I hated it so much. And it actually like blew up my fucking neurons up here to the point where I felt lobotomized watching it. So I called it quits after X-Arm. It was that bad. And yet I would actually say it kind of makes sense why episode 6 is rated lower than this X-Arm debut. Because at least in X-Arm there is movement. At least you can say you watched an animated thing. You watched something animated. With One Punch Man Season 3, you have to stretch your definition of animation. Because it is entirely composed of still images, almost. And in episode 6 here of Season 3, from what I can recall, I just finished it, there's only 4 scenes that have movement. And by movement, I mean one of the scenes is Child Emperor doing this with his hands. And then the other scene, which has become a big meme now, is King walking into the room, and he literally walks into the room like a fucking Five Nights at Freddy's animatronic hitting some of this. I thought we were about to witness him do a JoJo Siwa's dance move or something. Like, that is the level of animation you're getting with One Punch Man Season 3. So, like, to me, while it is probably exaggerated to a certain degree, being a 2.9, X-Arm being higher in this regard, I kind of agree with it. At least X-Arm moved. There was, like, shit going on in episode 1 of X-Arm, like there was a fight and everything, and characters moved, which is a lot more than you can say for One Punch Man right now. Not only that, they fuckify themselves where they have like some very cool stills, or at least they did in some of the preview and promo material they had, like some decent stills. That was like the one thing people were latching onto like a baby to their mother's teat about season 3, about some cool stills. But when you get to the actual episode, for some reason, some maniac, some unhinged lunatic went in there and slapped the ugliest blue and yellow light filters on everything. So anytime you're looking at a character's face close up, for some reason, they go into like the cheddar cheese dimension and there's just fucking yellow lights beaming in, or like blue RGB gamer mode lights just obstructing your view, and it looks so silly. And like another big meme moment from this episode is how they fucked up Fubuki in one of these stills where her face is, it doesn't even look like the same character. It looks like one of those in-between frames from Naruto where someone's face gets like all fucked up where it looks like the Babadook or something like that. And that is like a full still that sits there for a minute. Like a minute is exaggerating, but it sits there for a while and it just looks terrible. Like it's very clear that the show is only getting worse. Like this is, episodes 1 and 2 were bad, but they weren't this bad.
Episode 5 was their best episode, and it was bad. But it wasn't this bad, and it feels like they blew all of their load in episode 5, and now the only thing left is like scraps, actual morsels that they're trying to utilize to the best of their ability to just have something go out. And my God, it is sad. It is just tragic what's happened to One Punch Man. And I've seen this crazy fantasy people are spinning about like, yeah, season 3 is so bad, they're going to learn a really hard lesson that season 4 is going to be amazing for. This is a necessary pill for them to swallow so that way we can get an amazing season 4. Buster, there's no season 4. This has been a catastrophic disaster, and once season 3 is done, which they should just close the book on it now, just stem the bleeding. There's no reason to even finish the scheduled episodes. Just let it end here. It's not worth it. But once this is over, there will not be a One Punch Man season 4. Not unless Bandai sells the rights to someone else. They've shown that they're not willing to put any resources into developing a very high quality One Punch Man season anymore. So, now that this hasn't done well and it's been embarrassing, they're just not going to touch it again. There won't be a season 4 unless for some reason Bandai has this big eureka moment where they're like, what if we actually tried to make it good? And then decided to after this. But I don't see that happening. They're just going to wash their hands of it and be done. It seems like that's exactly what they want. They tried to make something extremely cheap, expecting fans to swallow whatever shit they farted out, and it didn't go over well. Their gambit didn't pay off. The only franchise that's able to get away with spending $0 on a beloved IP and still having the community lick the sweat off of their gooch is Pokemon. Pokemon is able to be produced for literally $0, copy and paste every year, endless slop, and people will just digest it with a smile on their face. But that's because they have numerous decades under their belt of brand loyalty, and people have literally rewired their brains to just accept that Pokemon games aren't expected to be good anymore. They're just expected to be there, and that's enough, I suppose. And that works for them. One Punch Man does not have that same luxury. One Punch Man has 3 seasons in 10 years. That's not exactly enough to have people just hooked on the drug to the point where they'll excuse any laziness. Especially not for a highly anticipated season 3, 6 years in waiting. This gambit was never going to work for this. I don't know what Bandai was expecting to happen here. This is just so sad. And I'm very confident that we will not see another season of the One Punch Man anime anymore. Unless, of course, Bandai sells it to somebody else or some kind of crazy miracle happens. But I think season 3 is probably going to be the swan song for the One Punch Man anime. And that sucks. At least the manga is still an absolute fucking banger. At least that is still absolutely slapping. But it is such a shame to look at what could have been for this animated series. Season 1 was amazing, and I was a vocal hater of Season 2, but now seeing Season 3 and going back to Season 2, man, do I see the folly of my youth. How silly I was to think Season 2 was bad. It is definitely worse than Season 1 in terms of its animation, but holy shit, is it significantly better than what we got here. And even on its own 2 legs, it is, like, in its own right, still, like, well animated at most points. Like, so... Season 3 made me appreciate Season 2, so there's that, I guess. But man, yeah, this is a terrible season, and it continues to only get worse. I can't believe... if you had told me One Punch Man would be one of the lowest rated anime seasons on IMDb or across the board, I would have spit in your face. I would have laughed at you. I would have like tried to admit you to an insane asylum, like Arkham Asylum or some shit. Because that's just crazy. But... look at where we are now. What a shame. Anyway, that's really about it. I don't really plan on making another One Punch Man Season 3 video, but I guess we'll see. There's still a lot of episodes to go. I guess it can definitely get even worse for it. So, anyway, that's about it. So, yeah. Bro, Carl Urban replied to an IG post saying that's what Clara wanted. It's all over the boys subreddit. Carl Urban candidly fires back at The Boys Season 5 criticisms ahead of series finale. A video criticizing The Boys Season 5 from an Instagram account with the handle SoupyPoop69, what a name, Urban commented, "Stupid ass humor. Son, your handle is literally SoupyPoopy69. Oh, Carl, it's
It's soupy poop, bro. Oh, humbled it. And FYI, Eric Kripke wrote this shit because it's what Clara would have wanted. That feels like he also isn't the biggest fan of the season. This isn't really like a shining endorsement. Like, it plays into the what Clara would have wanted meme, I guess, but not in like a really positive way. This part kind of goes hard, though. Anthony Starr keeps liking posts that shit on the show on IG. Does he? Does he really? I find that hard to believe. He posts like hearts and stuff on posts that criticize the direction of season 5. If that's true, that goes kind of crazy. It is just not good. Like, it is a really, really lackluster final season, and it is by far the weakest season in general of the show, and there is no chance the finale can be satisfying. It's the last episode, and it feels like they're writing as if they have like 4 more seasons to go. It's very bad as a final season. But I won't get into spoilers. I'm sure I'll make something yapping about it when the finale airs, though. It's V1 and wants to make a theme park, like, what are we doing here? There's so many things I could yap about, but again, I'm going to refrain from spoilers. Well, I guess that in of itself is a spoiler, but I mean, it's kind of like an old one now, I guess. But regardless, I won't get too deep into it. You're gonna review Masters of the Universe when it comes out? I don't know, man. I just don't think that looks very good. Like, I think it's just gonna be a really forgettable mid-movie. Like, I don't think it's gonna be fun bad or anything. To me, it just looks like a just waste of time. So I don't know. Maybe. Probably not, but we'll see. Aren't like 70% of the movies you see in theaters a waste of time? Yeah, but like, I don't know that going in. Like, sometimes I go into them and I'm like, oh, this could be like fun shitty, and then it's just not. It happens. You had to know The Strangers Chapter 3 was going to be a waste of time. Yeah, but I'd already committed to finishing the trilogy, bro. That's super different. Plus, horror trash, like the slop horror movies, that's different. That's so different. I look forward to those. Those I have so much fun in. Even like the biggest waste of time forgettable horror parts that come out, like even those, I still enjoy. I just think Masters of the Universe is just going to be really mind-numbing. It just looks like it's a full CGI slop fest. It's just, I don't know. It's hard for me to get excited for it. How could you enjoy a movie like Night Swim? Very easily, actually. A movie about a fucking haunted pool? Are you kidding me? It's very easy to find things to like about Night Swim. In hindsight, I wasn't very happy with the 2 hours that I flushed down the shitter when I initially went to see it and got home, but like, looking back on it now, there's so much I could like about Night Swim. I love He-Man as a kid, had the action figures too, trailer really disappointed me. I never watched a ton of He-Man, but I had some He-Man action figures. So I don't have like a super close connection to the property outside of like some of the action figures I had. I forget, do you raw dog movies with no snacks? Absolutely. No popcorn, no nothing. That's psychopath behavior. No, it's not. I think that's very normal behavior. I like to focus on the movie. I don't want to miss anything. I don't want to be distracted. You don't want to spend $9 on a soda. That is true. Concessions are very expensive. Do you raw dog movies and TV shows at home with no snacks too? Yeah, man. I didn't know that was so uncommon. Actually flabbergasted. Don't understand. It's not like a freak show thing, the guy who watches shows and movies without food. I don't know. Just how it's always been. Like, I've had popcorn at movie theaters and stuff, I just don't actively do that. And I don't do it at home either. I eat, then go watch a show or a movie. That's odd. What the fuck? It's just super not odd. You just sit there in the theater or aura-farming, also known as watching, I suppose, yeah. It's like really like what's happened? What has gone so wrong? To be honest, odd, but I understand. I would hope you could understand. It's just watching something without doing something else at the same time. Holy fuck, this reminds me of like on TikTok where there was this trend where people put themselves in timeout for 10 minutes to detox. Too much stimulation, so they did a 10-minute timeout and they're like, fucking changed my life. I just sat there for 10 minutes. You can't multitask? I can, I just don't need to. It's just like, I don't feel the urge to like go get food anytime I want to watch something. I'll just like eat and then like watch something after. Yeah. We talked about that on stream like a week ago about the Disney cruise with the people that were filming like sea salmon there and all that. Yeah. Damn, I'm going on a Disney cruise later this year. What the fuck? I don't get it. How could anyone go on a cruise right now, bro? Every single cruise is exploding with disease. Like, diseases that you've never even heard of are spawning in on these cruises. How the fuck would you actually think now's the time to go on a cruise? Are you out of your mind? Are you insane? Low prices. Well, yeah, I guess at this point, yeah, maybe they've dropped the prices because no one wants to go on the Petri dish. I don't know. It seems like it's not worth the fucking risk at all, though. There was this guy visiting countries after political coup or big disasters. I remember that, actually. He was saying that it was so cheap to fly there, so anytime there was some kind of, like, big catastrophe in the region, he'd book a flight there. I know what you're talking about. Hantavirus been around since the 90s. It's not new, but to have a fucking hantavirus outbreak on a cruise is legitimately unfathomable. Bro, cruises are bringing in shit that no one would ever think is a possibility. They're inventing disease on these cruises. It's like the shit from Resident Evil Dead Aim. I couldn't imagine booking a cruise in light of everything going on here. Then there was the norovirus outbreak on one not long ago. Would I ever go on a cruise? I just hate the idea of cruises. I'm not exactly like afraid of cruises or anything. I just think I'd be miserable. I say this a lot, and cruises have become such a big topic that I've been saying it a lot because of this now recently. I just think it's miserable being stranded on a cruise. It's just a floating prison. You're just in a floating hotel. You can't leave no matter what. And the only things there are to do are swim, gamble, or eat. And you're surrounded by tons and tons of people at all times that you just can't get away from because it's just a shared space perpetually. You know that cruises stop in cities you can visit for a day or two, right? Yeah, but that to me is never a selling point. Who gives a fuck? If you want to visit those places, fly there. And then you're not fucking trapped and you're not beholden to the cruise schedule. That has never been a strong selling point to me for that. Says you. Hey, that's what I'm saying. I would never book a cruise because of where it's stopping like that. Absolutely not. If I was that excited about the place, I'd fucking white knuckle it and fly there. But there's nowhere that would get me to do that. You don't fly though, it literally should be a selling point. For me, absolutely not. No way. That I'm just fucking stranded, miserable, and sick on like a 2-week voyage out to some place. And I'd be even more pissed because I'd be like, you know what? If I could have just flown, I could have avoided all of this disease that I'm now afflicted with. It's the opposite of a selling point for me. Like I said, I'd only do that on like a military carrier or something. Your thoughts on train travel? I wish train travel was more commonplace here. I'm super jealous of how it is in Japan, in particular. It seems so incredibly efficient, and everyone that I know that's ever went to Japan has nothing but good things to say about it. Like, especially in regards to, like, the train travel. Everything is always precisely on time. It's extremely fast. It's extremely convenient. It's extremely clean, apparently, too. I'd love if we had shit like that here. I traveled by Amtrak from here to Pennsylvania once in, like, 2018, 2019, maybe. That was fucking miserable. The trains we have here are embarrassing. You can have the shitty-ass New York City trains where people shit on the floors and seats. Oh, true. Yeah, the subway in New York I hate. Been to New York 3 times. So I've rode on that subway. No fun. No fun at all. What if I told you there's been more train accidents than plane crashes? Oh, I'd believe you, man. That Amtrak ride felt like we were driving over landmines for 19 hours. And I did like the comfort seating, but turns out what that means, like where you're supposed to get like a bathroom and stuff, what that means is you're sitting on the toilet, so the toilet is literally in your cabin, you're sitting on it. So you open it up, take a pee, take a poo, so then the entire train just smells like shit. The entire 19 hours. Awful. Haven't been on a train, well, a long distance train since. Not just Japan, Europe has pretty good trains in each and every city, and you can travel between countries. I don't know anything about Europe trains. All I know is about Japan trains, because all my friends always sing the praises of it. And from what I see online about their, like, maglevs and all that. I'll take your word for it. We need a new popular form of travel, maybe like giant zip lines across states and countries. I agree, we're overdue for a new kind of travel. After the Hindenburg, I feel like we stopped trying. Zeppelins were a cool idea in theory. And we can't let one disaster stifle our creativity. We do need to dust something else off, I agree. Hot air balloons need innovation. Voice crack. Innovation. Those will never be like a staple in travel. Not for efficient travel. That'll always be novelty. Ain't shit you can do with that to make it efficient. We already have people making jetpacks. It's only a matter of time. That won't work though. You will never be able to jetpack from fucking one city to the other. Plus, there's going to need to be like a ton of regulation, because if anyone can own jetpacks, there's going to be a huge problem. You will have like fucking drunk drivers crashing into buildings, causing like mini 9/11s every week. Man was born to fly. Okay, that was inspirational when you're right. I've seen some of the jetpacks, yeah. They're not like, I mean, they're cool, but they're not exactly what you're picturing. I've seen some of the military ones. Not very sneaky. Well, it's not built for stealth. It's like the jet troopers from Star Wars. It's cool though. As a concept piece, it's cool. This is old news. Now we got the Unitree GT1 transformable mech suit for $650K. What's that? So this is for sale right now. Doesn't look overly easy to get in and out of. That's pretty cool. Oh, that looks disorienting. Oh, if I was riding in there and it was doing that, I would be so sick. Pretty cool, though. That is pretty fucking cool. Use this to promote Cheeky on the street. Oh. Now we're cooking. Big marketing. Titanfall is real. Titanfall is real. Get one for a TOC video. Brother, 650k. And it probably takes years to actually get it. I can't imagine they have like a large inventory. Looks like a work in progress, though. I mean, it's still very early into this kind of thing. So yeah, it's going to be iterated upon and get better. It was a dummy guy when it was walking. Wait, was it? Oh, I thought they just put him in like protective gear, but you're right, that's definitely not a real guy in there, huh? I guess he wasn't feeling up to the challenge. Makes sense, I wouldn't get in there either. It does seem kind of scary if it tips over. Heard about the Iowa man suing Nintendo after they refused to grant him a Professor of Pokemon certification? Well, did he earn it? Or is he... What's the lawsuit about? Let's see. Iowa man sues Nintendo after being denied Pokemon Professor status. Does Nintendo oversee that? Council of Professors? He's taking them to federal court for allegedly refusing him to grant him Pokemon Professor status. Kyle Owens, 34, suing them, alleging federal antitrust actions that violate the Sherman Act. Lawsuit seeks a court order and injunction that would grant Owens $340K in damages and award him Pokemon Professor cert, restore his access to official Pokemon Professor tools, and enable him to host Pokemon events. I don't need the summary of Pokemon. Pokemon Professor program is not merely recreational. It functions as a structured certification and authorization system, granting official status, access to official event tools, the ability to host sanctioned card and video game matches, listing in an event locator, and opportunities that generate business traffic, customer attendance, product sales, goodwill, and commercial advantage. He alleges that on March 12, 2024, Pokemon Company International informed him he had passed the basic exam for rank of professor with a score of 100%. Holy shit, he's a prodigy. Court exhibits indicate the notice informing Owens had passed the exam also stated that before he could become welcome into the program and take his first steps as Pokemon Professor, he would need to submit a background check. Uh-oh. Zoinks! The exhibits, made public in Owens' court filing, indicate the background check conducted on behalf of the defendants determined there was a pending arrest warrant issued by another state in 2022 for failing to appear in court on misdemeanor charges of disorderly conduct by engaging in fighting, possessing, repairing, or selling an offensive weapon, and criminal mischief through damage to property. So in May 6th of 24, Pokemon Company wrote to Owens informing him his application had been denied, following the results of the background check. Oh man. The letter indicated that once the background check was completed, it was determined he had a score of 80% on the exam and failed the test for professor status. Oh. He claims he was denied cert due to an old low-level felony that was more than 10 years ago, and that the stated rationale for his denial was later changed to the 3 misdemeanor charges that do not show guilty findings. Claims it does not merely harm him personally, but reduces competition and consumer access by eliminating a qualified Iowa-based event host from the official organized play system associated with Pokemon. No, Nintendo has been successfully sued before. It's not often, but they have lost. I'm gonna be honest, I see no way Kyle squeaks this one out, but who knows? Who knows? Who would you rather go to court against, Nintendo or Take-Two? Probably Nintendo, I would say. I think Take-Two's a little scarier. They're a little more intimidating. So I'd say Nintendo. Hola!
Mi nombre es Carlos y he estado practicando español. Yep, that's about where that stops. I've recently been practicing Spanish again. I previously studied Spanish for like 8 years, 8 años, when I was in school, escuela. And I haven't dusted off that knowledge in well over a decade, and I've recently just had the urge to go back and study it, so that way I can hopefully become fluent in Spanish at some point. Ever since Chinese Charles kind of took over on Billy, I've really liked the idea of being able to speak more than one language again. Chinese Charles really kind of opened my third eye and enlightened me on the fun of being able to speak multiple languages, but I have no knowledge on Chinese, but I do on Spanish, so I figured that was the one that made the most sense for me right now. So, you know, I don't need the Rosetta Stone or anything. I'll just chip away at it, and hopefully we'll see how my Spanish is looking like a year from now. But anyway, that has nothing to do with today's video. I just thought maybe you'd find that cool. Today's video is actually about a wacky woman getting a little bonkers in an Uber.
He's videoing me now.
Yeah, for my safety.
If you feel endangered, I would refer you to call the police.
Now, I don't know who she has on the phone there. Maybe it's fucking Miss Frizzle about to scoot in with the magic school bus. I couldn't tell you. But what I can tell you is that if you feel in danger, maybe the first thing you should do is get out of the car. So this whole thing has apparently started because she feels unsafe in this Uber. Yet she refuses to leave the Uber. And now she's making calls in the back seat there like it's fucking Deal or No Deal. Just get out of the car. Why would you not remove yourself from the situation you feel unsafe in? You are just keeping yourself planted there. And this guy wants her to get out of the vehicle. He has now started filming for his own safety, which I think is a very smart call from him, because if she starts to try and spin some fib that he was like, you know, scary, mean, angry, you know, threatening her or something, he now has this very clear evidence that he was just sitting there and doing nothing threatening, and that he was actually the one that felt unsafe around her with her fucking lunacy.
So what do you provide as a safety line?
She says she feels unsafe. I'm sitting here, obviously, have my seatbelt on. Nothing's going on. She's sitting back there. She refuses to get out of my vehicle. So I'm recording for my safety.
Is there any store or is there anything in the area that you're in that you can go in and wait for your next Uber driver?
As you can see, there's the businesses right in front of us. You see the businesses.
Exactly. They're not in the fucking back rooms here. They're not in the middle of nowhere. As he just showed you, there is a business right in front of them. She could easily just get out of the vehicle and wait there for the next Uber if she's unsatisfied with this one and feeling unsafe. Why is she just waiting in the vehicle if she feels so unsafe? This is the classic fucking Watchmen moment of, I'm not trapped in here with you, you're trapped in here with me. I feel terrible for the Uber driver. Dude just has to sit here and just stew in this weirdo atmosphere she is creating over nothing. Now, to me, and this is just my little tinfoil hat game theory here, my little conspiracy I've cooked up, I feel like this is probably a scheme that she pulls from time to time to avoid paying for an Uber. I feel like she's probably doing this to try and get like a refund through the service. Like, I felt so unsafe. This is unacceptable. I need a refund. Look at this, like, horrible experience I went through. It was traumatic. I couldn't leave the Uber. I was trapped. I was a prisoner in the Uber. I need my money back. That's what I think it is.
She says she don't feel safe, but she refuses to get out. She can go right to the business over there. There's chairs. She can sit there with her things and wait for her next Uber.
She's gonna drive off with my packages. I mean, this is like, I've never had this before. I'm pretty surprised that you're not able to provide more assistance other than call the police.
So her concern is that when she gets out of the vehicle, he's going to drive off with her packages. Why would he do that? Like, I don't even know why that would be a thought that would cross his mind, that he would drive off with your packages. He just wants you the fuck out of there. I would guess that he would do anything to get you out of that car. He looks miserable in there. This lady's like a Dementor, sucking all of the joy and fun out of life everywhere she goes, it looks like. And I don't know who she's on the phone with. Like, why are you surprised that they can't do more than just refer you to, like, calling 911 if it's an actual emergency? What is she supposed to do? Get the Navy SEALs over there? I'm so curious who she's talking to on the phone there. Like, maybe she got Zordon on the horn and she's hoping that he'll dispatch the Power Rangers over there to save her packages and let her get out of the back seat. Just get out of the fucking car. Anyone would tell you the same. Like, if you feel unsafe, just get out of the vehicle. And if he's trapping you there, call 911. Like, I don't get it. I don't get it.
I have an expensive package in the trunk. If I get out, what if he drives off with it?
Now she's saying I might drive off with her things when I can clearly just take them out and place them over the side.
Get out of his car and he's on the phone with the authorities. You could get your package and wait for your next Uber.
But how do I get the package?
You get out of the car, bozo. That's how you get your package. Oh my god, what an infuriating person. He is even saying he can just take her packages and put them over there, take Bikini Bottom and move it over there. He is telling you he will do that. Just say, okay, let's do it.
I need him to open the trunk.
Open the trunk.
Okay.
You can ask him to open the trunk.
Well, I'll do that right now. Whatever gets you out of here, I don't care. I'll open it, you get your package, whatever you need to do. I'm going to get her package out of the back because she's scared I'm going to take her package. Her package is out, her package is right there. I'm right here. I'm getting back into my vehicle.
Once he heard a possible solution to get her the fuck out of that car, he sprung into action. He recognized this was a stalemate on the chessboard, but then heard her talk about this package and was like, okay, I'm just gonna do it myself because she's not leaving, so I'll get the package. He gets it, he sets it on the ground, then the ball is in her court. The rest is in God's hands there. He set the package down, and it's like placing a nut like in the grass or something to like lure a squirrel out to go somewhere. So he's hoping that that'll be enough to get her to finally open that car door and just leave. And thankfully, it was. We got the good ending here. She finally got out of the car. What a baffling interaction. So, she felt unsafe in the Uber. And instead of leaving or anything to try and remedy that situation that she's cooked up in her head, she stays in the Uber. What sense does that make? How do people go about their lives like this? It is incomprehensible to me. Anyway, I just had the app about it. What a weirdo. That's about it. See ya. Merry Christmas, you filthy animal. Great news. Krampus came early and he slit the throat of Ronald McDonald, took control of the company, and farted out a wonderful AI advertisement that everyone's making fun of. And while the ad itself is terrible, the response from the people behind it is the most pathetic shit you could imagine. I'm not surprised McDonald's would go the route of like Coca-Cola AI ads trying to force that up everyone's asses. But what I am surprised at is that the people that actually generated it are like genuinely trying to present themselves as if they did something impressive, like this was backbreaking labor. It is a comical response. But anyway, let me show you the AI ad.
It's the most terrible time of the year. All the shops turn to mayhem, even Santa knows space, and the tree redecorated your place. It's the most terrible time of the year.
Sorry for the greasy old man jump scare here, but I've just got to interrupt briefly for my own little halftime show because I find it to just be beautiful how delusional the hacks are behind this AI that they actually convinced themselves that a good marketing push for McDonald's would be basically
getting pugilistic with Christmas itself, shitting on one of the most beloved holidays in the Western world, calling it the most terrible time of the year. That is a galaxy brain scheme right there that only the most poisoned of AI meat gobblers could cook up. Like, actually some shit the Grinch would maybe pull, but even then it'd be somewhat charming. This is just foul. The most terrible time of the year, and showcasing why Christmas sucks using an AI advertisement to promote McDonald's. It doesn't really get worse than that as far as combinations go. That's like combining Coke, Mentos, and my fucking raw bussy.
The roast turned to charcoal, and the cookies burned too. Freaking chaos, it feels like a zoo. It's the most terrible time of the year. So you flee from the madness, the lights, and the cheer, and hide out in McDonald's till January's here.
Oh, McDonald's can save us from Christmas? Well, I'm out the door right now. I want to make sure I avoid Christmas and family and all of the holly jolly spirit. It can save me from the madness. What a great idea. Incredible marketing campaign. If you hate Christmas, McDonald's is the place for you. Now, like I said, the ad is bad. It looks like shit. It is very clearly just AI slop. No one's gonna watch this and get any warm, fuzzy feelings inside their soul or anything. It is just very cheap trash. But don't tell that to the agency behind it, because they are defending this garbage tooth and nail. Before diving into the spaghetti and meatballs of the full statement, let me give you a sneak peek here, the appetizer from marketing manager Karen, who stated that the goal was simply to show that December is a busy month for everyone. Not to diss the biggest holiday for much of the Western world, we want to give people something to look forward to each day, not only the traditional peak dates, and this campaign brings that idea to life in a new way. Karen, do you have eyes? Did you watch that by chance? I feel like what she may have been given is a ChatGPT prompt of what was initially pitched as their marketing campaign, but the video they got does not reflect that idea at all. It is blatantly calling it the most terrible time of the year, showing that it fucking sucks, and that the only escape is by going to McDonald's to hide out there until it all passes like a storm. Like some shit out of the mist, really. So I don't know what crack pipe she's boofing here to be saying that the campaign is about giving people something to look forward to each day. What it's actually presenting is an escape route from the season. Go to McDonald's if you need to get away from the hustle and bustle of Christmas, the most terrible time of the year. Like, I don't know what she's yapping about. I think it's pretty clear showcasing all of the worst parts of the holiday season without ever really giving you anything about, like, but it's all worth it because family matters, you know, fucking Fast and Furious style. Instead it says, it's not worth it, you need to escape to McDonald's ASAP. It's like fucking Cloverfield or something. You gotta get away from the monster, go to McDonald's, we'll save you. It's a pretty bold marketing move. Now, obviously, I don't give that much of a fuck. I'm not on the board of directors here at McDonald's. I'm not a shareholder, and I'm not offended by it or anything. But I do think it's weird. Like, if this was my company, right? Like, if this, let's say for Cheeky Soap, I reached out to a marketing agency to make me an advertisement to play during the Super Bowl to promote Cheeky Soap. And what they give me back is something that associates my brand with, like, hating Christmas or something. I'm raising an eyebrow. Like, let's say I get an ad back and it's like, if you hate Christmas and you love to beat animals and beat the shit out of orphans, then make sure you shower with Cheeky Soap before getting your hands dirty. I'm pumping the brakes. I'm like, wait a minute. Hold on a second here, sports fans. Maybe let's not associate my brand with that kind of, like, super negative shit. How about the other thing? Like, you love Christmas, you love puppies and helping orphans, then you shower with Cheeky Soap. Why not that? You know what I'm saying? Like, it's just weird that the whole ad is about, like, Christmas is so terrible, you gotta escape it by going to McDonald's. It's fucking stupid. And of course, it's all an AI slop ad in the first place, so it's even worse. But the whole thing is just fucking baffling to me is all. But anyway, the main thing I wanted to throw tomatoes at is this statement here. For 7 weeks, we hardly slept, with up to 10 of our in-house AI and post specialists at the gardening club working in lockstep with the directors. If that isn't the biggest load of dirty barnacles I have ever read, you're telling me you had 10 people, your in-house AI and post specialists, by the way, yeah, fucking specialists, prompt engineers, top-tier sentence writers, working on this for 7 weeks hardly sleeping? Yeah, I'm fucking sure, buddy, and I'm 7 feet tall. That is so fucking stupid. What a bold-faced lie. And if that is the truth, if you actually had to have 10 lobotomites here working on this, writing sentences into the AI to produce this, then you guys are fucking idiots. Actual morons. You could put a paintbrush in an elephant's trunk and just set a keyboard in front of it where it's pecking at the letters and it would type out enough sentences to have the AI spit out basically the same fucking ad, I'm sure, over time. And it probably wouldn't take it 7 weeks to do so either. What directors do you have? Some dude that's just sitting there fucking zooted out of his mind saying, yeah, it's good, write that sentence. It's so dumb. It's such a lie. But maybe they did actually have a lot of staff and they hosed McDonald's for a huge paycheck here for this, pretending to do 7 weeks worth of work. That I could absolutely see where they're just taking a ton of money from them, pretending to do like a lot of work, even though anybody knows that this is not a lot of work. It's AI generating a fucking 45-second commercial. You can do that in literal seconds. Every shot traveled through a rigorously engineered tool chain, real Google Earth plates, advanced style transfer, pixel-level photo repair, custom LoRaS, control nets, bespoke comfy UI graphs, and thousands upon thousands of tightly steered iterations. Bullshit! Baloney! This is a ChatGPT generated response here where you ask it to just make up a bunch of hocus-pocus jargon here in an effort to confuse people into thinking that you actually did any real work at all. You didn't. Liar, liar, pants on fire. You just typed a few sentences in over the course of maybe an afternoon. Then came compositing, lighting balance, physics corrections, physics corrections? My left shoe you did. Anyone who watched the ad can point out tons of fucking problems with that statement, like this guy who falls on the ice and his whole body folds in on itself like origami. Physics corrections, what a joke. And final finishing in flame, we generated what felt like dailies, thousands of takes, then shaped them in the edit just as we would on any high craft production. This wasn't an AI trick, it was a film. And here's the thing I wish more people understood. Magic isn't the technology. The magic is the team behind it. People who pushed, questioned, experimented, swore at broken models, solved impossible problems, and refused to stop until every frame felt cinematic. I don't see this spot as a novelty or a cute seasonal experiment. To me, it's evidence of something much bigger, that when craft and technology meet with intention, they can create work that feels genuinely cinematic. So no, AI didn't make this film, we did. Oh, chills. Literal chills. Wow. What a statement. That's powerful. Man, I take back everything I said. After reading what went into this, the Herculean effort it must have taken for them to produce such a high-quality cinematic AI McDonald's advertisement about Christmas blowing ass. I just can't believe that I would belittle them for this. I feel like such a fool now. Oh my god! And the physics corrections that they must have went through. That poor guy must have been really scrapping in the lab to make it look as good as it did. Fuck. Inspirational. That's the word that's popping into my head now. Now that my eyes have been opened, enlightened, into all of the work from such a talented team that went into this. At Sweet Shop HQ, the masterminds responsible for this masterpiece that will no doubt stand the test of time as one of the marketing greats. Now that I see it, I can't unsee it. I know that what they've done here, fucking trash. And that the entire team behind it at Sweet Shop here must be the most insufferable losers on the planet. Holy Toledo. What a statement, Sweet Shop. Really incredible stuff. You did a great one generating this response. I'll tell you that much. The AI cooked for you there. Wow. Anyway, this shit sucks. That's really about it. See ya.
Initiating moisture.
The first season of One Punch Man is an absolute fucking masterpiece in every department. The characters are well written, the comedy lands, the animation is beyond beautiful. Every fight scene in the first season of One Punch Man is truly outstanding, thanks to a lot of the freelancers that really worked on it and put a lot of passion and soul into it, leading to this incredible and very unique, very rare season of anime. Everything about the first season of One Punch Man is beautiful perfection. And for the respect out of the first season, I'm going to be dividing this Moist Meter in two parts. Season 1 and Season 2. Season 2 just finished. I didn't even fucking know it ended because the last episode wasn't a great send-off. And the whole season was just an unbelievable downgrade in every conceivable department that it leaves a bitter taste in my butthole. And the crazy thing about One Punch Man is the characters are so well written and the universe is so lively and fun that even though Season 2 was significantly worse than the first season in every way, it was still a good season. It was still enjoyable, which is fucking remarkable. So the difference between Season 1 and 2 comes down entirely to the studio that handled it. Season 1 had a whole bunch of freelancers work on it. They had a whole lot of new talent come in that really put their all into it to lead to such an extraordinary season. Season 2 was handed off to the fast food chain of anime called JC Staff. They do really suboptimal work, literally no passion. It's barely better than YouTube animators, and that's kind of why it's so bad. It's because the animation, if you can even call it that, half of the fucking season is just still images with a shaky cam. I swear to God, the first 2 episodes don't even have anything moving. It's just the camera with some fucking art they found on DeviantArt, fan art. It's fucking embarrassing, and it's really upsetting that Season 2 turned out the way it did. But before I get into everything wrong with Season 2, I want to talk about why you should watch Season 1 if you haven't already. Even if you fucking hate cartoons, animation, or even fun in general, you will still probably like the first season of One Punch Man. Even from a conceptual level, I think it is extraordinary. One Punch Man is about a man who is so incredibly powerful, the most powerful being that you could ever imagine in any form of media, and about his struggle to find fun, find a purpose. He wants to not kill things in one punch or something. You're going to notice how noticeably bad it is in comparison to the first season. Had the first season not been as good as it was, this would have been a lot more palatable. I don't think as many people would have cared, but they clearly showed what they could do with One Punch Man and where it could go, and then they come in here and turn it into a fucking PowerPoint presentation with almost nothing put behind it. There's also this over-reliance on CGI in Season 2, which wasn't there in the first season, and I don't think CGI in anime is all that bad. I think it can be used really well, such as in Demon Slayer. There's another modern example. But in here, the CGI looks straight out of a PlayStation 1 cutscene. They use CGI to save on cost, and it shows. It actually looks like origami strapped onto some of the characters with a lot of lights put on it. It's really dumb. Like they've completely redesigned some of the characters' looks. Genos looks fucking awful. Genos looks like an action figure I would have pulled out of a Happy Meal in the late 90s. It's just really dumb. It's upsetting. Because I loved the first season so much, and Season 2 has a much better storyline. I think Season 2's story, even in its shit form with JC Staff, is still better than the first season's story. I like Garo. I really like all of the new characters they introduced and everything going on, the Villain Association. All of it is really good. But JC Staff couldn't even bother to animate half this shit. In the first 2 episodes, you can immediately recognize a clear difference in the first and second season. The fights in the first 2 episodes alone in this season were actually just still images, as if a kid was holding up 2 pieces of paper with characters' faces on them and colliding them together. That's about the extent of the animation you got from the first couple of fights. And the CGI is glaring. It looks like I went in there in Maya and did some rendering myself for the show. That's how bad the quality is. And I only took a semester of Maya when I was a fucking sophomore in college like 5 years ago. And I hope JC Staff doesn't get many more projects. They have totally lost me as someone that would support their animation studio. They're not even fucking animators. They're basically deviant artists that sometimes accidentally make things move minimally. If JC Staff's name is on something, I'm just going to immediately assume the animation's going to be shit from now on, because this just left such a bad taste in my mouth. Plugging this shit into the Moist Meter, I'm giving 2 scores. The first season of One Punch Man is a 95%. I genuinely think that's a show that anyone, any age, and any taste can enjoy. There's something there for everyone, and it is absolutely gorgeous. Season 2, I'm giving an 80% to,
and it's only goddamn sounds over and over again, the same songs over and over again. So I hope you really like the soundtrack, because you're going to hear it a million times if you suffer through Season 2. In fact, bringing that into the equation, I'm lowering that shit. I'm bringing it down to a 70% bosh on these degenerate loser scumbags. Before diving into the meat and potatoes of the latest Pokemon crime I want to cover in this video, I want to give you some good news at the top here. I'll give you the dessert before force-feeding you the vegetables. The alleged wheelman in that $116,000 Pokemon card heist I covered about a month ago has been arrested. That's the armed robbery. Yeah, about a month ago, at a place called Poke Court, there was a group of dudes who went in there with guns, and Team Rocket was just waving them around, threatening people, and breaking glass to steal all of the card product, as well as taking money from the register. They caught the driver. His name is Julio Colina. He's 27 years old, loveless, dickless, a virgin. I was trying to find his mugshot, but I couldn't find it, so I'm making up my own fan fiction. I believe he probably stands at 4'6", smells like shit, and loves pee. On the day of the armed Pokemon robbery, he dropped the suspects off and then waited 7 minutes. 7 minutes is all he could spare, like fucking Albert Wesker here. And then drove off with them. He said he was willing to chauffeur them because they'd promised him gifts if they could pack their bags while riding in his van. Those gifts must have been intoxicating. He was addicted to them. Maybe they were just giving him smooches or something for his lonely ass, because he was apparently like a really reliable driver for them for their crimes. He also served as the driver for the same group of goobers on January 9th when they stole Pokemon merchandise worth around $11,000 from a different shop. So this guy really did enjoy driving them around. Those gifts must have been amazing, but he claimed he didn't know what the trio was doing when they left his van, which investigators aren't really buying. They believe it's just a pitiful attempt at him trying to save his own ass, which it obviously it is. I have no doubt he's stupid. I guarantee he's a lobotomite, but he's not dumb enough to just be like, oh, dude, I just dropped these guys off, like, thinking that they were just gonna go do some, like, normal business and stuff, and I was gonna sit there and wait, and they always came back with, like, treats and candy and stuff. I had no idea they were doing anything bad or naughty. I'm as shocked as you guys are. I'm a victim, too. I was driving people that I thought were my friends. So hopefully that defense never works for him and he spends a long time in the slammer and squeals on his friends. I really hope he rolls over belly up and gives up the two dudes that had the guns. I know Pokemon card crime isn't taken seriously by the authorities in any way, shape, or form, unfortunately, even though it is an out-of-control epidemic showing no signs of slowing down. But I have to imagine armed robbery, waving guns at people, threatening people with fucking guns over Pokemon cards is probably something that they should take a little more seriously. So hopefully this entire group here ends up in prison. I'll keep my fingers crossed. But now I'd like to go over the most recent Pokemon robbery that I just saw a video of. It happened to House of Cards in Vancouver, and they unfortunately got ganked by the Goof Troop here. It has become almost routine for the biggest group of losers to come together and decide, like, hey boys, let's go rob a card shop. I'm not exaggerating. Almost every single day, there is a card shop being broken into and having their shit stolen. Pretty much every hour, you can bet your sweet bippy somewhere in the world, a card shop just got hit by a sledgehammer, the windows busted in, and the greasiest loser you've ever seen stumbles through and breaks glass, grabbing a handful of Pokemon cards and waddles their way out to try and resell it and scalp, and it's just, oh, it's so fucking pathetic. And I feel so bad for the card shop owners because it's not like this is, you know, the most lucrative business in the world. These aren't stores owned by like billionaires and huge corporations. They're mom and pop shops. Like, these are just card shops from ordinary people that want to try and make a career out of engaging in a community and a hobby that they love. And they are just getting brutalized by the fucking biggest slimeball pigs imaginable that have deluded themselves into thinking that they can make a lot of money off scalping stolen products. I hate these people, man. I swear. I genuinely wish the worst for them.
the way the big guy at the end was moving like Frankenstein's monster, I thought that chunky douchebag was about to eat shit while trying to get through the window and just cut himself all on that glass. But he made it through seemingly injury-free, and then these assholes just start storming the store and basically grabbing everything they can find. In total, they spent roughly 3 minutes for this whole operation, and from the time that the window broke and the alarm sounded, police arrived 4 minutes later, according to House of Cards in the comment section. So the police response was pretty quick. A lot of people in the comments were like, what the fuck is the police response time? 2 to 3 business days? But according to House of Cards, it was actually very fast. And it's not like fucking GTA where the police can just spawn in on top of them the second that the, third star gets activated here. So 4 minutes was pretty quick. They were just faster, so the police did not get there in time. And I don't think that's because these are criminal masterminds or anything, galaxy brain geniuses who plotted out to the very second the amount of time they need to spend in the store before police arrived. I think they just got extremely lucky that they were out like a minute before the police got there. I truly don't think that had anything to do with their planning at all. Their plan was very simple. Rent a car, steal a plate, hit glass with a hammer, put a hook in it, and rip it off. Yeehaw. Dukes a Hazzard. Yippee. Like, there is nothing here that screams highly organized, smart criminals. They just got lucky. This is definitely a group of people that were probably regulars at this shop, so they knew the product that they wanted to target, so that way they could do it quickly and leave quickly. And they just got very lucky that it was fast enough that police couldn't catch them in time. Every day I pray that human beings find the strength within them to resist purchasing scalped products. The only fucking reason these crimes happen so often, so frequently, is because people are buying them. And by buying this scalped and stolen shit, it only enables this behavior even more from other people out there. And thus, we are seeing this catastrophic state of the hobby, where not only is like the market itself all fucked up because of complete scumbag losers out there that are exploiting it directly, but now even card shops and just people aren't safe at these card shops because now criminals have infested it and are now just going in there blatantly and brazenly stealing and committing crimes, violent crimes, all to get their hands on Pokemon cards to sell on the secondary market because people are buying them. It's so fucking tragic. It's disgusting. And I really hope authorities will start to look at this more seriously. It's out of control. It's completely out of control. Like, it feels like they don't really pursue it all that hard. Like, if they don't actually catch them in the act, then they probably don't catch them at all, except in the case of the wheelman from the armed robbery. They did follow up on that, and I hope that becomes more commonplace of them trying to follow through on these investigations to catch these people. Because, again, I have no doubt these 3 guys that went in there and stole all that shit
have been in that store numerous times and have probably been caught on camera scoping it out. I hope they will pursue it thoroughly, so that way maybe they can arrest them, throw the book at them, and have this act as a deterrent to finally send a message to other people that maybe think about stealing from other card shops and committing violent crimes over fucking shiny cardboard to think twice on it. I hope it ruins their life. I really hope they get caught. I hope it ruins their life. According to House of Cards, the car that they used was a rented vehicle, and the license plate was a stolen plate off of another vehicle. So they can't track the car overly well or anything. Complete pieces of shit, useless, worthless worms. It's also kind of adorable, though, how one of them, the tiny guy, couldn't find black gloves for the crime, so instead he borrowed his mother's mittens and threw those green things on his hand there. I just really hope they get caught. I really, really, really hope they get arrested. It's such a sad state of affairs here for the fucking TCG community, specifically Pokemon cards, because of shit like this, obviously, but it's showing no signs of slowing down, and I just can't fucking stand this garbage. So, wanted to yap about it again, that's about it. So, yep. This whole Andy Byron affair with Kristen Cabot is probably the most gripping cheating scandal this nation has seen since Tiger Woods boinked like 2 million women. It is crazy how big this story has become. It's up there with, like, Bill Clinton catching the Blowjoptimus Prime from Monica Lewinsky in the Oval Office. I'm assuming all of you know the Cliff Notes. I already made a video, like, when it happened, but I am so enthralled in this story. I'm, like, parasocially following it now at this point.
Yeah. Oh, look at these two. All right, come on. You're okay? Oh, what? Either they're having an affair or they're just very shy. I'm not quite sure.
You couldn't have had a more suspicious reaction to being briefly put on the Jumbotron. Andy Byron acts like a fucking Oblivion NPC that just got hit with 10 arrows. He just quickly, like, went limp. And Kristen turned around in shame and then fled. It was very clear that something was awry. The Coldplay singer even calls attention to it like they might be having an affair or they're just very shy. And it was an affair. That is Andy Byron and the chief people officer at his company on a romantic evening at a Coldplay concert. And it turns out that this wasn't just some squeaky clean date. It wasn't just these two attending a hootenanny in good fun and good spirits. No, this was sin. Turns out, big spoilers, Andy Byron was married, will likely not be married going forward now that his wife has found out. He may also not have a job going forward either now that the whole world has found out that he's been doing the old bedroom ham sandwich with his HR head, the empress of chief people officering. Both Andy and Kristen have both been placed on leave at the company, Astronomer. Astronomer has taken action against them since this is all blown up here. At least they'll have more time to spend with each other. Now they can go on a picnic and be unafraid, because Lord knows his wife is probably not going to stick by him. From what I've seen, she's changed her name on Facebook and then deactivated all of her socials. I don't think she's too pleased here. Now, before I stir the pasta a bit further with the follow-up that's happened since this has gone so viral, I would like to briefly talk about what everyone else has been pointing out of how easily avoidable this was for the two of them here. And I don't mean just the obvious solution of just not going to the Coldplay concert in the first place and just staying at home transplanting farts into each other or whatever. I mean, like, even when they were on the Jumbotron, it still wasn't checkmate. It was their reaction that brought down the House of Cards here. Had they just played this off normally, like they just laugh at the Jumbotron and wave, probably no one would have even been, like, tipped off that something was awry. Like, I guess there's a chance, like, one of the astronomer employees might have seen it, but your odds are pretty good that that would have just flown under the radar and they would have continued to get away with it. Now, of course, you shouldn't be cheating on your significant other in the first place, but if you're going to, and you happen to be plastered on the Jumbotron, the worst thing you can do is this, where they acted like there was a fucking bazooka being aimed at them, like there was about to be like a fucking Predator missile that hits them. The way that they reacted to that. So immediately everyone could sniff something was very stinky here. Anyway, though, let's take a peek at a little bit more of the follow-up. Also, you should take a peek at GamerSupps. Go to gamersupps.gg and get any of the amazing flavors for sale there using code MOIST to get some money off your order. Or you could just get the best flavor on GamerSupps as well, Goof Juice. I wanted to just mention that real quick because I've been fucking pounding Goof Juice since the cans came out. So, Astronomer made the announcement that they are both being placed on leave, for obvious reasons. In the meantime, someone named Pete DeJoy is going to be serving as CEO. They were previously the chief product officer and co-founder of Astronomer, and they put out a statement on LinkedIn that states, "Our leaders are expected to set the standard in both conduct and accountability," and then that the board of directors has initiated a formal investigation into this matter, and we will have additional details to share very shortly. They also then addressed some of the incorrect information that was going around the internet, which was the misidentification of another person in the clip, which was the person that was laughing, the woman next to them that was laughing. They were identified as another Astronomer employee, but the statement from the company saying that is just not true. That's a load of fish paste. And they also shot down the bogus statement that was spread claiming that it came from Andy Byron himself, but it was not shot out by Andy. That butthole did not squeak out that terrible fart of a statement. It was clearly just a joke, and they are clearing the air on that it's not actually from Andy Byron. I also just learned this, which I found to be an amazing cherry on top of the cake. Apparently, Coldplay's Chris Martin had just warned fans that they might be plastered on the Jumbotron, saying, "Now what we'd like to do is say hello to some of you. The way we're going to do that is using our cameras. You can look at the screens and we can see who's out there and say hello. Let's go looking, please." And then, inevitably, it goes to Andy and Kristen, and the rest is history. But I can't believe that they even got, like, a warning here. Like, they were even given, like, a fucking DEFCON alert, like the air raid sirens were going off on this affair, and they still just disregarded it. Like, they had plenty of time for Andy to slap on, like, the big glasses and the nose and mustache, and just, like, pretend he doesn't know who that woman is. But he was just, like, in love. That man was seeing hearts floating around his head, and he wouldn't let go of Kristen come hell or high water, and then hell arrived. Chris Martin got the cameras on them, and the affair was broadcast to everyone. I'm still eagerly awaiting a statement from either Andy or Kristen. I thought for sure they would have released one by now, just because of how big this is, and they did have high-ranking positions at this company. I thought for sure they would at least put something out, but they haven't yet. So maybe they won't. Maybe they'll stay very tight-lipped on all of it and just quietly go into the background, and that'll be that. But my heart does break for his family. I think that is fucking horrible, and I can only imagine what they're going through right now. That has got to be miserable. So I'm wishing them the best. And yeah, I just want to give you a little follow-up here, because it's pretty fucking crazy. That's really about it. So yeah. Last night was the Game Awards, and there was a stat that chat was regurgitating that I didn't believe. I thought it was so outlandish they must have escaped from a mental institution and were spewing a bunch of mumbo-jumbo until I checked and verified the authenticity. The claim was that last year's Game Awards had higher viewership than the Super Bowl. And I said, well, that's a bunch of fiddlesticks, no way. Super Bowl had like 120-something million viewers. It was like the most watched Super Bowl ever. No way the Game Awards beat that. Turns out it did. Jeff Keighley hung his hog on the Super Bowl numbers. 154 million global viewers. Now, Super Bowl is an event that mainly only Americans care about. I get that. Game Awards is international. But even still, those numbers blew my fucking mind. Blew my ass out. So, it is like a super big deal. And I watch the Game Awards every year, but had no idea it was this big. And now that I have this knowledge locked away in the old steel trap up here,
it makes the Game Awards final reveal from last night even more odd, just peculiar, because it is a blunder. That is the most important final reveal, and last night, boy howdy did that one fall flat, unfortunately. And I know a lot of people have criticized Jeff Keighley, like playfully teasing about how he'll overhype things that don't warrant that level of glaze or, anticipation, where Jeff Keighley will sometimes, get you like biting your nails like, holy shit, what's he about to reveal? Because he's hyping it up so much. Like, in my numerous decades in the industry, I've never been this excited. This is my honor, my privilege. This is the apotheosis of gaming. I present to you the world premiere for The Poop That Took a P2, as he's starting to get like tears in his eyes for it. And it's like, well, I think you oversold this one a bit, to be honest with you. Though, one that people point to is from last year where he revealed Okami. I do not think that's a good example of that, because that is not overhyped. That genuinely is extremely exciting. I fucking love Okami and cannot wait for the new Okami. But he does have a history of doing that occasionally, and last night was one of those examples for the final reveal.
Our final world premiere comes from 61 members of the team that built Apex Legends and Titanfall. 4 years ago, the principals founded a new independent studio with the hopes of pushing the shooter genre forward with a new original game.
If that doesn't put a boner in your trousers, nothing will. You cannot have a more hype introduction than that right there. Those sentences alone could make the Grinch's heart grow 3 sizes. And when I was watching this live, I actually thought for a moment we might be seeing a Titanfall 3 or, at the very least, a spiritual successor to Titanfall. But that's where they get you. Jeff's got you eating out of the palm of his hands right now. You're hook, line, and sinker buying into this delusion. Like, I have said for a long time, we will probably not see a Titanfall 3. Unfortunately, I think EA is going to kegel on that property forever and never use it for anything ever again because they didn't perform financially well for them. Even though these games are beloved, I don't think we'll ever see a new entry into this franchise. But I really was starting to buy into the fantasy here because he's mentioning that a lot of people responsible for those masterpieces have broken off and are now pursuing something new together. And you're expecting like maybe it's in a similar vein to Titanfall. Professor Utonium's in the lab and he's putting together all the ingredients of the perfect little shooter. But that wasn't what was on the menu. Instead, what was served up on the plate was a seemingly standard hero shooter. Now, I always have a great time watching the Game Awards. This year, I also had a lot of fun watching it. I just really don't understand why they would save this game as their final reveal, which is like always the most important reveal because it's the one that sticks with the viewers the longest. And it's usually reserved for the one that's going to fucking have them, gushing grannies. And having a generic hero shooter be in that place feels really odd, and a lot of people have been kind of clowning on it for it.
Here we go. Bringing the heat.
Your light belongs to me. Forming. Light up.
Siege tower coming in.
It's not the most exciting looking game. It's not going to put you on the edge of your seat there. And it does give me a similar vibe to Concord when that was revealed, unfortunately. And a lot of people have taken to calling this Concord 2. Even though the game's not out or anything yet, it does kind of have a lot of similar DNA to it from the look of the gameplay here. And it just feels like a game that shouldn't have been saved for last as like the big oorah. This should have just been a game that they show somewhere in the middle or towards the beginning where it's like, hey, this game's also right around the corner if you want another hero shooter. Like if you're really salivating for more hero shooter action, here comes High Guard. Like that makes sense. It just doesn't really compute why they would have this be the final reveal. I think what would have fit here best actually was the Star Wars KOTOR game. They have a new KOTOR coming out called Fate of the Old Republic, and that was extremely hype. I think if they had saved
Fate of the Old Republic for the final reveal, that would have been a big pop-off moment. Because that is something that a ton of people, myself included, cannot wait for. And now I need to go back and replay KOTOR 1 and 2 because it is so cool. That is something people have really wanted. Whereas with Highguard, I feel like there's more people asking for the common cold than more hero shooters. And especially from such a talented team that have put together games like Titanfall, you would hope that they'd spread their wings a bit more than just like a hero shooter game. So it's just one of those things that is underwhelming for a final game reveal. Anyway, though, I had a great time watching the Game Awards. As I do every year, it's become a tradition, and I always think Jeff Keighley and his team put on a really impressive and really entertaining show, and I really appreciate all the hard work that goes into it. Though I will say I think this year there is a lesson to be learned in the amount of nominations a game can get. With the E33 sweep, I do think there maybe needs to be some kind of limitations in place. I said from the second the credits rolled on that game that it was special, and it is in my top 20 favorite games of all time. I think it is a full-blown, full fucking chub masterpiece. But that being said, I don't think it should be in every category that it was in, even if it could fit into that category, like the most contentious is the indie game category. While yes, it is, by definition, an indie game, I do feel like it shouldn't be there to give room to other games to shine in that category. Like, it is an unbelievable game. And by being as good as it is and in every category that it was present, it drowned out a lot of other extremely impressive games from this year. 2025 was genuinely an amazing year for games. There were so many super slappers, absolute bangers out the wazoo, but if you only watched the Game Awards, you would think that it was just Expedition 33, really. And that's a shame. I do think E33 deserves like the Game of the Year win and many of its other wins, because I do think that does epitomize what the games industry should be about. A team of passionate creators that all banded together under very unlikely circumstances with a very wild way of assembling this team of creatives to create something that's really not been done before to the degree in which they did it with the budget that they had, apparently less than $10 million. It is an unreal story, and the person at the head of Sandfall, he is like a gamer's gamer. That guy, I've watched a couple of his interviews, he is always singing the praises of the GOATs that have came before him, and he's not just doing lip service, he knows his shit. Like, this is a guy who lives and breathes this medium that wanted to do something truly special in it, and I think they succeeded, and it's great to see the reception be as positive as it is to their art. I'm very happy for that team, and I think it deserves all of the glaze that it gets. But when it comes to the Game Awards, I just think it would have been best if it was reserved for, a handful of the categories that it was nominated in. And I also think that would have been better for Expedition 33 overall as well, because when people who aren't overly familiar with it see it keep winning everything, it makes them tired of it. It makes them soured on E33 as a whole. I saw a comparison drawn by a lot of people about like the Patriots when they were on their dynasty run winning everything. People fucking hated the Patriots because they were so good. Expedition 33 is having a similar phenomenon. It won so much, people now just hate it by default. Like they don't want to engage with it anymore. They'd rather spit and shit on it and that kind of thing. I just overall feel like less is more in this case, where it'd be in its strongest categories, like voice acting, narrative, music, and game of the year, that kind of thing, as opposed to like 13 categories. Because it is a lot, and it does unfortunately push out some of the other extremely good games from the year. Like Kingdom Come 2 didn't win anything, when I feel like, by all definitions, it should have won Best RPG of the Year. It's just, I love Expedition 33, and I'm super happy to see it do so well. But for the awards here, I would really have liked to be able to celebrate some of the other great games that also came out this year. Like I said, this was an extraordinary year for banger titles releasing, especially in the indie category. So many good indie games came out this year. But anyway, I'll stop yapping about it. That's really about it. So yep. What is he turning off, you ask yourself? Hopefully not his contagious smile. Don't worry, that's going to be sticking around. What won't be sticking around, what I'm turning off, is pretty much every way of donating money to me.
I'm disabling YouTube channel memberships and super chats. I tried to find a way to do this for Twitch since I multi-stream. I didn't want Twitch to have a way of doing this either, but Twitch is a little special. Once they get you in those nipple clamps, you are not getting out. Once you opt into like the partner program or whatever, you can't turn off bits or subs. The only way out is in a fucking coffin. But I do think I found a solution for bits where I set the minimum so incredibly high that I imagine nobody's going to spend that kind of money, I would hope. But for subs, I can't get rid of that. If I could, I would say toodaloo, give it a strong slap on the ass, tell it good game and goodbye. But from what I can tell, there's a lot of hoops to jump through in order to accomplish that, so I'm just urging you, don't sub or anything like that on Twitch. And the reason why I'm disabling all of these things and discouraging these things is because I just don't want people to donate money to me anymore. I don't want that. I'm putting the kibosh on it. I felt uneasy about it for a while, but I convinced myself that I could deliver something that made it valuable for people that were donating. So like YouTube channel memberships. I had all these big ideas for content I'd do at the farm for members, but what I didn't account for is just how much we do at the farm and how time consuming that is. So I haven't been able to film any of that. So you are basically paying money for nothing. And it's not just YouTube memberships that were getting a bad deal. Twitch subs too. All you get there is some emotes. Whoopee! Yeah, amazing. Yeah, some emotes that I haven't updated in like 4 years that are probably still locked at like negative 240p on some of the older ones. Like it is literally just money for nothing. And it's just been really bothering me lately. I would much rather you hold on to your money. Now more than ever with how everything's been going. I think it is crucial you get your finances in a fucking full Nelson. And you just don't let those puppies fly willy-nilly donating clams to a goofball like me. If you're someone who just has all this money and it's burning a hole in your pocket, you have to donate it. You know, you have this insatiable appetite to just part ways with this money. Donate it to a charitable cause instead. There are so many good charities doing extremely good work that could be benefited greatly from your contribution. Like maybe you'd want to donate to a charity that's doing extremely important work in Gaza. Like, that would be a significantly better use of that money than donating it to me. Like, I would much rather it go to other organizations or other people in need instead of finding its way to me for literally nothing. Like, there are just so many better options for your money than giving it to me. I really, it's time I pull the plug on the ability to even do that. I have openly discouraged it for a long time, saying that what I do is free. You don't need to donate or anything like that. But people do still engage with it. And I want to just take that off of the table now. I feel like this is long overdue. It's something I should have done a while ago, but I had convinced myself I could deliver something of value to people that were paying, and I don't think there's any value in giving money during a stream to get my attention so that way I talk about it for a second. That's just not a good use of your money. I also don't think I was giving anything of value to like members with, members content or anything. Plus, I never wanted to give the perception that I was paywalling content in the first place. The idea was always like, little bonuses and stuff or unedited videos for a time. But then with the way YouTube works, that was getting recommended as though they were like real videos that were being paywalled from just normal subscribers unless you forked over some doubloons. Actually, Linus Tech Tips just made a video kind of talking about that yesterday. Anyway, I won't yap your ear off too much longer on this, but I want to conclude here with a call to inaction, I suppose. Since I couldn't turn off Twitch subs, I just want to strongly urge you, do not waste your money subbing to me on Twitch. This isn't reverse psychology. I'm not trying to get into your noodle and rearrange neurons in a confusing, complex gambit here. I am just asking you honestly not to. As I've said from the beginning, all of this that I do here is meant to be consumed for free. So please just consume it for free. Please. And again, if you do want to donate money, please do it to a charitable cause instead of me. Anyway, that's really about it. See ya. Oh, thanks for stopping by. Welcome to the Smile Booth. Can I take your order? One ear-to-ear grin? Good choice. Coming right up. I want to give you something to actually, this isn't even sarcasm. I want to give you something to actually smile about. The biggest charity stream ever is currently going on right now, and the amount of money that it is raising for an organization called Cancer Fighters is extraordinary. It comes from Polish streamers Wolfgang Lotzwo Gang. I'm sure I butchered the pronunciation. I'm so fucking sorry. I don't know how to say it properly. Anyway, 9 days ago, they started a stream to raise money for a charity called Cancer Fighters. You can see that they had a goal of 10,000 zloty, which is roughly 2,700 USD. Over the course of the 9 days, what has unfolded is genuinely extraordinary. They went well above that goal. They soared far higher than that, and it became the most successful charity stream ever. As of me making this video right now, the 9 days has just now ended, and I don't want to spoil the surprise for how much they raised, but whatever you're thinking, those are rookie numbers. You're going to need to drastically pump those numbers up. You're going to need to double it, maybe even triple it, because this was the record-breaking charity stream that I genuinely don't think people would ever guess to the amount of money that was raised. It is incredible. This had Polish celebrities, influencers, television stations, everyone coming together not only to watch it, but also to donate and support, the money going directly to children battling cancer through this organization called Cancer Fighters. It became just all of Poland supporting this. And what they have achieved is awe-inspiring.
To pędzi! Wszyscy razem nie przestajemy, pełna!
Dobrze.
Jaką?
No jaką?
Się nigdzie nie wybieram, ciągle tutaj jestem. Dawaj Maja tego pozera. Ciągle tutaj jestem.
This was a little 6-7 treat here for everyone. 67 million zloty comes out to around 18 million USD that they had raised as of that moment. That's not where it capped out. I just wanted to show you that one because I found it to be kind of wholesome, and also that video right there does kind of explain some of what was going on with the stream. At the time, 550,000 viewers is what the stream was peaking at. And if you thought that's the highest peak it could reach, you'd be a damn fool. You'd be like my pediatrician who predicted that I would cap out at 5'8". Except I didn't reach 5'8". I stopped at 5'6". So you'd be the opposite of my pediatrician, because they kept growing. I stopped growing at 5 foot. They went way above 550,000 concurrent viewers and way above $18 million raised.
Wyrok! Rak to nie 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 wyrok! Zapamiętajcie to, rak to nie wyrok! 200 milionów, ale to jest tylko część tego wszystkiego! Te pieniądze ratują życie! Ratują życie, słuchajcie!
Here's the moment that they hit 200 million zloty raised for Cancer Fighters, which comes out to right around $55 to $56 million. And they're still not done, by the way. Still only climbing from here. Their stream peaked, from what I was seeing, at 1.6 million concurrent viewers. That number in and of itself is absolutely fucking incredible, but it's even more wild when you look at the population of Poland. Poland has a population, from what I read, about 37 million people. So 1.6 million accounts for a little over 4% of the entire population of Poland was tuning into this stream and raising money for kids battling cancer. And again, from what I read about with this charity and this charity stream, 100% of those donations are going directly to that cause. So it is just an outstanding thing, and it's so incredible to see all of that support. And that brings us to the grand total. It just concluded after the 9 days. The charity stream from Lotzwo Gang raised over 250 million zloty, which is around $68 million. Amazing. Genuinely amazing. I wanted to yap about this a little bit because I think this is such a positive thing. It started with a goal of $2,500, and it concludes 9 days later over $68 million to help children battling cancer.
an amazing stream, an amazing achievement. I just wanted to yap about it a bit. It's really about it. See ya.
Yeah, this is just downright evil. A French streamer named Jean Parmenov, real name Raphael Gravin, has passed away in his sleep on stream after this marathon stream that he was a part of, where his friends, and I wouldn't call them friends, they are like actual demons, basically just abused him, beat him, fundamentally tortured him, made him consume dangerous things, and then he went to sleep and died in his sleep. He was 46 years old, and the exact cause of death is currently being investigated. Jean Parmenov was mainly a gamer, and then over time grew a big following and started doing like more IRL streams, and from what I can gather, more like extreme challenges. But what happened during this marathon stream where he ultimately passed away was something that he was not a full willing participant of, as evidenced by what he would say during streams, as well as a text message he sent to his mother just days before his death. He allegedly sent this to his mom shortly before he passed. "Hey mom, how are you? I'm sick of this game. It's gone way too far. I feel like I'm being held hostage by their awful concept. I'm exhausted. I want to leave, but the other guy won't let me. He's holding me hostage." The other streamers involved here are trying to claim they had nothing to do with it, and then even posted some very heartfelt messages about his passing and how much he meant to them. But if you watch any of the footage, and I don't know what I can and can't show you here because it is actually torturing this guy, and then he eventually dies. Like, if you just watch that, it's very clear this isn't a man they respected. This is someone they treated like a human punching bag.
On t'écoute. Ouais, ça va. J'ai jamais bougé. Vraiment. Vraiment. Genre là. Allez, arrête, tu vas mourir. Arrête, ça fait. Arrête. Oui, oui. Arrête. Ah, il me prend, putain. Arrête, tu vas mourir. Arrête, tu vas mourir.
I've seen a few news sources showing these clips, so I'm assuming that these are okay to show. Not that any of it is okay, it only gets worse from here. But as far as what they did to this man and the abuse that he endured, this is like the lowest level of it. Not that there's a such thing as diet torture, there's no such thing as like a tasteful amount of torture, but as far as like clips I can show you of just how awful it was, this is, I think, the limit of what I'm allowed to show. It is shocking that it went on for so long. Like, this was not just like a one-time thing, this was a recurrent gag on their streams where they bring Jean in and then they all just turn into like the toddlers from Weapons and start like ripping at him, beating him, insulting him. Like they really treat him like their prisoner, like a dog's chew toy or something. It is foul. And they have the audacity to claim that they did nothing and that they are blameless in this death. Like, oh, it was just such an unexpected tragedy that he passed away. No one could have seen it coming. I think any sensible person will look at all of the evidence that they themselves filmed on stream and be able to say with high level of confidence that they definitely had a hand in his untimely death. Two of the streamers directly involved in this have made statements where they're trying to put on this facade of grief, but I don't buy it at all. The first comes from Naruto, which is a wild name for a piece of shit like this to have. It's been a while since I've seen the show, but I don't recall Naruto ever being a huge advocate for torturing innocent people. Anyway, his statement says, "I've always dreaded writing these words. Sadly, last night, JP, Raphael Gravin, left us. My brother, my sidekick, my partner, 6 years, side by side, never letting go. I love you, my brother. We will miss you terribly. Please respect his memory and don't share the video of his final moments. For his family and for us, his second family, rest in peace." A bunch of words there, and I don't believe any of them. All of these words are once again more meaningless than mahoganize, and that's a word that I completely made up. this is hollow when you look at how they treated this guy for so long. It wasn't just the physical abuse that Jean Parmenov, Raphael Gravin, endured. It was the mental abuse. They would all, like, from what I can tell, they were even doing their best to, like, keep him from sleeping. They were, like, strangling him as well, which, of course, is physical, too. But, like, there was significantly more than just the physical stuff they were doing to him to mistreat him and abuse him and dehumanize him. It was terrible. It was truly terrible. Like, obviously, I'm not going to show any more from the stream, but do you want to know how they went to check if he was still alive? Well, when they thought something might be a bit awry, they threw a bottle at him. They just threw a bottle at his body, and then they went over and started slapping him to try and see if he'd wake up, but he was still unresponsive. So that's when it dawned on them that he had died in his sleep, on stream, right next to all of them. There is nothing that I have seen here that leads me to believe they genuinely cared about this guy. I think it's very clear Raphael Gravin very much cared about them and wanted to be their friend, and to me it seems like they exploited that. They manipulated him into being the butt of the joke for these humiliation streams. That's what these were. They were humiliation streams that they roped Raphael Gravin into agreeing to, and it seems like they were just dangling this carrot of friendship in front of him, and like all of the attention that it was gathering, it seems like they were holding over his head like, oh man, we need you here, JP, we need to, you know, mistreat you on stream, but just know we love you, this is all part of, you know, the joke here for the audience, you know, we're all in on it, we're not laughing at you, we're laughing with you. That's what it seems like to me from everything I have seen here. And this has gone on for a really long time. It really seems like at no point did they actually respect JP or treat him like a friend. He was simply the catalyst for their humiliation streams. Because of him, they were able to get a lot more eyeballs and make a lot more money off humiliating and abusing this guy that they never actually really viewed as a friend. That's what it looks like to me. Now, all of this was broadcast on Kick, and it went on for a long time. Not only this 10-day marathon, but a lot of the other abuse that happened prior also broadcast on Kick, and at no point were they ever, like, reprimanded or shut down, according to sources. So a lot of attention is now turning towards Kick about, like, how they handle illegal shit like this. So our priority is to protect creators and ensure a safer environment on Kick. All co-streamers who participated in this live broadcast have been banned pending the ongoing investigation. So they didn't ban until after JP's death. Now, this kind of thing has happened on Twitch before. This isn't exclusive to just Kick. This has happened on YouTube streaming before as well. There was a streamer a while back on YouTube who literally murdered his girlfriend on stream. This is unfortunately something that has happened on other streaming platforms, and I understand that it can oftentimes be hard for a company to proactively get involved and stop something from happening before it happens, preventing a tragedy. You know, this isn't fucking Minority Report here with Tom Cruise able to, like, see the future or some shit. Like, they couldn't prevent it in some of those cases, but this one's a little different because a big source of their content was mistreating JP on stream. Strangling him, beating him. Like, that was a big piece of their content for a while, even before, like, all of this blew up and he passed away. Like, I feel like at some point Kick could have absolutely been alerted to that and taken action. And Kick does have a history of letting criminal activity fly unpunished for a while. There is a streamer that I have talked about numerous times who has literally fucked a prostitute on stream, on Kick, in front of a child on stream, and still was never banned for that. And that wasn't even the first time that he fucked a prostitute on stream. But that was the first time he did that while a child was literally in the room while he had sex with that prostitute. Still, never banned. Kick has been very loosey-goosey with their enforcement of their own policies, where they will let criminal activity fly for way too long. So that is something I think they really need to get under control. Kick has been growing a lot recently, and I think if it wants to continue to grow, it needs to take shit like this far more seriously. Like, before something like this happens. I feel like day one of JP being abused during this 10-day marathon, Kick could have come in and just put the kibosh on it. I'm not saying that would have saved his life or anything like that. Of course, there's no way to know. But if Kick would just be a little more mindful of trying to prevent illegal activities from being broadcast on there, it'd be really helpful not only to the platform, but to people like JP, where if his friends weren't receiving such monetary incentive to keep humiliating and abusing him. Like if they had been banned by Kick, well, maybe they would have stopped. But when they get to do an entire 10-day marathon of a bulk of the content revolving around, like, fundamentally torturing this guy, well, then it seems like they've got the green light to keep doing it, and they made a lot of money doing it too. And I already know the defense that a lot of people will use here about Kick has grown a lot, so there's a lot of buns in the oven. They can't keep track of every stream every single time. And I recognize that to a certain extent, but this was a big stream for them. Like, this is something that I think would have been on their radar in some capacity, and given Kick's history of just letting like really degenerate and illegal shit fly for a while, I think there's a chance they knew about this, but just were letting it ride because it was a big stream, and they don't want to be viewed as the platform that's like Weenie Hut Jr., where they'll like ban people willy-nilly. Which again, I get, but when it comes to like torture and illegal shit, there is nothing wrong with stepping in and banning those accounts. In fact, I would argue it's very beneficial for your platform to do that, so that way the perception of Kick as a whole isn't like a lawless wasteland where criminals go to broadcast illegal shit. And it seems like the user base would like Kick to do more in cases like this. Aiden Ross made a statement where he mentioned that him and Drake are going to be covering the funeral costs for Raphael Gravin, which I think is a very nice gesture. And from what I can tell, it seems like Aiden agrees that Kick needs to do more in cases like this to stop the illegal content from being broadcast on that platform. It seems like it's something the users agree needs to have more action taken on, like stopping illegal broadcasts of crime on Kick. Now, to go back to the actual individuals involved in the abuse of Parmenov, one of the lawyers for them has come forward and said that the victim had cardiovascular problems and that the violence in the videos was acted. All of those scenes are just staged. They follow a script, he said. Actually going back to the classic, it's all just acting. A pretty interesting defense tactic here. I wonder if the text message Raphael Gravin sent to his mother agrees that it was all a script and that it was just acting. That must have been part of it. It was one hell of a script here. This is up there with some of Nolan's best scripts. This is crazy. To claim that the violence was staged and just acted. No, the fuck it was not. You can watch it yourself and see that is not the case. Like, they're trying to pull that meme of Patrick Stewart going to sleep and then saying, wasn't sleeping, just acting, and use it to try and excuse the hand that their clients may have had in the death of a 46-year-old innocent man on stream. It's, again, you can watch the clips yourself. It's pretty infuriating. It's hard to watch, but you can. And it's very clear this was not some script, and that this was not just acting. This is real terror and real abuse that this man suffered at the hands of people he thought were his friends. Now, I do know that there are a couple of clips where Raphael Gravin was playing along with it to a certain degree, where he would kind of lean into like the humiliation / abuse for the sake of like the stream. There are a couple moments of that, but it's very rare. The majority of the majority of it is them like just lashing out and like attacking him or making him do things against his will, and it's not scripted. Very clearly not scripted or fully agreed upon. So I think that is a very weak defense. I guess we'll see if the French courts agree, but I really think you can say with high confidence that this stream and these streamers did play a role in what ultimately happened to Raphael Gravin. They may not have directly killed him or anything like that, but I do think everything they put him through for such an extended period of time had a real role to play in what happened. It's sickening. This stream was hard to watch the clips from. It was brutal. Anyway, I had to talk about it a little bit. It's just so fucking crazy. That's really about it. So yeah. It's only been like a month or so since I took a bit of a dive into the cesspool of Kickstarter after learning that it's been inundated with fraudulent AI-generated products. It appears the site is just fully plagued, and the main thing that gets pitched on Kickstarter these days is just phony baloney nonsense AI slop, all designed to try and squeeze a couple of clams out of gullible people that don't recognize that it's not real, that it's all make-believe.
However, Matt just sent me a Kickstarter project that does seem to be real. And it's looking to dust off an old novelty from way back in the day. Raise your hand if you remember Smell-O-Vision. This whole idea, the final frontier of entertainment, the fourth dimension, where you can smell your movies, your TV shows, and in the case of this Kickstarter project, specifically, your games.
Games get more realistic every year. Higher resolutions, faster refresh rates, even full virtual reality. But one sense has always been missing. Our sense of smell, the most emotional sense we have. At some point, we've all wondered what it would be like if we could actually smell what we see on screen, what it would feel like to step into a world, not just look at it.
Have we all wondered that? Is that really something every gamer thinks at some point? Because I would imagine the only unifying thought across all gamers' minds at some point in their life is, could I possibly suck my own dick? I don't know how common it is to really have this intense desire to smell the game. I can only speak for me personally, I suppose, but I just feel like that'd be such a fucking nuisance. I would hate to be playing Call of Duty and smelling the body odor and sweat and gunpowder as I'm vaulting over something about to, drop shot some dumb asshole, right? I think that would suck. I would really not like that. And there's a huge difference between smelling the game and stepping into that world. That's two very different things. It's not to say that I think it's a bad idea. I'm sure there is a community of people that would love to have access to the game smells, right? And the project has already been fully backed, so it definitely does have smell enthusiasts out there, and I have no doubt there's some real greaseballs hitting one of these right now. Can't wait to get their hands on this technology so they can go smell Ada Wong's panties in Resident Evil or something and go freaky mode on it. But I do understand that there is a market for it. I am just not in that group at all.
Introducing the Scent Bar. Breathe your game. Don't just play it. 10 fans that can be independently activated. And 10 scent slots allow real-time scent release, always, no matter the scene. The brain of the Scent Bar is the AI image detection. We are starting with 30 scents, allowing immersion in nature, racing, and action games.
Of course, no Kickstarter project is complete without an AI voiceover. That's mandatory at this point. But this product does seem to actually exist. I can find footage of them showcasing it at Gamescom. Now, how effective it was at delivering the scents directly to your fucking nostrils, I couldn't tell you, but I did see that it is a product that they actually did have a setup for people to experience. Now, according to this video, they're launching with 30 cents, 3 different packages, and the astute observers out there may have noticed a very shocking absence. There's no Gooner package there. They don't have a selection of goon aromas. There's no sweaty gym socks. There's no panty fumes. There's no smegma adjacent scents or anything like that. And I gotta tell you, I think that was a big misstep. I think they're leaving a lot of money on the table because I bet you they could have found some real fucking degenerates to immediately buy the Gooner suite of smells out the wazoo. They'd be huffing that shit like it's Urgot's tubes in League of Legends.
And uses AI image detection to work with practically every game. After backing this campaign, you will be able to enter the 4th dimension of gaming and start creating memories inside your games, just like in real life.
Yeah, but I can do that now. I can make memories with games, and I do it all the time, actually. And I have tons of memories from games in my past without ever having to smell them or anything like that. I don't know how much that really strengthens the experience of a game. But again, I can only speak for me personally. I just don't really care to sniff it. You know what I mean? I'm not a dog. I don't need to sniff it, really. I'm happy just experiencing it without the 4th dimension being there. It's not like it unlocks the ability to, have these cherished memories of games. I can still make those cherished memories even without having to smell some scent fumes and juices from the pods that are being fanned at me through the Zestum device placed under my computer while I'm playing Expedition 33.
You've got yourself a scent bar. Awesome choice. Let's get it set up together. First, take your scent bar out of the box. The scent bar works with AI image detection. You can download our software directly from the website. And don't worry, the software barely uses any of your PC's performance. Trust me, your frame rate is safe. Welcome to the scent bar control panel. The tabs at the bottom show your 10 scent slots and what's currently loaded in each one. Intense. Say zombie games and you rather not smell rotten meat all night? No problem. Just swap the scent pod manually and keep the label for the AI to recognize. That way, even zombies can smell like fresh roses. Or energy drink, if that's your thing.
So here's the rundown of how it works and how it gets set up here. So you place it under your monitor, you connect it with USB-C, and then you have the control panel where all the scents are stored, your 10 scents, and you switch in the pods that you want for the scents, and then it'll use AI image detection to know what's going on screen and what fans to activate to shoot the fumes at you. And they even mention that you can, of course, swap out the pods but keep it labeled the same so that way it'll still recognize it and shoot out roses instead of rotten meat smell. Can you imagine, though, if you couldn't swap those out at all? Like, it just has like a million scents that it instantly swaps in between, and it's like super realistic. So if you get tear gassed in the game, you get tear gassed in real life with the fucking Zestum blasting right into your eyeballs, basically pepper spraying you. Or like, you know, mustard gas shoots out and just asphyxiates you while you're sitting in your chair trying to play your game. Nah, that'd be crazy. That's some Sword Art Online type shit. If you like expand upon this idea as like a torture device almost. But I mean, again, it seems like this is something that does actually work. I just don't know how many people are like really salivating over the ability to smell the game that they're playing. I feel like it'd be cool for a couple of minutes, but the novelty would really wear off when playing for a long period of time in like an extended gaming session, which most people are playing for a couple of hours usually. And I feel like if you're smelling shit the entire time, it's just going to be a bit of a headache. And you're probably going to like really go through the smell juices, like the potions they've got in there. Because they're tiny pods. They show you in the video here in a moment. They're like this big maybe. They're not huge at all. So I feel like you'd probably run through a ton of them very, very fast, which would then mean that you're constantly reloading and repurchasing pods, because I imagine they're not free. I don't think you can just replace them for free. Maybe I'm wrong. But you would be spending quite a bit of money to keep the scent bar fully stocked on smells. And if you're using it daily, I just truly don't know how long these pods are going to last you.
Once your game's running, simply share your game window with the software. Don't worry, nothing's recorded or stored. The AI just analyzes your screen in real time and nobody else can see it, not even me. And that's it for the setup part. You're ready to dive in.
I highly doubt that's true. Whenever it comes to anything AI, I have to imagine that it's a full-blown fucking red alert lie anytime they say, don't worry, it's like super secure. No one else can see it. Not even us. Because time and time again, that's been proven incorrect. It is just a lie, like 99% of the time. So perhaps the scent bar is also collecting data on you. It's entirely possible, I suppose, since you have to share quite a bit with it.
One scent pod lasts up to 3 months, depending on your gameplay, of course.
I just truly don't see how that's possible to claim that the pod lasts up to 3 months. You can see the pod is not that big. It's pretty slim, too. So how the fuck is there enough aroma fluid in there to last up to 3 months with daily playing, like, hours of game time? I don't know. I just, unless it's like really frugal with how often it fans out some of the smells. But from what I saw in their, like, booth at Gamescom, it seems like it blasts out smells pretty frequently. Like, I just truly don't know how it could possibly last you 3 months, a single pod.
So whether you're walking through a forest, speeding down a racetrack, or fighting dragons, your world actually smells like it.
Furthermore, because we're committed to bringing scent into the entire digital entertainment world, streaming works too. Everything you can share via screen share becomes send-enabled. We're working hard to make it compatible with all the places you love to watch. With your support, we can take this final step, bringing immersive send into every movie night, every stream, and every game.
Pretty ambitious goals. It's not just for games. They want to look to take this technology into other aspects of the entertainment space, namely streaming, which I feel like is a recipe for disaster, though could lead to some great moments like, all right, everyone load up your ass cartridges. I'm about to be blasting some nasty smells at you. Hope you're ready. P.U. Stinky inbound. That's going to be quite a bright future. I don't know. Again, it's just not something for me, but I saw this Kickstarter because Matt sent it to me, and I just wanted to yap about it a bit because it's very interesting to see smell-o-vision make a return in the modern age. And I wonder if it'll be more successful this time around, because smell-o-vision kind of collapsed from everything, all available data. It wasn't overly positive. Most people didn't love it, which is why it didn't stick around. But who knows? Maybe the scent bar here kicks off a new wave of big-time smellers. I guess we'll see. That's really about it. See ya.
Title's not clickbait. For the first time ever, I have been served some hefty legal paperwork. And it's not, there wasn't anything ceremonious about it. It's not like any of the, crazy stories you might have heard about people being served where, like, someone will go incognito like a secret agent, like with the disguise where they have some kind of silicone mask of your mother's face on it, so you open the door and then bang, you get the paperwork served to you or anything. It was nothing like that. Just a normal, unassuming, albeit very large envelope in the mail. Now, it's not a full-blown lawsuit or anything at the moment. It is some demands because there are two YouTubers that believe I have stepped on their tootsies and infringed on their copyright. They are Reed Timmer and Brad Arnold. Now, I initially reached out to both of them because the language in this paperwork is very fishy. I'll get into that more in a moment, but I wanted to talk directly with them to see if this is like a scam or something. Like, I wanted to make sure this was like a legitimate thing before I got my lawyers on this. They haven't responded, so I'm guessing this is probably legitimate. Like, this is probably something they are actually trying to go through with. Though I do know that there are a lot of law firms now that are trying to encroach in the space to convince YouTubers to go through copyright law to try and make money. That is something that a bunch of firms have reached out to Matt about to do on my behalf, which is unhinged why any firm would think I would ever do something like that. But it is somewhat normal in the space right now. So I think there is a chance that maybe that's what's happening here and they don't know that, but since they didn't respond, I can't say for sure. So as of now, it feels legitimate, so I will be getting my lawyers on this, obviously, to be going through the next steps of this now, most likely very long procedure. But let's go ahead and talk about what the claim is. So last year, during Hurricane Milton, I did a stream in the middle of Hurricane Milton. I'm in Tampa, and Hurricane Milton came through to spread our cheeks. I was streaming during it. While streaming, I would check like weather updates or like some streams to see the progress of Milton and what's going on in the area. Now, I think all of you know this. I don't do React content anymore, so if there's ever any like content or footage on my stream, it's very brief, and the only things I usually watch are game trailers, movie trailers, or news footage, like news broadcast, publicly available news. So for the hurricane, I thought it would be A-okay to show very brief clips of what was happening with Milton so I could stay up to date, as well as, I guess, share with the audience who was asking, like, what's going on? Are you safe? What's happening? And one of the streams I pulled up was a Ryan Hall stream where he was showing a bunch of footage of Hurricane Milton, and one of the footage snippets, like one of the contributors, was Brad Arnold. You can see his footage there as one of the, on the scene, boots on the ground, reporters there. And I had that section there, that footage that included Brad Arnold's work there on my stream for less than 30 seconds. Unless I missed another instance of it somewhere, it was present for less than 30 seconds. Though I did pause at one point, so if you count the pausing with the image of the footage there, it's a little longer, but I can't imagine a still image counts? If it does, then no bussy is safe, because that would just be fully Pandora's box wide open here. Even this video would be in jeopardy then, because I did just show you a screenshot of that stream that had a still image from Brad Arnold's on-the-scene work. But it's just a picture, it's not moving or anything, and I have it here for 5 seconds. I guess we'll see. I think that would be really scary if that is now completely prohibitive and a potential copyright infringement. That would be very, very scary. Anyway, though, that's the extent of Brad Arnold's footage that entered into the Thunderdome of my hour-and-a-half-long Hurricane Milton stream. So it was less than 30 seconds. I don't think that's an extensive period of time there, but I'll go ahead and let bygones be bygones on that and move on to Reed Timmer. Reed Timmer and Brad Arnold are both being represented by this firm, so it's a tag team here, a dynamic duo looking to double fist my butthole. Reed Timmer was on my stream for, I wrote these down because it was a couple times. 28 seconds the first time, where I showed some of Reed Timmer's, once again, on the scene footage. It was 28 seconds to see what was going on. And then once I showed that, Reed Timmer's fans came in my chat telling me that I should really check out his tank. He built like this really cool tank, and they really wanted me to see Reed Timmer's tank. So I went to his video that showed his tank, and I had that on screen in total for 1 minute and 10 seconds. I then skipped towards like more of the middle of the video to see the rockets, because everyone wanted me to see like the rockets he has on the tank. So I went there, and that was on screen for 25 seconds total. And then I just paused it, and I just had it as a still image there, so it was there for a bit longer as a still image, not the video playing or anything like that. So in total, less than 2 minutes was Reed Timmer's footage across 2 pieces of his content, one being a live stream and then the other being the tank that his fans really came in and wanted me to see. Maybe that was an elaborate ruse, a big bait from the Reed Timmer community to get me in hot water with him. And if this was a Galaxy Brain chess maneuver, impressive work. I hadn't seen that line before. The Scotch Open got me good there. Like it worked. The bait was successful. 'Cause now Reed Timmer is here in the squared circle with a copyright notice. And now let's talk about the actual paperwork here. As I said, the language feels very fishy to me. And the lawyer that I had glance over it to take a peek also found it to be really, really weird. One of the first things that jumped out was they claim that I've used it in multiple instances, in multiple locations. They say that I unlicensed distributed their work in the following locations, and then it gives 2 links to a YouTube video. I said a YouTube video because they only have 1 YouTube video there. They list it twice. They do the same link twice, but then imply that I'd done it multiple times in multiple locations. So that's already weird. It's the Hurricane Milton stream. I am not familiar with Brad Arnold's work, nor Reed Timmer's. That was the only time I'd ever even heard of their names, was during the Hurricane Milton stream I did from, Reed Timmer's community, and then also just from trying to stay knowledgeable on what the fuck is happening with the natural disaster that's hitting my home. Like, that's the only time I was ever even heard of their names before. And what I put on stream of theirs was there for such a small amount of time, I thought there'd be no issue there at all. The paperwork goes on to, I don't know if I'm allowed to say the exact amount, but it goes on to say that they are potentially entitled to many tens of thousands of dollars per infraction. It makes a mention of damages that could get up to 6 figures, about me potentially posting their content on all of my other socials and my other websites, which is obviously not anything that happened. It was only during that stream for like sub 2 minutes. At least from what I can tell on the stream. Maybe I missed a couple instances, but it's not a long period of time at all. But it's saying, or rather implying, that I may have been blasting it all over the place, thus they would be entitled to more money. And then it says things like, in order to comply, I would need to explain where and how I obtained their client's work to copy it. As if I had some kind of Ocean's 11 style heist where I broke into Fort Knox to steal their copyrighted footage for myself, like I took a fucking Dragon Ball or something. Which is really weird, because what do you mean, how did I find this?
those were two absolutely massive streams during Hurricane Milton that were there to try and keep people informed on what was happening with Hurricane Milton. They had like fucking 100,000 viewers, and like they were huge streams. So I saw those streams and I tuned in to see what was happening with Hurricane Milton for my own safety and to stay up to date on the progress of the hurricane. And the second part of that is absolutely mind-boggling about like where and how I found it and copied it. I didn't fucking copy it. I looked at it. I had my peepers on it very briefly. I didn't steal their work. I fucking download it to a floppy disk. Don't copy that floppy type shit. Like I didn't copy anything. I looked at their stream for a very, very, very brief period of time during a hurricane that was hitting my house just to see what was going on and stay knowledgeable. Also, to show chat, stream what was going on in the area. I'm not exactly equipped to show it myself by just taking this camera and going outside during it. I'd get blown away. I'm fucking 5'6". That shit would ragdoll me. I don't have all the gadgetry and doodads to show it. So I looked for a very small handful of seconds at the on-the-scene storm chasers and reporters just to stay up to date. I didn't copy their work, and I wasn't trying to steal their work and pretend like it was mine or make money off of their work. It is an hour-and-a-half stream during Hurricane Milton, and their footage is present for less than 2 minutes at the end of the stream, by the way. Like Reed Timmer's section there is literally right before I went offline, before my power got knocked out briefly. Or I can't even remember if my power got knocked out in that stream. It happened a couple times. I'm pretty sure it got knocked out in that one. I don't even remember now. But like, it's at the end of the stream. I feel like it is very odd if this is something Reed Timmer and Brad Arnold are legitimately pursuing. Or maybe this is all a huge misunderstanding, and they don't even know that I got served these papers. I'm hoping that's the case. I have no ill will towards Brad Arnold or Reed Timmer, one way or the other, I suppose. If they really feel like I have done something wrong with that, then they're fully within their right to serve me these precious little papers here that I'm patting real nicely. That it is what it is. I wanted to keep you all in the loop here because this, I'm not gonna lie, was extremely annoying. If you follow Moist Critical Gaming, you probably will have seen the League video I posted the other day where I was fuming. Well, it's because I got served those papers and I was talking to lawyers about it. So it was an extremely frustrating day. Anyway, wanted to just keep you all in the loop here on what's going on. That's really about it. So yeah. I'm pretty sure I never made a review on Peacemaker Season 1, so I'm going to do that now briefly. I liked it. So with that out of the way, let's talk about Season 2 because the finale just aired. And I'm going to tell you something, sports fans. Brains were made for thinking, and boy howdy do I have thoughts. There's good and bad. The finale, bad. I'm just going to rip the Band-Aid off right now. There's going to be spoilers here. I'm going to be talking about spoilers. This is your fair warning. Alright, let's begin. Season 2 is very different than Season 1. At least, I feel like it is. Season 1 was all about getting you to care about Peacemaker. This is a character most people had never heard of until the Suicide Squad rolls around, and then James Gunn gave you this character that most people wouldn't wipe their fucking ass with, and then all of a sudden tried to get you to care for him. Which is a tall order considering you had seen Peacemaker kill a beloved character in the Suicide Squad movie. Yet he takes a risk, makes Peacemaker the front man, and John Cena, who is a talented actor but never really showcased like deep chops for an emotionally complex character until this. In Season 1 of Peacemaker, I really bought into him. He had so much going on. A guy who had grown up under the guidance of some evil people and had done some heinous things, all in the name of what he believed was justice. Peace. He said it best. If every grain of sand on a beach was a dick, he would suck each and every one of them if it meant peace would, fall upon the world or whatever. Like, he truly believed that what he was doing was for the better of the world. But everyone can see, the viewers, he's a bad guy. And throughout Season 1, you see him start to change subtly, slowly, but he changes in a big, big, big way. He gets friends. And these friends are just as complex and just as fucked up as he is, and together they end up saving the world. It's a really good season, I felt. I thought it was exciting, and it did a great job getting you invested in these characters that you've never heard of. Season 2 now dives deeper outside of Peacemaker, and now you're seeing significantly more of Amelia Harcourt. She, I would actually say, is kind of the main character of the season. We get a lot of fleshing out of everything that's kind of fucked up in her life, and she can't get the job that she's basically done her whole life, and it's their whole reason for living is being, the secret agent that goes on missions for the fate of the country, fighting for her country, and she can't do that anymore after the events of season 1. So now she's just fucking cruising bars, getting into fights. And we see a lot of what happens in season 2 through Amelia Harcourt's eyes. It's not like POV, I'm not talking like fucking Cloverfield or anything here, but like, we are following it through Amelia Harcourt going through it. But that's not to say that Peacemaker fully takes a back seat or anything, like he is still very present. He's going through a lot. So season 2, he is now really exploring the dimension access that he has. There is a quantum unfolding space, which you're introduced to in season 1, and in this season, he's now exploring, and he happens to stumble upon a dimension that's extremely similar to our world, except his brother's alive. And his dad actually cares about him. And everybody loves Peacemaker. They view him as like the superhero. That guy is the shit. And he's never had anything like that. Love, adoration, and it's something he's always wanted. Season 2 drives home just how badly he wants to be accepted, how badly he wants to be a hero. And then he finds this dimension, and immediately he kills his doppelganger. He kills the Peacemaker of that dimension. It's actually amazing. It's a really good sequence. And now he's flip-flopping back and forth between these worlds. And I think that's super cool. Eagly as well. Eagly has a lot going on. Eagly has his own fucking story arc where he battles against a man who believes eagle are beaked vermin that must be exterminated from the country to save us from a curse. It's fucking, like, I actually really liked that a lot. It's goofy, but it was, like, exciting, actually. Eagly versus that hunter. That was fun. I do like them exploring these characters deeper, and season 2 is start to finish basically just about these characters becoming even more inseparable and even tighter. Chris, Peacemaker, is under surveillance because they don't trust him. They get a blip when he's using that quantum unfolding space in the different dimensions, so now they're investigating him and they're about to swoop in and try and take control of it. That's like the main big bad motivator here. Rick Flag Sr. has taken over and obviously holds a grudge against Peacemaker and wants an excuse to kill him. So the 11th Street kids work together to try and, keep Peacemaker safe and help him deal with everything that he is experiencing, with everything that's happening in the other dimension, all that kind of stuff. And most of it's played off comedically. I actually think the comedy in season 2 is better than in season 1. Especially a new character they introduced, Flurry. He had me giggling hard. So that was a nice treat. And most of what I'm saying here are things I liked about it. Like, I think these are positive aspects. I do think they did a good job with these characters. But I have very similar feelings on season 2 of Peacemaker to House of the Dragon season 2, where it felt like the whole season is just building, building, and then the finale hits, and I really think this is a very disappointing finale. I was streaming tonight, and a lot of people were saying the same thing about like how let down they were by the finale, because the finale is basically just setting up for the events that are going to follow either in a later season or in another DCU movie. It is purely a season that gets the framework set up for the next thing. You don't really feel like a sense of closure or a sense of like a big accomplishment. Like season 1 feels like a complete package. Like it clearly sets up for more, but at the end of season 1, a lot was accomplished. Here, it's mainly just these characters get closer and Peacemaker and Amelia start to recognize their love for one another. Like things happen, but there's no real sense of like anything, huge or any kind of like big resolution. It ends with Chris getting trapped on another world. And that's it. And the finale is mainly just a music video. You spend more time listening to bands in the finale than you do watching a show, really. So, like, it is disappointing. And it feels like the journey here didn't really have a conclusion. And that the journey was really the friends we made along the way. Like, full stop. Like, that is unironically kind of the experience of season 2. So it's just underwhelming that it builds to things that don't even get concluded in the show. Like, it just sets up the pieces on the board and nothing else. Like, and I understand, like, getting ready for the next phase and moving down the line with more DC projects and needing to make this fit in and getting it rolling. But, like I said, with season 1, it still felt like it accomplished that while giving you a complete experience in the season, where it felt like things were happening. Season 2 also, like, it doesn't have a whole lot of action, which is fine because it does good character work. I think the writing is solid around the characters for the most part. But, like, there isn't a whole lot of Peacemaker doing things. Actually, I'm pretty sure Peacemaker only has 2 scenes in the entire season of him actually, like, fighting. One of them is he fights his doppelganger. It's a very brief encounter, but it's fun. And the other is when he's saving the day in another dimension, in that alternate world where he's the hero. I can't think of any other instance of him even battling or doing anything. Actually, that's not true. He fought Judo Master, again, very briefly in the forest when he was running away. It's like he just didn't get a whole lot to do, and that's kind of the same song and dance for every other character, outside of, like, developing them further as, like, friends and, you know, all the fucked up baggage that they're carrying and learning to come to terms with it and move forward and be stronger from it. Outside of, like, those character struggles, there's not a whole lot of things the characters get to do, like, actively do. So overall, it's just a little disappointing, especially considering the note that Season 2 leaves off on with the finale. The finale is, like, shockingly weak. So, I didn't dislike Season 2, like, I still did enjoy it. It's not bad, but it is, I don't know, it feels a little undercooked. Like, there was definitely a better meal that could have been served with all of the things that they had, like, all of the ingredients. I think they were too focused on, like, setting things up for the next, you know, either season of Peacemaker or the next, like, Superman movie or something like that. I think it was a little too thinking about the future that it kind of neglected what would make a season successful, like Peacemaker Season 1. So I think it was a bit of a step back overall, but I didn't hate it. Anyway, though, that's just kind of how I feel about Peacemaker Season 2. That's about it. See ya. There's always been a debate on what is the stupidest crime you could ever commit. But I don't really think it's that much of a debate. I think there is an objectively right answer. Pokemon card-related crimes. And they are so common these days, with people ruining their lives because they cannot help but try and steal Pokemon cards to resell them. It's almost dangerous to have Pokemon product on hand because it feels like it's just a matter of time before the greasiest loser you could ever imagine tries to break into your business to get their grubby paws on it. It's like dropping Tilted Towers in Fortnite back during Fortnite's heyday. It's just completely out of control, and it is only getting worse. This is spreading faster than fucking Gangnam Style in 2012. There is literally, like, every single day, there is someone breaking into a card shop to steal thousands of dollars worth of Pokemon cards. And I've covered a lot of it, but I haven't in a little while, and it's not because it's started to die down or simmer down or anything. In fact, quite the opposite. I just haven't been covering it as much because it is just fucking pathetic, the state of the hobby right now, and there is so little more to be said about it. It sucks. But today I saw one that made me want to dust off this topic again because I think it is the perfect example to showcase just how extreme it's gotten.
Sad news at RNG Therapy. We experienced a break-in at 5:45 Tuesday morning. 2 people, a male and a female, ran into our shop with a U-Haul and took some stuff. It's gut-wrenching. So yeah, just an update. Watch the video, check it out.
This couple rented a U-Haul seemingly with the sole purpose to ram it through the garage door of this card shop so they could steal Pokemon cards and then make a quick getaway. There's so much to unpack with that. They rented a vehicle to commit a crime. I feel like it probably won't be that hard to find who they are, assuming they had to provide some identification and payment information to even get the U-Haul in the first place. God willing, hopefully they don't get away with it. This is a level of insanity that dwarfs even some of the most absurd that I'd seen prior. They rented a U-Haul to crash it through this building to steal Pokemon cards. Holy shit. Also, they're just like manhandling the Pokemon cards. They're doing it au naturel, the way our forefathers used to steal Pokemon cards. They're not even using bags or anything. They're literally just grabbing like 2 fistfuls and walking it back and forth. Like, they didn't even bring, like, bags or something to do it more efficiently. They are that fucking stupid. You are witnessing actual Neanderthal mode. You are seeing, laid bare in front of you, the dumbest society can provide you with. Holy shit. And you get a pretty good look at this girl's face, one of the perpetrators here. I'm hoping these 2 turbo idiots get caught pretty soon. I'm pretty optimistic that they will. It feels like there's a lot of information that you could probably get from the vehicle they rented here for it. Plus, you also have pretty solid surveillance footage of what they look like. Hopefully, they will get caught. Now, the reason I wanted to yap about this is because of just how over the top it is. They fucking crash a truck through this card shop to get the Pokemon cards. In almost every other card shop break-in and robbery I've seen, they just bash the glass in. They'll hit it with a brick, a hammer, something. They just walk in and then start breaking all the glass in order to steal the cards. But here, there's no glass for them to break through. It's a fucking garage door. It's a huge garage door. You would think that would be more difficult and like a deterrent from people breaking in. But no, these morons still find a way. Like, you are just not safe. If you have Pokemon cards, somehow these vermin will sniff it out, and come hell or high water, they will fucking bust through those walls like the Kool-Aid Man. It is shocking. They crashed a U-Haul through this garage door to get to these Pokemon cards. Next, like, you're gonna have to start putting your Pokemon cards at Fort Knox, but even then, idiots like this will probably still find a way to try and gain access. It'll be like Wile E. Coyote. They'll get the Acme Dynamite out and the plunger and try and like blow it up to get in. It's just so sad, the state of this hobby. And I feel terrible for this business. Like, I would have thought, given the location of this business being, pretty secure behind a garage door and everything, that they were likely going to be safe and be able to provide a nice little hangout card shop spot for their community. But no, still no. They crashed the car through it. Now, I watched some of the updates here from their Instagram page. They have replaced the garage door, which is not cheap, mind you, and they are trying to, keep their heads held high, moving forward into the future here. So they are back open for business, which is great. They were only down for a little while here after this. But it just sucks to see this, man. Like, I just feel so bad. It's not like these card shops are rolling in money. Like, it's not like these businesses are just raking in millions and millions of dollars. And yet they are just getting absolutely pillaged. Like the fucking Vikings are running through here and just dismantling their inventory of Pokemon cards. It's just dangerous. It's sad. It's fucking sad. And like I said, this is very, very, very common now. Like, when I was looking for this to try and find it on my own, an unrelated story of 3 separate break-ins all in like a week came up. And like I mentioned, it's the standard song and dance that a lot of these robbers like to do, where they just bust in the glass of these card shops and then just start breaking everything to get to them.
In and out in 30 seconds. That's all it took for this thief to make off with about $6,000 worth of Pokemon cards.
They smashed our showcase, so they knew where they were going.
On top of the...
Like I said, that's typically how it goes. They come in, break the glass. In the rest of this news segment here, they interview a couple of other shops that experienced very similar break-ins, losing thousands of dollars worth of product. And typically, it's just a big old... In one of them, it was just a big old piece of concrete. They broke the glass and then kicked in the rest of it and then just walked in, stole the shit, breaking the shit. It's awful. It's just awful. It is so shameful. And it is showing no signs of slowing down. Like, you're not even safe if you are behind a garage door. A reinforced door is not safe because you never know when the dumbest couple on the planet's gonna rent a goddamn bulldozer and just blast through it. It's just despicable. I am so tired of the degeneracy in the Pokemon card community. Jiminy Christmas. And like I've said from the very beginning, even if you do steal all of these Pokemon products, they're not easy to resell. You're not going to make a huge killing selling the couple of $1,000s worth of Pokemon product that you lifted from these local card shops. Like, it's not going to sell immediately, even if you do mark it down significantly. And a lot of people in the community are always aware of what's been stolen. So many times what's happened in the past is people that have stolen it have been caught when they've tried to resell it because people know, and they don't want to have that hot potato of stolen product. Like, it's just so fucking dumb across the board from these idiots, these absolute losers that are stealing all of these TCG products. It's so fucking dumb. Anyway, though, I just wanted to yap about this again. That's really about it. So, yeah. The ET Max goes 70 miles per hour. I couldn't imagine
Really nice, guys. It's one of my favorite things about
actually going 70 on this. That is shockingly fast. One pothole and you're dead. That's what I'm saying, man. I could never, ever ride an electric unicycle or a motorcycle, for that matter. No matter how good of a driver you are either, it just takes one bad driver you have no control over and you're just insta-dead. It's just life on ultra nightmare mode. I couldn't do it. There has to be, there's no way. It's gotta have something to prevent you from just eating shit on like a rock. I've never seen anyone on the road with these. Are they, so they're street legal, they have to be, right? Considering the cops aren't just blasting him. Like, I think this would be super fun to ride on like a closed circuit. An isolated spot. On a public road, that's fucking madness. They actually have races for EUCs. Let me see. I bet crashes in these are devastating.
Mario Chacon followed closely behind. Here we go, here we go. Darnell behind him.
Oh, shit! Oh my god. Ouch. Oof. Help. Is the other guy alive? Man fucking shattered his hip and they're just leaving his corpse there. Hell yeah, new stuff to bet on. Oh, this could be the next big wave. Electric unicycle betting. Waiting for the blue shell to hit. Well, they're saving it for the last lap. Pro class electric unicycle race at 55.
Or X Games something. Who knows what's coming.
Oh, imagine the electric unicycle X Games event. Holy.
We have show from right behind show. Doug, about 5th position.
Oh, I thought this guy had his hands behind his back. That'd be so badass. That'd be like some anime shit. Riding that with your hands behind your back like some kind of master samurai. Oh, wait, they are doing hands behind their back. That's so cool. That looks awesome. Actual Naruto run. When do they start drifting these bitches? Alright, I'll see. I just want to see the ones from races. Holy shit. Wait, so they do like actual, like, jumps and everything with them. See, that's what I'm saying. That's what I'm saying right there. Like, you take these on a public road, you have these fucking things all over the place. There's like manhole covers or just like little rocks or changes in the concrete, the asphalt. And it doesn't seem like there's any, like, nothing even crazy's here. It's literally just a manhole cover. And bang. You know what I mean? Then you're down $4,000 exactly, and you got boo-boos. If you survive. Assuming you're not going 55 and just blow up on impact. Yeah, no suspension. No, they have to have some kind of suspension. There's no way they'd be street legal without some kind of suspension, so I don't believe that. But I just feel like it's totally going to vary from rider to rider on how effective that's going to be, you know what I mean? Of course, I'm talking out my ass, but who knows? You see, like, that cannot be, like, safe, right? Like, look at, that's not even a pothole. That's, like, the tiniest discrepancy in the elevation there. It drops just so slightly, like a centimeter, it looks like. And then it immediately gives him, like, the wobbles. That's a non-suspension wheel, so those are death traps. Oh, so like this particular one? Yeah, because that's like nothing. Like you'd walk over this with your actual bare feet and wouldn't even know. But this, it's like hitting a landmine. Okay, that was adorable. That was like the cutest little wipeout I've ever seen. And then he was in battle armor. He's got the knee pads, the elbow pads, the pauldrons, the helmet, the jetpack. Man, this guy he is ready for war with the Tyranids. He said, I'm getting on my electric unicycle and god damn it, I'm not even gonna let a bazooka hurt me on it. Electric unicycle experts, does that right there, like that kind of spill, does that break the unicycle? I imagine it does, right? Nah, they're built like fucking tanks. Are they? Because it looks like the hole's been cracked here. That's a leaf. Is this a leaf? It looks like a giant crack. Oh, you're right, that is just a leaf. Never mind, false alarm. Oh my god. I like that attempt. He started like pushing Mongo on it to try and get back on. You're right though, these are beefy. Holy, look at this mammoth. It looks like he's riding on like a lawnmower. Oh shit! What a disaster! The Razor scooter wins again! This video looks AI generated. It looks like taking a spill on one of these is like taking a spill on ice. You just come down hard. I'd ride one, but again, I wouldn't ride it in like an actual street. I'd ride it like on a... I'd probably be more inclined to ride it on like a trail or something. And I certainly wouldn't be going like 50. That's... There's not many tricks you can do with it though, is there? I'm trying to think. Because you have to keep your legs on it. And you can't really spin with it, can you? It's too heavy to like grab like a skateboard, right? So you're not going to be doing like any fucking 360s, I don't think. Well, I guess you could kind of... No, you couldn't even really do that, could you? Could you... How electric unicycle freestylers, how easy would it be to do like some 360s and all that?
Available PEV that can do it. And since you encounter curbs probably every day when you're riding your EUC, let me tell you how to do it. Before clearing
looks like you give it like a little ollie.
Is below 5 km the curb by itself.
That's cool.
And the more you jump before the curb,
jumping.
There are basically two methods to...
Oh, so you can ollie with it.
Around with the wheel. One bit with your toes as well. To get
Let's see a spinaroo.
Spinning as well. I just call
Oh, okay. Wait a minute.
And you can make them in several ways. You can...
Nice. That's cool. So there's a freestyle community that's brewing. They're cooking a little bit. Look up a video called EUC Freestyle Blind Spin. Okay. Okay, yeah, you guys have already got your Rodney Mullen. I can already tell. You don't need me here. This guy's got it. Oh! I did not expect that transition there. That's cool. That must feel amazing. Imagine seeing this on your way to work. I mean, yeah, I imagine that'd lift your spirits real quick. Damn, this is like a fucking tricked out electric unicycle. This thing's looking mean. It's like a little Gundam. Inside Edition has a video on EUC where they interview an EUC gang called Are Electric Unicycles Safe to Ride? What's an electric unicycle gang like? I bet they're probably the sweetest people ever.
Once upon a time, unicycles were pretty much ridden by clowns under the big top, but today's unicycle, it's been redesigned, it's been electrified, and some
it feels like it was a jab.
miles an hour. They can be a lot of fun.
But that hasn't stopped these guys who call themselves the Unicide Squad. These unicyclists call
That's so
themselves
good.
True to One. And our Lisa Guerrero was there when
I
they
love
took
that.
over Times Square. Their leader
whipping in and out of traffic, around cars. Couldn't somebody have gotten hurt today?
That is entirely possible, and really, if you're seeing a unicycle guy in the street, chances are he's highly skilled.
What about the not so
That I don't know much about that guy, but that's such a good answer. If I was part of the unicycle gang, I would 100% be doing that too. Like, listen, we're a group of great guys, but if you see us in the street, just know we can kill you with our bare hands. We're just saying, we wouldn't want to do that. Push comes to shove, True to One, we're breaking your neck. You know what I mean? Like, I'd start spreading the myth.
Like this, because how do you stop it?
Well, really, stopping.
You can't stop us. You can only hope to contain us.
It is a skill, and how we can stop
through traffic on their unicycles.
I will say, if I lived in New York, I would probably use this as well. This actually does seem efficient. Maybe not this. Maybe I would just get like a normal e-bike, to be honest. This I'd probably actually die on pretty much day one. But I think there is an argument to be made that this is pretty helpful in New York. A scooter would make more sense. Yeah, that's what I'm saying. I'm probably doing e-bike, to be honest. But I see the reason why you'd use these in a place like New York.
The penalty for riding a unicycle in New York City is a $100 fine, but the guys we spoke with say they've never gotten one.
Yeah, because the police are afraid of them. Unicide Squad and True to One, they run that city. Gotham is theirs. I think the police are gonna fucking give them a fine. Get out of town. Cops can't even catch up to them. Unironically, the cops probably could not catch them in New York. What are the cops gonna do? They can't part the sea like Moses. New York is nothing but bumper-to-bumper traffic for fucking miles. Here's something I've been glued to that I think more people need to be made aware of because it's very serious. Right now, there is a slapboxing match that's been going back and forth between Pete Hegseth and Anthropic. And really, it's the entire Pentagon versus Anthropic. They're behind Claude, which I'm sure many of you are familiar with. The military wants unrestricted access to Anthropic's AI. And they have a contract in place, and right now, Anthropic is planting its feet and lat spreading, refusing to be bullied into giving them unrestricted access.
The CEO of one of the biggest AI companies in the world is meeting with Defense Secretary Pete Hegseth today as the Pentagon threatens to essentially blacklist that company, Anthropic, from lucrative government contracts if the AI company doesn't lift its restrictions on how the military can use its technology. The Pentagon has a $200 million contract with Anthropic. And a source tells CNN that the company has concerns over two issues: AI-controlled weapons and mass domestic surveillance of American citizens.
Sounds pretty reasonable to me. Yeah, that one passes the smell test. Those are very legitimate concerns, and Anthropic wants these restrictions in place to ensure that its AI can't be used for mass surveillance of American citizens or autonomous AI weapons. And because of their reluctance to concede on that, Pete Hegseth has been stomping his feet, bench pressing 315, and has given them a deadline till Friday to play ball with them or risk being blacklisted. And the reality of the situation is, even if Anthropic doesn't budge and they wipe their ass with the contracts, numerous other AI companies will step up and just gladly take the bukkake from the Pentagon with completely unlimited access, no restrictions to their AI. But right now, Anthropic is the most powerful and the one that they really want, which is why they're trying so hard to get them to release these restrictions and let them use it for whatever they want. Which, again, the main things from Anthropic that they are very concerned about is the mass surveillance of American citizens and AI autonomous weaponry. Again, I think those are very reasonable restrictions to keep in place to ensure that the AI can't be used for those two things, because it fucking shouldn't be. If anyone here has ever watched Terminator or any sci-fi movie where AI assumes direct control of the military and everything goes tits up, you've seen this exact storyline play out in those montages that give you the lore breakdown for how we got there. Like, it's crazy to see it unfolding now in real time in the real world. Obviously exaggerating a bit, not quite to that level yet, but it is extremely serious.
And I think any reasonable person would agree with these kind of restrictions because AI shouldn't be used for mass surveillance on American citizens. And under no circumstances should physical attacks be determined by AI with no human input whatsoever. It shouldn't be making targeting decisions without human input. Like, fully autonomous AI weaponry is a terrible fucking idea. And actually, the CEO of Anthropic did an interview going over these two things because he's not backing down on them.
That's one reason why I'm worried about the autonomous drone swarm, right? So, the constitutional protections in our military structures depend on the idea that there are humans who would, we hope, disobey illegal orders. With fully autonomous weapons, we don't necessarily have those protections.
Now, for what it's worth, I'm no fan of Anthropic. There is no AI mega corporation you'll catch me waving the #1 foam finger around for and advocating for and glazing or anything like that. I think all of these companies are greedy as fuck, controlled by shady vampire ghoul creatures. And I know Anthropic has built up somewhat of a reputation for being the good guys in AI. But I am not one of the people that actually believe that at all. But he's 100% right. Fully autonomous weaponry cannot disobey an order, even an illegal one. It will always follow through, no matter what, unquestionably. And that's not a good thing. That's not a positive thing. I'm sure a lot of you have probably seen a lot of those like YouTube videos or like a long time ago, the Reddit story that would circulate like once a year for the big updoots talking about the man who potentially saved the world, Stanislav Petrov, who was an officer during the Cold War era, and while on duty, he received a ping from the early warning system alerting him to incoming United States missiles. He believed that it could have been a false alarm, so he decided to go against protocol, and instead of reporting the incoming missiles, he waited. And it turns out his hunch was correct. It was a malfunction in the early warning system, but the standard protocol dictates that he was to report these incoming missiles, which could have led to a retaliation from the Soviets, which would have led to a retaliation from the US and could have been a nuclear disaster. There's been a lot of debate about whether or not that would have even happened had he reported the missiles, because there would have been other checks that would have went into place potentially, but with such high tension and such little time with incoming missiles, there's a lot of speculation that, yes, had he reported it, they could have immediately just decided to retaliatory strike the US. Regardless, what is irrefutable is that he made the right decision by disobeying protocol, disobeying like the order of operations here. By not reporting those missiles, he made sure that there wasn't a nuclear disaster. It was the right call. The point I'm making is the ability to disobey an order or not follow through on protocol is something that's important. And there's tons of examples of it. I just chose this because I think it's the one some of you have probably heard of. So there's no benefit to having fully autonomous AI weaponry that can't disobey anything and has to follow through on everything without question.
Update these protections appropriately. So, think about the Fourth Amendment. It is not illegal to, put cameras around everywhere in public space and, record every conversation. It's a public space. You don't have a right to privacy in a public space. But today, the government couldn't record that all and make sense of it. Right. With AI, the ability to transcribe speech, to look through it, correlate it all, you could say, oh, there's this, this person is a member of the opposition. This person is expressing this view and make a map of all, 100 million. And so are you going to make a mockery of the Fourth Amendment by the technology finding kind of technical ways around it?
He then goes on to say that maybe we need to update a lot of these protections to encompass things like AI finding workarounds for it. And the point he is making is that this kind of implementation of AI could very much make a mockery of the Fourth Amendment, flushing it down the shitter. His point is, even though it's not illegal to have cameras in public all over the place, out the wazoo till the cows come home, without AI, they can't piece together everything, comb through everything, make a map of people that's, opposition, stuff like that. But with AI, they can. Mass surveillance is made much more possible. It would circumvent protections of things like the Fourth Amendment. He's right. So he is not backing down on these things, which is what's causing so much friction with Pete Hegseth and the Pentagon, which I really feel like any sensible person should see and be extremely concerned, because I think these are reasonable restrictions. Now, unfortunately, like I said, even if Anthropic does stick to their guns here, and it does cost them this contract, it doesn't just die there. It doesn't fizzle out. OpenAI and XAI have made it pretty clear they're willing to just, with a wide open mouth, just take the golden shower, let them use it for things like mass surveillance or autonomous AI weaponry. Like, they're totally fine with completely unrestricted access, which had my jaw on the floor because XAI is Elon Musk's company. You're telling me Elon Musk would be okay with mass surveillance? No, not that guy. No, I'd eat my left shoe. I don't believe that for even a second. Maybe he just doesn't know. Yeah, that's probably what it is. Anyway, though, I do think this is something everyone should care about. I feel like the restrictions are reasonable, and the military should have no qualms about not being able to be used for mass surveillance on American citizens or completely autonomous AI weaponry. Maybe that's a hot take, maybe I'm on the crack pipe, but I think those restrictions are totally fair, and it's kind of alarming that they're making such a huge stink about it, and going to, like, outright saying they're going to blacklist Anthropic should they not lift those limitations. Don't think that's a good thing. It makes it seem like they want to use it to spy on every American citizen, and they want to use it for autonomous AI weaponry. Those aren't good things. That's how it's looking here. So yeah, just wanted to yap about this a bit. That's it. See ya.
What's up, everybody? It's Critical. I'm playing Winnie the Pooh Home Run Derby, The Legend of the Fuck Owl. Let's do this shit. You may have guessed that that's not the correct title for this game. However, I've been fighting this owl for the last 2 hours, going on 3. I fucking hate this bitch. Just look at this pitch. Look at that pitch! It's impossible to hit. It's like he's trying to entangle my legs with a fucking bola. It's just absurd. It's the 21st century and Winnie thinks he's still living in the Mesozoic era. He's using a dinosaur dildo for a bat. Oh, well, yes, there we go. There's one home run. 18 more of those and I will have defeated this owl. Here comes number 2! Fuck you. Winnie needs to get his shit on his ass right now, because that was a good hit. Oh, get over. There we go. That's 2. Right-clicked. Little right-click here and there is always good for defeating an owl. Stay in. Stay in. There we go. That's 3, you son of a bitch. I've got you now, owl. This is just preposterous. Stay in. Climb. Climb. There we go. There's 4. Let's make it 20. Here we go. Fuck. This owl just doesn't have feathers. It's made out of ass cheeks. It has ass cheeks for feathers. Ooh. I absolutely demolished that pitch. I bet you feel pretty shitty about that shit, don't you, shit owl? Damn it. We have got to blast a home run here. Here we go, out of the park, there we go. A little present for the tree in right field, looking for a souvenir. Alright, here comes number 7. Oh, get over, get over. There it is. His name's not Winnie, it's the home run bear. Oh, fucking shit. Damn it. Son of a bitch! I can't complete this now. There's not enough pitches. This owl just throws magic. It starts off as a normal pitch, but mid-flight the ball gets transmuted into anti-home run material. Go! 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 Oh! Everyone's fucking... I don't even know why I'm bothering to swing at these. I can't get 19 home runs off 3 pitches. It's impossible. I just don't like this owl. This owl is not someone I would call if I wanted to talk to a friend. He's just not on that list of people. Oh, 12 home runs. That's actually not too bad. It's a lot better than previous attempts. Oh, go over. 13 home runs. That's not bad at all. That's pretty damn close. If this owl wasn't ass, maybe I could have completed this. But I'm gonna keep playing until I defeat this fucking owl. I'm gonna keep playing. The owl is getting better at pitching. He's getting better at pitching. It's like he's learning from shitting and shitting and shitting. I don't even have 5 yet. I don't have 5 yet. I didn't get 5. What the fuck? This is not anus shit time. This is baseball time. I can't even get 5 home runs now. This is like the 6th game in a row where I haven't even gotten 10 home runs. This is fucking ridiculous. Most owls can turn their heads 270 degrees in both directions. This owl can fuck itself in all directions. I'm gonna fight Eeyore. Get my confidence up, and then I'm gonna fight the owl again. Let me just fucking blast 9 home runs here. Oh, there's an excellent start. Fucking blast the ball behind me. Damn it, Eeyore. Oh, there we go. Go over. There's 1 home run. This is not making me feel any better about my batting abilities. I can't even get 3 home runs off Eeyore. Oh, there we go. There's 2. Alright, come on. Let's at least get fucking 5. That was a very good pitch, Eeyore. Give me another good pitch. There it is. Oh shit, stay in! Fucking terrible pitch! Awful pitch, Eeyore. Another shitty pitch! What the fuck are you doing, Eeyore? Give me a good pitch or I'm charging the mound. Go over. Son of a bitch, Eeyore! What have you done? I just barely defeated Eeyore. Perfect training for defeating the owl. I should be more than ready to defeat that bitch. Here we go. Let's see how my Eeyore destruction has helped me. Home run! There we go. Kicking Eeyore's ass has really proved beneficial. For what reason are you an owl? And why have you decided to take up baseball as your hobby? This owl needs some toilet paper because it's a dirty asshole. Wait just a minute. This owl is an asshole. This is impossible. This is just impossible. I fucking hate this owl. I mean, this is an owl. It's an owl and that's an owl. Perhaps if I was using a real baseball bat instead of the power supply to a flying saucer, I could hit more than 7 home runs. I just decided to look up strategies for defeating the owl, and apparently there's a store here, which I didn't even know existed because I can't read this language. I had no idea that tab said, "Hey fucker, the store's right here." This looks like a nice even spread. Hopefully this helps, although I don't see how it could hinder my progress considering I've made no progress in defeating this opponent. Supercharged designated hitter Winnie. Here we go! Terrific! They certainly enhanced my ability to not hit home runs. Oh shit. Oh shit! That's the furthest I've hit the ball yet. Yes, yes, yes. Just 1 more home run. Just 1 more. Go! Go! Sail! Yes! Yes, I've done it! I've defeated the owl! Do you still like to sing about the Muna and the Juna and the Springer? Oh, I'm just demolishing the pitches now, annihilating them. You will not be receiving the Cy Young Award this time. He turned Winnie's titties inside out more times than Winnie can count, but we finally defeated him. Who's next? 28? Goodness gracious. What the fuck? What the fuck? The ball disappears halfway to the plate. How are you supposed to hit that? Is this a legal pitch? This is bullshit! How are you supposed to hit 28? That's enough bullshit to feed bulls their own shit for centuries. If I get a home run on the remaining pitches, I will do this. Yes, go! Oh my goodness, say hi to the planets for me. The last pitch, come on, Winnie! Go! Go, it's sailing! It's out of here! Holy shit! I've done it! I've defeated him! Yes! You could deliver pizza for years and never see anything that close. Fucking hold a magnifying glass to something and it's not as close as that was. How the fuck are you supposed to hit 40 out of 50? Unless we're playing T-ball. Which we're not because he's throwing pepper. There we go. There's 1 out of 40. We're getting close. There is no possible way to hit 40 out of 50 of those. He combined every pitch up until that point. How are you supposed to do that? There's no way I'm going to be able to hit 40 out of 50 of those. Alright, well I'm done playing this. Well, that's the end of this video. Remember to rate the video, comment the video, and subscribe if you want to see videos similar to this one. See ya. If you pay close attention, you might have noticed that I'm not in my normal lair. The audio levels are getting wacky. What's going on here? So, it seems like the mic is a bit on the fritz here, so I got you with that Decepticon intro. I could edit it out, but I'm not gonna. Anyway, I just saw the big news. Little man going to the big house. Jack Doherty got arrested. You ever seen a grown man hit the hot dog? Yep. Jack Doherty in jail. Jack Doherty in jail. Barbecue chicken alert. Oh my God, what amazing news. So yeah, the astute observers out there, you noticed I'm not in my normal dungeon, my normal troglodyte cave-dwelling ways. I'm right now at a hotel. I said Once Upon a Time in Hollywood isn't my favorite film, so I've had to go into hiding. That audio solution I cooked up there wasn't a whole lot better, so I'm going to try this. I'm talking to you through here, but I'm looking at you through here. Isn't that incredible? The 21st century technology capabilities we have. Mind-boggling stuff. Anyway, I'm here in Orlando at the Vans Warped Tour. We're partnered with the Vans Warped Tour here at Cheeky, so we have a big booth set up. If you're here, feel free to come stop by, get some free soap, win some soap, or just go to usecheeky.com and buy yourself some soap. We got a solo leveling collab that just came out. Best soap in the universe. But anyway, I peeled myself away from the event so I could come in here into this nice, wonderful dojo and just yap about some great news I just found out about Jack Doherty going to the Slammer. It is incredible stuff. When I saw the headlines, it reminded me of that feeling I got when I first received a text from a girl inviting me to stay the night. Butterflies in my stomach and a little bit of cum in my pants. This is a great day. So let's go ahead and look at the arrest footage together, and then we'll dive a bit more into the spaghetti and the meatballs about what actually unfolded to lead to such a miraculous series of events.
What? No. I'm good. I got him. Hey, yo, you don't want to go neither. Back up. I'm just saying I got him. Back up. Don't worry about it. Back up. Yo, back up. Yo. Where you going? Back up. Chill.
Go to the sidewalk now. Go to the sidewalk now. You want to go with him?
You want to be fucking funny.
Go to the sidewalk now.
You want to be funny. You're getting on the street on the fucking street. I know who the fuck you think you are, bro.
I'm getting out the street.
No, you're fucking not.
He was trying.
After I fucking do this, who the fuck are you, bro?
I was trying to walk up the street for the
Doesn't matter, bro. All you had to do was get in the fucking sidewalk. That's it. And you want to be fucking funny. That's it, bro.
Free JD. You're great.
He's trying to make a video. Everything gotta be some goddamn content, man.
What? No.
If that doesn't put a smile on your face, nothing will. That would make even the Grinch's heart grow 3 sizes seeing that arrest footage there. The officer repeating, "Who the fuck are you?" right to Jack Doherty's little face there. I know that was soul crushing. That was a dagger. That was a wooden stake through the vampire's heart. Hearing the officer just bitch on him like that in the arrest footage. But yeah, anyway, Sack Doherty here, 22, which by the way, what a brutal existence being 22 years old and looking like that. Goober still looks like he puts his teeth under his pillow waiting for the tooth fairy to leave him a quarter. I wouldn't be surprised if this dude's asking for the coloring sheets at restaurants that he pays visits to. Even his mugshot. He looks like he's posing for the middle school yearbook or something. This guy just super sucks, and he literally looks like a baby man. It's gotta be awful. It's actually just gotta be truly terrible. But anyway, he was charged with possession of a controlled substance, possession of marijuana, and resisting an officer without violence, according to the online booking records. The charging records accused Doherty of possessing amphetamine as well. So it's all drug charges. I haven't passed the bar, so I don't know how serious all of this is. All I'm saying is I think we can pump these numbers up a little bit here, get some more charges on the books here. I think it requires a further investigation. There's a good chance he was transporting uranium-235 in his prison wallet. All I'm saying is we've got to take a peek. I definitely think there's some more charges we can find to slap on there for sure. Maybe there's some rumors of Jack Doherty looking to steal the Declaration of Independence for some content. The Miami Beach Police Department remains steadfast in its commitment to maintain public safety and order throughout the city regardless of celebrity status, is what the agency said in response to all this. It's very cute that they say celebrity status because Jack is not a celebrity. He is a knuckle sandwich magnate. I guess he's very popular for eating fists, but he's not really a celebrity per se. He's just this public spittoon everyone likes to take turns spitting on. The department will continue to take proactive enforcement against action against behavior that endangers residents, visitors, or officers and will hold all individuals accountable under the law. As for the series of fortunate events that led to this, apparently him and the Mickey Mouse Clubhouse were blocking traffic, but since Jack is the leader of the goof troop, he wanted to take things a bit further and flew a bit too close to the sun like Icarus here. Around 3:12 a.m. Saturday, Miami Beach police officers were conducting a high visibility detail when a group of individuals entered the roadway from the east sidewalk into northbound lanes. A man from the group, identified as Doherty, separated from them and attempted to engage officers to create video content, positioning himself in the middle of the roadway with passing vehicular traffic and creating a significant safety hazard. I just can never understand. I can't wrap my noodle around Jack's persistence to like try and present himself as a tough guy, where he's even going to puff his chest out at police officers and then hide behind his security. That's become his like go-to strategy. That is his anime finishing move. He causes a ruckus and then hides behind his much larger men that are paid to protect him. Like the people that are paid to put up with him are the ones that he just tries to hide behind while slinging insults and just being a douchebag. And that did not fly here with the officers. So in an effort to clip farm here by I don't know, trying to be a big man on the officers and then hide behind the security guards, he ends up getting arrested and then charged with a lot of ancillary drug charges as well that they happen to found. So they began issuing multiple commands to get him off the roadway, but he kept refusing. Even his group was apparently urging him to comply, like they were tugging on his nipples, like, Jack, come on, we gotta get back there, please. But he was just so fixated on trying to get just a crumb of attention out of all of this for his god-awful content. They continue warning him that he would be arrested if he continues. And his response was apparently, once I'm done with this bet, which is a fucking stupid bet in the first place, just go play in traffic. That bet is someone hoping that you'll get yourself killed. And Jack doesn't realize that. Miami Beach police safely apprehended him in the middle of the road. And due to his deliberate refusal to follow lawful orders and continue to obstruct traffic, they then searched his person, found half an orange oval-shaped pill with 3 imprints on it, consistent with Schedule 2 amphetamine, as well as a black plastic container holding 3 hand-rolled suspected cannabis cigarettes weighing approximately 4 grams combined. So they got him. That's enough to put him away there for a little bit. They posted his bond. I don't know if he's made bail or not yet. I'd always heard rumors that Jack actually doesn't have any money left, and since I haven't read anything about him being bailed out, maybe that's very true. Maybe all of his money goes into drugs and his security guards to hide behind. I don't know. What I do know, though, is that this is a feel-good story. This is one of those things that's gonna make you smile, and I think that's a wonderful thing. Jack, this might actually be the best thing he's ever done. They were saying that he was doing this as like a joke or something earlier, but he's never made a good joke in his life until today. The closest thing he'd come to making me laugh in the past was when he crashed his McLaren, but this one was special. He had me giggling, so thank you, Jack. The only thing I wish is that you had waited for me to get home so I could properly make a video about this instead of having to just, come together and haphazardly throw some shit here to try and make something on it. If you don't mind, when you do get out of jail, could you do it again, please, an encore performance and go back? So that way I can do it from my comfortable home setup instead of this. But anyway, thanks again, Miami Police Department, for arresting Jack Doherty. Great stuff. Excellent work, officers. And Jack, fuck you. Good stuff. Just wanted to share this with everyone. All right, I'm going back to the Vans Warped Tour. That's about it. See ya. Well, let's see the result. I'm unfamiliar with the lead singer of BTS. I only know their music. I don't jerk off to like statues of them like Helga from Hey Arnold.
I want to look like a lot happier.
Can I see what Jimin looks like so I can see how close he got to mimicking his look?
I just don't.
Maybe he's his doppelganger now.
Relate to this. You'll see I have the scars, and it's still very sort.
What did he get? Nipple improvements to look like Jimin? Is Jimin known for his nice nipples? You gotta be a special kind of evil to like indulge in someone that wants to do this. Oh, what are they giving him? Horns? Making him look like Devil Jin out here from Tekken.
Yeah. Wow.
It looks the same, just swollen. Okay, so they didn't have the rights to show Jimin's face on this show, is what I'm gathering, since they blurred it, so I want to see what Jimin looks like. What? I'm guessing he's going maybe for this look? No. I mean, I don't have to look very hard to realize that this is not even close. You should get a refund. like a blank slate. Have them set you up with like a new face, a canvas to try again.
To get to a point where you can't undo anything.
Look at him. He's looking like Pepe the Sad Frog right now. He's past that point where he can fix it. He's gone in too deep.
Thank you.
Just looks like Pepe going through an emo phase. You know, I will say, the hair seems on point.
Taking incisions here and kind of cutting the skin out and then moving it across just to make the eyes more of an almond shape. So I don't want to look like a normal...
This guy's gonna look like an actual racist caricature of a Korean pop star. Wow.
So, yeah.
Jesus Christ, man. Oh, this was a year ago. I've got to see what he looks like now. Oh, here he is. That was cute. That was real quick. I bet he looks exactly the fucking same. Just maybe like a pointier jaw, like a crimson chin.
Wow. This is the place. This is where they did Gangnam Style.
Where they did Gangnam Style? Oh my god. I need to go lick that floor.
And hope to all of his favorite hangouts, favorite places. Oh my
I'm sure that's exactly what Jimin would want.
Oh my god, I love you.
To run into some fucking serial killer looking whack job.
I love you so much. Starting Hey BTS.
This is the kind of guy on Twitter that's replying to every major hashtag with a don't care, stan BTS, and then a music video fan cam.
I just kind of want to...
Jimin flavor. Do they have Jimin flavor?
What does that mean?
He's not my Korean friend, so I will order for him.
What does Jimin flavor consist of? He peed into the ice cream machine, jerked off into it, and busted a load for a flavor? Twitter would go nuts for that flavor, to be fair.
I'm gonna go because every time I have surgery,
It looks like it hurts for them to smile. He can't smile.
After the procedure, just so people
And now that he's gonna get his fucking jaw shaved off, it's gonna be even worse.
It's the best at you, and he's a complete
Oh, you want to look like Jimin? That's the 5th surgery this week. We're getting better at it, but the first one looks straight out of a fucking horror movie. We'll do our best this time, though.
At the end of the day, cute K-pop nose and a very cute, smaller face. So that's kind of the surgeries I'm looking for.
This guy doesn't give a fuck. He's just here for your money, man. He's gonna do a little half-assed job and call it a day. I would.
Appreciation, not cultural appropriation.
Oh yes, K-pop knows, right? Yes. Watch him actually look exactly like Jimin.
Hi.
Watch him look absolutely gorgeous, but I'm expecting handsome Squidward.
It's me.
Let's see it. Come on, Ollie.
Without the mask, with just Jamie, I didn't know it's you.
You didn't know it was me?
I'm in suspense. Come on.
I'll tell you guys, you might not take it well.
It looks exactly the same. What the fuck?
Oh my god.
I know. I know.
Every single one of their thought processes is act surprised. Make it sound like I'm surprised at how great he looks and how different. He just looks like a soccer mom. That looks like the same kind of woman that would walk into a GameStop and demand a better trade-in deal for her son.
Basically, I'll tell you what I got. So I got a rhinoplasty, which was...
Oh my lord.
And then I also got an alloplasty.
I got the Karen surgery. Very popular. Very popular, they said.
Very... What?
If you didn't tell me which was the before and which was the after, I would have no idea.
You know, it makes me...
Almost like...
You know what? Hats off to him. He had a dream, and man, did he fuck it up.
Your life began.
It began.
K-pop literally ruined this man's life. All of his finances went into this obsession. I hope one day Jimin does meet this guy. That way he knows the true magnitude of what he's done. When I was younger, I was really into magic tricks. I bought a bunch of DVDs. I was really digging my teeth in performing magic for friends and family. And by that I mean mainly just family, and like I did a couple tricks at school once or twice. No one was impressed and I felt really bad about myself. But I used to love magic a lot. I even made a video like 6 years ago about a magic trick I invented to get a girl's number, because it'd be a part of the trick. Banger trick, by the way. Absolutely worthless for anything romantic, because even though maybe she likes the trick, every time I ever did it, which I think it was only, only once, I had no good follow-up to it, so it kind of just fizzled and died anyway. But I invented a magic trick with a goal in mind, and you could say it accomplished that goal to a certain extent. Point is, I used to love magic. I haven't done it in over a decade, but we brought out a very talented magician named Jeff Black to teach me some tricks to get me prepped
for some street magic, which is something I always wanted to do but was way too shy when I was younger. So Jeff Black came down and he brought Ben and Simon Black, and we had a whole crew of magicians teaching us magic for a crazy day around Tampa, blowing people's minds. I was going to get in there and fucking mind freak them until their brains leaked out their ears. Hey, so I'm back in the magic mood. So I brought out a real magician to reawaken my Sharingan. We got Jeff Black here.
Well, we're going to start off super fun and easy. Go ahead and pull out any card you like. Let's take a look at this one.
Here, Matt is my assistant here.
Yeah, show it to the camera, show it to Matt. And once you got that, go ahead and lift off about half the deck. Put it on the table. Put your card on top. We'll lose it in there. And then we'll say the magic words. Moist friendship.
Oh, that's adorable.
Yeah, it makes it so that one card invisibly comes out, turns over, and goes back in. And that should be your 5 of diamonds.
Nope.
No.
He's washed.
Okay, well, that is actually an indicator card that indicates this is going super bad. But it also means that, you know, I guess a magician normally would get the card there. But we're not going to just do magic. So I'll tell you what, we'll use the indicator card to count 1, 2, 3, 4 cards. And what was the card you picked?
It was the Queen of Hearts.
Okay, so a cheater might be able to get the Queen of Hearts right there, 5 cards away, but a magician would actually find the aces at the same time.
Okay. That'll work.
So,
wow.
That, you know, it has a lot of moments, great impact, and it's quite a great trick to begin with. So,
and just to be clear, this one you're okay with the audience learning too?
That's correct.
Okay.
Yeah, this is one of the first tricks I really got into, and I'm happy to share it.
Being learned around the world.
Yeah. So you can get your cards out, and we'll grab the aces and the 5, or any 5 you want.
We'll do the 5 of spades here.
Fantastic. We'll grab the other aces. Where's the ace of hearts? Oh, thank you, sir. Good eye.
That's what I'm here for.
Yeah. Eagle eye Matt. Okay, we're gonna do a face-up 5 and the 4 aces, and those go on the bottom of the deck. All right, there's our setup.
Mm-hmm.
And now you just need to not show the 5 when you spread the cards to let them choose any card they want. So you just spread like the top view, right? They can pick out any card. Doesn't particularly matter. I like to let them cut because it just feels more fair, but you could have them put it back however you like. But now we're gonna put their card on top of our setup.
The key cards.
The key cards,
yes,
precisely. Yeah. 100% uses that key card technique. You know, the 5, you're gonna get that wrong. It's all presentation, of course. And then you just count the 4. Those are the aces, and that will always be their card. Oh, their card. So, I mean, I'm sure you got it already. You want to give it a shot?
Yeah, I think I got that.
Awesome.
So it's already set up?
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
All right, Matt, choose a card. Fucking big oaf.
He does not treat his assistant well.
This is how I'll treat all the people during street magic.
You got that?
Yeah.
All right.
Take half the deck now, you filthy animal.
I take half the deck?
Yeah.
I'll take half the deck.
All right, slap that shit on. No. Matt, cut a deck. Mm-hmm.
First time cutting.
So now, that card invisibly comes over here, turns itself over, and there's your 5 of spades.
You fucking idiot.
What are you trying to say? Is that not your 5 of spades?
Not mine.
Oh, well, that's because real magic counts 5 times. I forgot the
script. Oh yeah, we'll work on the
Holy
script.
shit, that's my card.
Yeah, and you know what else? I also got all the aces. Woo, bastard.
Incredible. I think you could go far at this.
So
You would be really upset about getting that wrong.
I would be very mad.
Like,
just like
beside
fucking
yourself.
freaking out, like, what the fuck?
Not again!
Shit! Stupid!
Cassel's gonna kick me out.
Yeah, I could go ballistic.
People know about the Magic Castle, right? It's not a secret.
It's world famous, yeah.
Okay, cool. Just making sure.
All right, and this trick is called Fantastic 5.
All right. Beautiful, busty assistant has brought you someone.
Oh,
please.
well then.
Step in. I don't have any sexy attire, but I can do it.
No, that's not. I'm the sexy assistant. You're just someone from the street.
Yeah.
What brings you out here?
The street.
All right, we'll pick a card.
I like to look at it.
Yes.
Ah, yes. A card.
Are you happy with that card?
I am. I'm very happy. I noticed I don't get to see it. Yeah, here. Okay, cool. Half the deck. Okay. Boom.
Now you can put it there. So that way you don't
okay,
get things
boom. There we go.
You remember your card?
I do.
What if I told you I went in here and I flipped your card like a pancake inside the deck?
I just saw you put it down, so that would be pretty incredible.
Would it be?
It would.
Well, then have your mind blown. Your 5 of spades.
That's not my card.
That's not your card, you say?
It's not.
Jeff's a fraud, then. I don't know what to tell you.
No shame.
Well, what if I told you that's actually the indicator card, and that means your card is actually 5 cards away. 1, 2, 3, 4. I just counted it. 5.
Yes. That's the 5th card.
That's your card.
That is my card.
Whoa. Yeah, but it's not real magic unless you also bring out the baddest bitches in the deck.
Oh, very cool. Very cool. My best student. That's pretty good.
You really sold it there.
Yeah, right? Yeah.
I counted wrong initially, but we got there in the end.
Yeah. I didn't see any fancy handiwork, so that was pretty excellent.
Thank you. I'm glad you think so. You want to see
Yeah.
kind of slick.
Oh, yeah. That was pretty good.
Show him something slick.
Yeah. Just like I taught you. I'm ready.
Come on, boss.
Oh. Yep. It's okay. I'm just here for the street. I don't have anywhere to be.
I'm just going to set it up normally.
Whoa!
Don't patronize him.
Yeah, that was, okay, that was shit. Fucking practice.
Yeah, I need to get better at flipping it over.
So for this one, this is one of my all-time favorites. I still use it, and I learned it like early on. But I think you're gonna go and pull any card you like. Show it to the camera. Show it to Matt. Once everyone's got it, do me a huge favor. Put that card face down in a face-up deck somewhere in the center. And then it's obvious at this point where the card is, but I'll tell you what, we're gonna do something crazy. I'm gonna turn a bunch of cards face up and face down randomly here, and that way I won't even know whether your card's face up or face down or where it is, unless, well, I mean, obviously you can see the deck's face to face, back to back, but if we use magic, we can get it. What was your magic word?
Hoopla.
Hoopla. That makes it so that all the cards fix themselves, except for one. What was that card you had again?
That was the Queen of Spades.
Yes, it was.
Yeah, I like that.
So this is a classic trick called Triumph. What's great about this is in the hands, and it's great for beginners and very strong still. So the way it works, going to pull out a card, of course.
Okay.
And you put it back face down. Okay, so this is where the deception really comes in. We're going to spread over. You might want to try this just to start getting some practice with it.
Okay, I'll just...
It's very deceptive, yeah.
So I'll just turn over a
Perfect.
random card?
Yes. And you're going to spread over like a chunk. Okay. Yeah, that's fine. And you can flip them all face down. And then, now here's the tricky part. It's not that bad, but it's tricky because you're going to spread like... You don't want to get too close to the selected card or that's going to mess you up. I'll show you what happens if you do that. So maybe do like around like halfway to that card and flip over that whole packet. Yes, just like that. Perfect. And then you're going to spread past their card. You're going to spread a little further every time. And then once you get a little good distance past their cards, grab another chunk like that, like the whole thing. Yeah, flip it all over. We're just going to repeat that maybe 1 or 2 more times. Go a little bit further again. And then when you're on your last time, leave it a little bit like messy like this. They can see face up and face down in the same picture.
Mm-hmm.
But, and then you can slowly square up and they can get that picture. And once they got that, you don't want to spread too clearly because this is the real condition of the deck. They think it's all different packets, face up and face down, but really it's half face up, half face down. All right, so now you see this natural break, as we call it. We're going to want to cut there to fix it momentarily, but first we're going to show them how messed up it is. So yeah, just like that, back to back. You can cut somewhere random, show them face to back. Perfect. And then finally, that natural break, there's a couple ways you can get to it. If you can just easily cut to it, that's great. And if not, you can actually just kind of relax and it'll naturally drop. Like that. Yeah.
Oh, I see that right there. That natural break in there?
That could be it. Yeah, that's probably it.
Okay.
Nice. Okay, great. So if you're at that natural break, Now we're gonna actually just like put them together like that and fix it face up, but I like to create a little misdirection in that moment.
Okay.
So I ask them, what magic word can we use? And they say hoobla. And while they, that fraction of a second where they're thinking about the magic word, you just put the other half on top, just really casual.
Okay.
And they say hoobla, right? Yeah, you spread, and now it should work.
Let's see. Did I cut to the right spot?
I think you did.
I don't think I did. Oh, there it is.
Yep.
And that's the one.
That's the one. First try. Nailed it. And if you want to make it even a little bit easier, before the trick, you can start by kind of giving it a good...
cheating it a little bit.
Yeah, that'll make it really have a really clear natural break once you get to the...
Okay.
Yeah.
All right, here you go, Matt.
All right, Matt, test run.
Pick one of these cards, you filthy animal.
Let me see.
Great choice, Matt.
Thank you.
I can't do it.
That was a good choice.
Woo! All right, put it back in there, face down, if you'd please.
Face down.
You tavern winch. All right.
You can see he's practicing like he's in a game.
So then, it's very easy to see what card that is. So let's make it a little more interesting, right? So let's start turning everything. Oh, I did that poorly, but let's start turning everything all face down. Get it all cattywampus, so that way we know for sure this card's gonna get real lost in the sauce in here.
Mm-hmm.
So now you can see everything's all mixed and matched.
That's
all
fucked up.
Yeah, it's all kinds of fucked up. Now, what's your favorite word? Like, what word do you think holds true arcane energy?
Bazinga.
Bazinga. So we say bazinga. We hit it with a little bit of the secret sauce. And what do you know? Do you remember your card?
Yep.
That's
it. That's the one.
Oh my god.
That was fantastic, man. First try.
That was really good.
Now,
that was really good. I like making him say bazinga.
The one touch, which is nice about this trick when the card's face down, I like to have them name the card. You say, I'm already committed, right? What was your card? And they say King of Clubs, and then you flip it over, and it's the King of Clubs. It just feels more satisfying, and if anyone forgot the card,
perfect.
Now they're caught up, yeah.
I like that. It's nice.
If you bend your thumb a little bit and get it like on that corner, like, yeah, you're gonna give yourself more room, and then cock the deck all the way back to the crotch of your thumb, and then yeah, boom, look at that. And then if you get your thumb tip like even more tippy, you'll create more room. It'll like clear the meat of your base of your thumb, and you'll be able to
that one just fell.
Meat of your thumb crotch.
Well, there's a word, but the flesh, but it'll let you clear this corner past your thumb.
Yeah, I just got to work on that a little bit.
It's looking good though.
It's feeling better already.
Yeah.
Hey, sir.
Hello.
Ryan.
Hi. Set it down and come over here.
How are you?
I'm doing well.
Welcome.
Hello.
So you like magic?
I love magic. I don't know if you know, I'm like the magic guy.
No, I don't. I don't know you. We're on the street.
Oh, that's true. I see.
Fucking rapscallion here. Why don't you pick a card? Actually, here, you know what? Do you do it face down or face up? No, I don't remember.
Oh, we do face down to start.
Okay.
Either way, it's fine though.
Hey,
Sorry, you said what?
Pick one of those cards.
This one looks like a good card.
Yeah, I hope it is.
That is a badass card.
Well, don't forget it now.
Whew. How could I?
Is that the one you picked?
Yeah, put it face down somewhere in a face-up deck.
How about there?
Well, it's very easy to see what card you picked now. Wouldn't you agree?
Yes.
So let's make it a little interesting. Let's start mixing and matching.
Like a shuffle, if you will.
Razzle and dazzle, all kinds of wacky little cards up and down, all around. Would you agree everything's kind of mixed up here?
Yeah, I think razzled and dazzled.
See? Back to front, front to back, ass to mouth, all that.
Yeah.
Now, what kind of words do you like to, believe have power in this day and age?
Charlie.
Charlie. Well, we'll say the magic word Charlie. And what do you know? The deck seems to have fixed itself.
Wait a minute.
Except for one curious...
Wait a minute. No way.
Do you remember what your card was?
I do remember what my card was.
What was it?
It was a King of Spades. Oh, he did it! That's not real. That's awesome.
Thank you.
Did you teach him this?
No, he taught me that one actually.
That's the Charles special. I actually made you say the word Charlie, by the way.
I don't know what's happening.
Back to when you were 11.
He was there!
And I want to show you, just so you know, what can go wrong with this trick and why we want to spread past that card in the center, which you have no problems with, but just so you know what it looks like, right? So if I get really close to the card, basically it'll create 2 natural breaks, and one of them is, well, let's go to the wrong one on purpose. So if I accidentally cut to, is this right? Oh, right here. Okay, if I cut to their card and then fix it, you're gonna end up with a packet face down. And yeah, so you don't want to do that, but you've ever been perfect. You're probably not going to have that, but just I want you to know that can happen.
Okay. This is like when a golf caddy says, just don't worry about the right water on the right.
So what do you, Charlie, when you, let's say we're out on the street, you turn the deck over, you slide it out, it is fucked up. What are you, like, what's next? Like, what are you going to do next?
You look at whoever you're tricking and go, you did it wrong.
You've got some fucking nerve stepping up here and ruining my show. I'm out here filming Freaky Mind and you're over here ruining my shtick.
Is that the name of your show, Freaky Mind?
Freaky Mind, I guess.
Tell you what, we get Matt to have a duplicate deck, right? Just the same, and then he sees what card they pick. He gets that card out and just gets it ready. If it's wrong, you just switch out the deck real fast. Yeah, your true deck.
If the deck over Charlie's head, he probably wouldn't even.
That's a fun trick. I like that.
It's just the Deadpool deck instead of the Hello Kitty deck.
That's the one. Butterfly.
Stir fry. Thank you.
Oh, that would have been cool.
Whoa! Now this next trick is a bit of a secret formula here, like the Krabby Patty recipe. So I can't show you how this one is done. This is going to be a undisclosed method, but it is very versatile, and I think we used it beautifully. Jeff Black had amazing ideas. He was an incredible teacher. So I'll show you when I did learn it and start to really get the hang of it, and then in the next video you will see me use these tricks on people in Tampa, and then some. It's more than just what you're going to see in this video. It actually went crazy. We spent the whole day doing street magic in Tampa. Really appreciate Jeff Black, Simon Black, and Ben coming down. It was an incredible time, and this is just the first of, I think, 4 videos we did, all very different kinds of videos, all revolving around magic. It was fucking amazing.
I don't know if you've ever seen the David Blaine specials. Have you ever seen where they make the card go through the window?
Oh yeah,
I was just talking about
that's
that.
an old school one. I remember that there was an Illusionist DVD on that one.
Yeah. Well, with this technique, and if we're on the street, if we have a window, you know, between us and the team, we can definitely set up the card while they're picking the card.
That'd be great.
Yeah,
I'd
you
love
can
to do
basically
that
have
one.
somebody pick a card, and then it can go anywhere, or anything can happen. It can end up in your shoe. It could be behind glass.
Wait,
it
yeah,
could
we
be
should
like
definitely
it could
do
be
it.
anywhere. So
Yeah.
if you
just
already
bring out
have
that
the
window.
technique you need to do fucking miracles.
Like make me throw it up.
Okay.
We can do one, we'll brew
Okay.
one, and then we'll try the other
That's
one.
so good. I love that.
We're gonna do some crazy
Have
shit.
you checked between your cock and your balls?
I don't know. You're probably editing this. I was going to give you a transition, but you don't need one. I was going to just stare into the camera and say, you can't watch this. And then say, okay, you can watch it.
Oh my god, what an incredible costume.
Now look what you made me do, Drew.
Yeah, that was my magic.
What are you doing? You back again? What are you doing out here shopping for so long, huh?
Oh man, just this road's great.
You want to see another trick then?
Yeah, I'd love to.
Dirty bastard, of course you do.
Yep.
How about this? You tell me when to stop.
You stop.
Alright. Remember that card?
Yep, I got it.
Alright. Just hold that deck. I don't
Yeah,
want to touch
sure,
it.
I'll hold it.
And I want you to think about that card real hard.
I'll think about it.
Now you know I haven't done anything that deck. You're holding it. It's in your hands.
Mm-hmm.
You know what that card is? I can
Yeah.
hear your thoughts. What are you thinking right now? What are you thinking? You're thinking 8? You thinking 8?
I am.
You're thinking 8, aren't you? 8 of clubs?
Yeah.
Alright, let's get a little weird, a little wacky.
Oh Jesus! That was weird.
Yeah, it hurt, right?
Yeah,
I mean, it's painful.
Yeah.
Why don't you go ahead and fan those cards out? You might notice a little something weird about what I got in your head and did tonight.
Oh no. Oh, it's in the middle.
Well, yeah, it's not just that. I did use fire after all.
Whoa! What the fuck? Oh my goodness, yeah, ouch. Ouchies. What the fuck? That was crazy. Wait. What the fuck? I thought you were gonna pull the hat off and be like, haha, but no, it was just in there.
No, you did the magic.
Wow.
I just read your mind.
How to do this one.
Welcome, sir. Well, pick a card. You pick a card, have your mind blown. Welcome to Freaky Mind. Put that puppy back in there.
Face down.
Face down in the face up deck. It's a little easy for me to see it right now, but what if I fucked it all up? Make it all real fucky and shit like that.
Oh, wow.
I probably won't use those those words when I get there, but you can see everything's all mixed up, right? It's all weird and wacky.
That is really weird and wacky.
Give me your favorite magic word.
Hoopla.
Hoopla! What the hell is that?
Holy shit.
We'll pick it up. Is that your card?
That is my card.
Yeah!
You need a catchphrase when you nail your trick.
I'll say, your mind got freaky.
You should be like, are you feeling moist?
Not
bad.
Are you wet right now?
Can I do it for you too?
Yep.
Please, any card you like. Do me a favor, put that card face down in a face-up deck. Obviously I know where it is, that makes it super easy, but hey, it's my first trick in the morning. I'll tell you what, we'll make it a little bit harder by spreading a bunch of cards face up, face down, and now I don't even know whether your card's facing this way or this way. I don't know whether, it's gonna be face to face or back to back or face to face. Anyway, what's your magic word if you had one?
It's gotta be freaky.
Freaky. Boom. And just like that, every single card in the deck fixes itself except for one. And what was your card?
The 10 of hearts.
That is correct.
Nice.
You're a little guilty about the flip over part.
Oh, wait, I
So I break it up into multiple steps rather than just trying to be like, what's the magic word and like doing it.
Yeah.
I say, all right, we got face to face. Oh, what's the magic word? I gesture with one of the packets. What's the magic word? And they say spaghetti. And then I just bring them back and coalesce them.
Oh, that's smart.
Yeah.
All right.
First one, you ready?
How's it going?
Hi, how are you?
Pretty good, pretty good. I'm new to this whole magic world, but I'm
Okay.
doing my best. So
Okay.
Yeah, feel free to take a seat.
All right, cool.
all right. So we'll see if I can get it. Just pick any card.
Okay.
That was free choice. Look at the card, memorize the card.
Can you show me the card as well so I can see what it is? All right, perfect, thank you.
Okay.
All right. I just put it face down in the face-up deck.
Okay.
Now it'd be pretty easy to guess which one's your card here.
Yep.
So what we're gonna do is we're gonna fuck it all up here. We're gonna get some cards going all every which way. So now we can agree that everything's a little wacky, a little weird. You got face-up cards, face-down cards, in all kinds of weird positions.
Okay.
Do you have like a favorite word? Anything that like stands out to you? Think holds power, arcane energy?
Any word?
Any word.
A noun.
Yeah. Noun is the word?
Oh no. Okay, I have the word. I have the word.
All right, just say the word.
Cat.
Bop! So now the deck fixes itself, except for one little mysterious face down card. Go ahead and pick that up. Is that your card?
Yeah.
Freaky mind.
Weird.
All right.
All right.
Well, that's the only one I've got right
Okay, cool.
Thank you.
Thank you so much.
Cool. That was weird.
I can't believe you walked by and said, I love magic.
Yeah.
That's perfect. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Yeah.
You said I love magic? I was like, she's got to be planted. Have a good day.
That was a good first run.
Yeah, that felt good. That felt
How
good.
nervous were you, 1 to 10?
Like I was like a strong 8.
I could tell when you said that's the only trick I got.
I was gonna go right into like one of my old tricks. I was like, I don't know my old tricks.
But you know, you got the other one.
Well, yeah, but I have to set up the other one a little more.
Oh, shit. You need a second deck of cards.
I need the second deck. It's about to be freaky. The freaker of mine. Oh, they just watched me do that. That's the worst.
This is Charlie. He's our new magician.
Hi,
Charlie.
Yeah.
Oh.
Yeah.
All right. Well, hopefully I don't fuck it up. So I'm gonna do something very simple. You're gonna tell me when to stop.
Stop.
Right here. You happy? All right. Lock that card in.
Okay.
Show me. Thank you.
Okay.
Show me. Thank you.
Okay. I'm just gonna put it back. You can even hold the deck. Know that there's nothing weird going on. Do something a little crazy here. See if I can make some true occult energy channel. See if I can make some true occult energy channel. There happens to be a one little card up there. Do you remember what your card was? Go ahead and try and grab that card for me.
What's on the inside?
Well, now how did that happen? Go ahead and take a peek on the inside and tell me if that was your card.
Shut up. Is it? What the fuck? What? Yeah, that's the card.
What a trick.
You just got freaked off. Danny made me say it.
That's his catchphrase.
We gotta work on the catchphrase a little bit, I think. But yeah.
Hey, that was cool. That was actually like really good.
Thank you.
I need to know how you did it.
Well, a good magician never.
I knew you were gonna say that. My little sister says that.
You would say you actually were impressed.
Yeah.
Oh, thank God.
We did.
Should they not be?
I mean, that's fair.
That was like really good. Yeah.
Oh, thank you.
Thank you, guys.
Well, thank you for participating.
Thank you. Do you feel cool?
That was so good.
You missed a little bit. That's all right.
They kind of shot off to the side with the breeze.
I love the phrase. You got freaked. What is it? What did you say?
You got freaked out.
You got freaked out.
That was so good, Charles.
Yeah. That went well. Great reaction. Hell yeah.
How did that feel?
Hell yeah.
I felt good.
Good.
I wish I didn't hit him with the catchphrase at the end, but the rest was awesome.
That was the best part.
You know, you got freaked off.
Oh my God.
It wasn't on camera, but we know the trick. It's crazy how oblivious the subject is.
Oh, yeah.
In that situation.
When the specimen, we like to call them. It's a little more clinical that way.
Yeah, the lab rat. When you guys were...
This is a big one.
Yeah, it's about to get freaky. From reader to freaker.
There we go.
Come take a seat. Take a seat.
Alright.
How's it going?
Good, how are you?
Pretty good, pretty good. You guys from the area?
No.
We used to live here, but we don't anymore.
Oh, nice. Yeah, we're just walking around doing some little magic shows. I'm pretty new to it, but it's fun walking around here. And this is a cool little booth here. I saw a bunch of like children's books, so it reminded me of my past. And it's, I don't know, it's cool. And this is a trick I made when I was a kid. So if you want, just tell me when to stop. If you want, just tell me when to stop.
One of us? Or?
Yeah, either one of you guys. Tell me when to stop. Stop. So just lock that card in. Lock that card in. I'm not doing anything funky with it. You can hold it. You can do whatever you want with it. I'm not going to touch it. Nothing.
Okay.
Okay? You still remember what your card is?
Yeah.
All right.
Yeah, you know it.
I know.
You know it? All right. So I'm just going to leave it right there. And I mentioned the children's books before. Growing up, do you recognize any of these books from your childhood, maybe?
Your Goodnight Moon.
Goodnight Moon?
Curious George, I recognize.
Well, why don't you grab the Curious George book then?
All right.
And then let's see if I can't make your card jump into the Curious George book. Hold it out for me.
Like this?
Just like that. Oh yeah, I think I saw it jump in there. Why don't you go ahead and give it a flip and see if your card's in there somehow.
Hey!
Wow.
That's really impressive.
And you could have chose any book at all. And you chose Curious George. I had no way of knowing you'd be a Curious George.
That's impressive.
Very impressive.
Thank
Did
you so
see
much.
it jump in there? I
No.
didn't. Well done.
Thank you,
Still
guys.
impressed.
So much.
Thank you. Thank you.
You're welcome.
I appreciate you participating.
That was awesome.
Thank you.
Have a good one.
Thank you, guys. Thank you.
Fun card game. It's kind of a reaction time thing. Can you hold out your hands? And then, you know what, we'll just do this a little bit higher. Yeah. And then I'm gonna drop cards into your hands. You just say stop wherever you like.
Stop.
Okay, can you see that card?
Yep.
Okay. So think of your card, keep your hands together, because I'm gonna start dealing cards in your hand, but first, just think of your card. Okay. I think I'm close. I'm not sure which one it is, but I think one of these top cards is your card. So for example, this is how the game works. We'll just pretend this is your card. I don't think this is your card, is it?
Mm-mm.
Okay, so if it was, I would be dealing them in your hand, and if that's your card, you would just close your hand. You would close your hand, yeah, super fast, and then I would try to grab it if I see you doing that, so whoever gets the card first would win.
Gotcha.
Okay, so we'll just do the next one. I don't think that was it, obviously, but the next one, maybe it's the 8. I think it's one of these. Okay, it wasn't that one. Cool, cool, cool. You remember it, right? Okay.
Yep.
Maybe the ace? Really? Not? Okay. Oh, okay. It was that one?
That was the card.
Oh, fuck. Well, that was close. I almost didn't get it. But managed to get in there at the last second and pull it out.
Oh,
if you look, you'll see it's not in there.
I hate it.
In fact, I had so much time, Matt, that I actually folded it up and put it underneath your watch.
That's crazy.
Actual fucking shit.
I hate the past 3 days. That's crazy.
And then if you flip to page 4 of Curious George.
It's my watch.
Freak Zone. You're familiar with the deck of cards, right?
Yep.
You know all the cards in the deck?
Yep.
Okay. Well, we're gonna do a little something wacky here, maybe something you haven't seen. Why
Okay.
don't you tell me when to stop?
Stop.
Right here?
Yeah.
Lock it in. You got it?
Okay, yeah.
All right. Now you can hold the deck. I'm not doing anything weird, right? You got the deck. Now, check this out. With a magic motion, one card turns face up. Go ahead and pick that bad boy up. It's also the only card with a red back in the deck.
I had no idea.
Well, it also just happens to be the only card that exists in the deck in the first place.
Oh, now I'm confused. Can I touch it?
Touch it. I mean, there's just no real cards.
All right.
Thanks for coming.
Thank
Get in
you.
here. You just got freaked off.
Hi, I'm Jeff. Nice to meet
Shane.
you.
Nice
Pleasure,
to meet
Shane.
you.
So, how do you know everybody here?
I work with them, basically. Yeah.
Great. How's that?
It's good. It's great. Yeah.
It went from good to great real fast.
Yeah.
Sugar packet here.
Okay.
And
so
then,
sugar.
yeah, can you open that up for me?
Just rip it?
Yeah, if you want.
In a certain way, or?
However you want, yeah.
Okay.
That's perfect. And then I'll take that.
Okay.
All right, if you don't mind.
You're making a little bit of a mess there.
Look at that back to you. Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah, I am making a mess here, right?
Can now.
Yeah.
All right. Whoa!
Check that out. Yeah.
Hey,
Isn't that cool?
Is this edible, or is this tainted?
It's 10 milligrams, yeah.
Oh.
Takes about an hour to kick in.
Okay.
Can you actually
Perfect. They would call in minutes. Great.
Yeah. If you could do me a favor, could you actually open that up for me, though?
Oh,
And hand that to me? I could use one. I don't know if you could tell. Oh, okay. Watch carefully.
Okay.
This is how a magician eats a mint. Hi there. Oh my gosh. All right, Shane, get out of the shot, dude. Hi, everyone. I'm Jeff. Nice to meet you. Here, please come a little closer. Get in the shot. Okay, great. I'm going to show you how a magician eats a mint.
Okay.
All right.
Oh.
Wait, what? Wait, what?
Great question. I know what some of you might be thinking, that this is extremely impressive. But for my non-believers...
Just a little weird, that's what I was thinking.
A little bit, yeah.
What?
For my non-believers...
What's happening?
Here's the best part, though.
Not bad, actually. Oh. Are we joking right now?
Look at Magnet.
Magnet. You want one?
Can I do that?
Yeah, dude.
Oh, actually?
How's your tolerance? Oh, you want the sugar packet or the...
The one of these. Yeah. These are the 10 milligram ones. Right?
Yeah.
Nice.
For the big boys.
Yeah.
Yeah, think happy thoughts, my friend.
Awesome. Oh, but this one isn't gonna float, right?
Oh, if you think sad thoughts, it won't.
Oh, that's real. That's real.
Yeah.
Nothing fake about that.
Yeah,
incredible.
good trick.
How does he do it? Oh, thank you. Well, we got such a nice group here. They only got to see one, maybe one more, but it'll be kind of downhill. You saw the best one to start.
Okay.
So I brought a deck of cards here. They happen to be all blank. They have backs, just not the faces. And I want someone to think of any cards.
Okay.
You do? Okay, what's your name?
Maya.
Maya.
It's her birthday today.
Happy birthday, Maya. Thanks for spending it with us. Oh my gosh. I'm going to reach into Maya's mind. I'm going to try to pull out the card she's thinking of. Now, most people go for Ace of Spades or Queen of Hearts. But Maya is a little different from the average person. So I'm going to make a prediction. I'm going to put that right here. It could be wrong, it could be right, but for the first time, would you say it out loud for everyone?
Right now, just say it.
Yeah, I'm committed.
Oh. Queen of
Hearts. I know. Yeah, they always go for the Queen of Hearts. Do you want to change your mind? By the way, I'm already committed. You don't. It's up to you. 'Cause I already,
should I change my mind?
I called it out
change it.
right before you.
Just
I could be a mile away. You know.
I'll change it.
Okay. What would you like to do instead? 6, 7.
Of diamonds. 6 of diamonds.
The 6 of diamonds. Are you the final answer? Okay. All right. That's literally the exact card I just put in my pocket. Do you have any idea? No, you don't think so? It really is the blank 6 of diamonds. And if they were printed, that would have been it. I'm just working with what I have, of course. But if we say the magic word or magic phrase, everyone could say the magic phrase. It would be happy birthday, Maya, right?
Yeah,
right?
happy birthday,
on the
Maya.
count of 3, yeah. 1, 2. Can everyone see the cards here?
Yeah.
Yeah, we'll do this with one hand. And 3. Happy birthday, Maya. And that transforms into the wrong card. But that was only one hand in Maya, right?
Okay, yeah.
Imagine what we could do with 2 hands. So we'll try that. 1, 2, 3. Happy birthday, Maya. And that prints, yes, the 5. And not just that one, it actually prints every single card in the deck.
I thought it was.
Oh yeah, and not just the cards in my hands. We actually print a card I wasn't even touching, Maya.
What?
The one you just thought of. The 6 of hearts, right?
6 of hearts? Yeah.
6 of no.
Days of the diamonds.
Oh, diamonds. Good. Maya, everybody, thank you so much. You're fantastic. Yeah.
What's the channel called? Yeah, what is the channel called?
Are you gonna, what's your channel?
Oh, all right. Follow me at Jeff Black Magic. Yeah.
W Jeff Black Magic.
And yeah, don't tell the cops, but enjoy. Yeah. Cheers.
Thank you.
You're welcome. Have a good one.
Absolutely. We got the smartest human being in America here. We've got Natalie. She works with us at Cheeky. She's our chemist. She's awesome. And now we've got the best card magic man the world's ever seen.
And yeah, I appreciate you, man.
That's Simon Black.
What's up, guys?
Baby.
Simon Black here.
Hi,
Natalie,
it's nice to meet
How
you.
you doing? Natalie, do you know all the different playing cards in the deck of cards?
I would like to think so.
Okay. Do you have a favorite one, like one that you really like more than the others? Or is there just a random one that pops in your head?
Ace of Spades,
Ace of
because I've seen it in movies a lot.
That's fair. Can you name me a number between 1 and 10? It's up to you.
3.
3? Do you want to change or do you like 3?
I like 3.
Okay, I'll do my best. This might not work, but I'll try. Okay. Look. All
That's
I
his
do,
catchphrase.
Look, all I do, I just cut the card. Well, maybe if I cut, then you think I'm doing something right. Can you cut the cards?
Sure, that just means do this, right?
Yeah, beautiful.
Okay.
So, and you can see these are just bicycle cards. I didn't make you cut there, right? I also didn't make you say what card? Ace of
Spades.
Okay. From exactly where you cut, can you count 3 cards for me? Look, 1. You can turn them over.
Oh, 1,
1,
2,
2, and exactly 3 cards down. The ace of. Turn it over.
Turn it over.
Yeah,
Oh, fancy!
Look, all of these cards really are different. You could have said any one. Right?
Really?
Yeah.
Cool.
Really, they are actually. Like, every single one. Isn't that kind of crazy?
Wow.
Natalie, here, I'll try this for you, okay? I didn't, like I said, that was a free choice, right? I will find your card. I was showing this earlier, I just remembered it. I'll try this. Can you, I'll drop the cards like this. You just put the ace of spades in wherever you want. Right. Okay, beautiful. I didn't make you put it there either, right? That's your choice.
No,
And
of
we've
my
never
own
met.
free will, and I've never met you 5 seconds ago.
Natalie, you can see there's no like cards sticking out or anything. They're
Yeah.
really just a square deck of cards, more or less, right?
Yeah.
Natalie, I will not find your card with sleight of hand. I will find it with sleight of finger.
Okay, cool.
Touch my finger like this, like E.T. phone home.
Yeah.
Watch.
Oh, that's so cool! Wow. Fancy.
That's weird, right?
Yeah.
There's not like, look, there's not like strings or whatever holding the cards together. You can see. It's kind of crazy, no?
Yeah.
I'll try this, Natalie. Because you were so cool, I won't just find, because you said you like the ace of spades. I won't just find the ace of spades. I'll find the ace of clubs, hearts, and diamonds. All of the aces.
Okay.
And I'll do it with one hand. Look, that's
Okay.
1, that's 2, that's 3. That's actually all 4 aces, but with this hand. Look. All of the aces.
Oh my gosh, that's so cool!
Thank you. You told me she was going to be a skeptic, guys. This is easy. This is
We
easy.
just said she's smarter than all of us.
Allegedly.
My bad.
Allegedly.
Here, I'll mix these up a little bit, and then Natalie, can you take 2 fingers
Mhm.
and put like this, and make like a little guy right there? Yeah, and walk along the cards. You're doing awesome. And at some point you could stop. You could even go back if you want. It's up to you.
Right
Which,
here.
which one is it? This one?
Yeah.
Are you sure?
Yeah.
Maybe if you go 1 or 2 more, you get like an ace. Maybe if you go a couple back, you get like a 4. But you're happy with this one.
Yeah, I'm happy with that.
Okay. Natalie, this trick is interesting because
Oh, no.
it's unfinished. It has a
Okay.
beginning and a middle, but it has no end.
Okay.
Because the end is the beginning.
Ooh,
But we'll get to that later.
A
okay?
philosopher.
Yeah. It uses a couple cards that I don't keep in the deck for obvious reasons. They're not real cards. Like you can check
Yeah,
these out.
they're
It's just like a
blank.
piece of paper. It doesn't like change when you rub on it or anything like that, right? It's just it's not like heat sensitive or anything. No. And you guys can see on the camera, these are just like pieces of paper, right? And your card, for example, we don't even, the Nine of Diamonds, any of these cards was possible, you picked whatever you wanted, but any of these cards could have become the Nine of Diamonds if they were given the chance to be printed. But they were just never given that chance, right?
I know, how
Any of
sad.
the, like this could, this could have been an ace, a queen, or even a 9 of hearts, who knows, but because you chose the 9 of diamonds, I'll try to do exactly that. Can you put your finger out, Natalie? And just put on top of the 9, and don't lift up. You're gonna want to, but try not to.
Okay, I'm gonna try not to.
I will try to give these that ending that you chose. Like if I just kind of twist this card, it'll look like a 9 of diamonds. You could have chosen any one, but I'll do this again. These guys are freaking out over there too. I'll do this one, watch. I just kind of sandwich it in the middle. And if I do this right, I just twist, and it'll also look like a 9.
Wow, fancy.
Thank you. Like I'll do these at the same time. I could just paint it on. Like.
Ooh, ooh.
But also this one. Again, you could have picked any one.
Can I lift my finger?
In a sec.
Okay.
Look, because Natalie, this trick has a beginning and a middle, but it has no end. Because Natalie, the end is the beginning.
Wow.
These are blanks. Wow. Even the one under your hand, it's your time.
Oh my gosh.
It's
wow,
blank.
I want to
Because-
crawl.
Thank you. But Natalie, the crazy part is that this trick has no end.
Are they all blank
I never
now?
figured out how to end. If that's what you want, your wish is my command.
Wow.
Every single card. Every single card. There are no cards in this deck.
That's
None
so
of them
sick.
even.
Wow. Wow.
Thank you, Natalie.
Thank you.
Thank you guys for
That
having
was
me.
so
This is
cool.
the ball.
Oh my god. Hey, so we came out here, we did some big freaking, and it's a big thanks to Ben, Jeff, Simon for coming out, teaching us some tricks. It was a lot of fucking fun. So thank you guys.
This was the best.
This was incredible.
Thanks for having us.
Yeah,
This is the ball. Honestly, very cool experience.
Should we all hug now? Should we kiss? What do we do
it's
now?
a group hug in the shower tonight.
And break.
All right.
Bye.
Bye. Thank you.
Alright, I was going to wait for the final season of The Boys to wrap up before giving my take on it, but it's been such a frequent subject on streams now. I've been yapping about it so much that I figured, you know what, let's just go ahead and debrief here towards the end of the season about my thoughts on the final season of The Boys. I think the first season is when the show was at its best because what it did was something actually unique, where you have a group of just dudes, just average Joe Schmo, booger-eating, normal goobers, going up against superhumans. That feels like an insurmountable task. How the fuck are they going to ever beat these corrupt superheroes? They have powers. They don't. So they actually had to get very creative and scheme and grind their way to accomplish anything, even begin tiptoeing in the direction of accomplishing something against these odds. So when they did actually accomplish something or beat a superhero, killing a soup, it was a triumph, and it was something extremely big, a pivotal moment. But then, as the seasons progressed, it kept losing that spark, and now it's just soup versus soup, and they're just constantly killing each other, so it just feels so weightless now. And then even the main group of the boys, they get their own superpowers as well, so it just, to me, doesn't have that same oomph that it did in season 1. But I don't want this to be misconstrued as me thinking the show's gone to shit or something. I still enjoy it. I'm still entertained by it. But I do think it just isn't as high quality as it once was, because now it's devolved into more just like soup versus soup shit. And some of the core members of the boys haven't had shit to do in so long. Like Huey gets dreadfully little to actually do here. He contributes almost nothing now to beating Homelander and stopping all of this. He's just kind of tagging along for the ride. Same thing with Mother's Milk. Now, Butcher's got superpowers, so now he kind of gets to handle things himself, and now they have the virus, so that's like the main thing. It's just everything that I think the show was doing in a unique way in season 1, it has slowly been losing over the course of the seasons, and now in the final season, it's really just completely gone in my eyes. But again, I don't think it's bad. It's just, I don't like it nearly as much as I did is all. There is nothing that's been filler about the episodes. They're just giving you more information on some of the characters in the show that's not filler. And every single episode progresses the overall plot. Like, all of it moves forward. I won't get into spoilers, but one of the bigger villain characters just died in the last episode. There's nothing filler about it. I've made it clear that I'm not the biggest fan of this season. I think it is probably the worst so far. But the complaint that it is all filler, I think is just completely wrong. So, like, one of the things they're using is Terror plotline, and we're getting into spoilers, so spoiler warning, like Terror banging Homelander toy thing, even that's not filler. What's happening is, through the eyes of the dog, it's quirky, I don't love it, but it's not filler. Through the eyes of the dog, you're seeing the fallout of everything that's happening with the group and the boys, and you're seeing Butcher still has that bit of human side left in him due to his relationship with Terror. So you get to see that. That is still integral to the plot. And it is something that was explored in previous seasons, granted not in the same way, but it is still delivering plot-relevant information. Even the stuff with Terror, which everyone's pointing to, is like, no, this is definitely filler, see? And it should be obvious why the Firecracker storyline is also not filler, because it is showcasing her complex relationship with Homelander and God. And if she's going to choose God or Homelander, and it slowly builds that up, and the turmoil that she feels inside, especially with a pastor that basically raised her. And now she's going to ultimately choose between Homelander or God. Like, all of that is plot relevant and important. And again, these are all things that were explored in previous seasons as well. And now for some reason they're being pointed at as, oh, it's just filler, who cares? It's still important to the plot. And I know people are like, oh, it's the last 5 minutes with Firecracker is the only canon thing, everything else is filler. And it's like, what the fuck are you talking about? Filler is when everything that happens actually has no bearing on the overarching plot. It is its own little side quest. Most notoriously with, like, the bounce in Bleach. Good heavens, I actually watched that entire arc. That is filler. Or in other shows where they are just trying to pad out time and a little bit of bloat, so they instead put you on like a side rail that doesn't ever overlap. That's filler. What's happening with the boys isn't filler. They're giving you more information about these characters as they come deeper into the fold on the overarching plot, and every single time, they do. They are. Again, Firecracker ultimately chooses Homelander over God, throwing away Jesus in the trash can right before her death. So everything you saw with Firecracker is clearly important, it's not filler. Again, I don't really like this season very much, but that complaint of it's all filler makes no sense to me. It's like you're not even watching it. Now, a complaint I can understand is that the pacing you don't like. The pacing is bad. That I would agree with. I think the pacing in the final season has been not optimal. It has been glacial at points in what is supposed to be like an explosive final season. So it is definitely moving far slower than I think it should, and it's spending time in areas I don't think it needs to. And that is leading to it feeling kind of like a slog. So I would get that if that was the main complaint, if people were making that complaint more than calling it filler. Because it's not filler. Kimiko deserves better. Oh, that's another one of my big complaints about this season. They have... I was going to say ruined, but maybe that's too harsh. They have really done a number on Kimiko's character. Like I said, having her speak, I think, was a natural progression to the character. They built up to it for multiple seasons and did a good job slowly, gradually getting there. But now they have her speak and all she does is talk about porn and use TikTok Zoomer words and shit. It's so upsetting. And the characters I think they did really well with are A-Train and Firecracker. I completely agree. I think they did a great job with both of those characters. And Homelander. I don't know if it's a hot take or not. I don't really know, but I think they've still done a really good job with Homelander. They built up to his current motive, I think, pretty seamlessly. Just constantly chipping away at it. I do think they kind of flipped the switch too quickly, though, at the end, just to get over the line, but overall, I think they did a good job with Homelander's character as well. Homelander feels a lot more stupid now. Well, to be fair, every character has been a lot more stupid since season 1. Homelander used to be a lot more crafty and actually have good plans and stuff, but it hasn't been that way in a while. I wouldn't even say that's like a season 5 thing. They actually nerfed the intelligence of every character. To go a bit further, it also feels like they're getting some ass pulls out there now. So like in the most recent episode, spoilers, I will get into spoilers here, they introduce a character, Malchemical, that's able to put Homelander to sleep with his breath. Like it actually knocks him out. That's like an extremely powerful thing. They also imprison Homelander. One of his weaknesses is enriched uranium. Like, so now they're bringing in some like weaknesses and some natural counters to Homelander just for the sake of like self-contained moments in these episodes, when previously he was the raid boss, the only solution was the virus, the only hope, and if you were going to fight him, you really needed to bring the fucking whole football squad. But now, some random alcoholic gooner's breath knocks him out. Like, I don't know. That, I think, is just a little lame as well. But contrary to a lot of other people's complaints, I actually like that they're giving time to other characters like Black Noir, Deep, that kind of stuff. I actually do appreciate that. I was very interested to see where these characters would be going and what's going to happen, so I do like that they're spending time there. I don't think it's filler arcs by any means, because it does ultimately still progress the plot forward. So I do like that. I see a lot of people don't, which... You know, I'm not your dad, that's fine. I'm not going to come in there with the belt. Like, that's okay for you to like that or dislike that. I happen to like that they're exploring the other characters. But in doing so, I will say that some of the more main characters get shockingly little that they actually get to do in this season. So for the final season, our main boys aren't fucking doing anything. They're on the bench. They are fundamentally just sidelined characters. Like, they've done one thing so far with testing the virus, and then that was it. Then they lose the virus. Because, for some reason, no one is ever paying attention, ever. So, like, while they're at Stan's bunker, the daughter just wanders off for hours and then reunites with her father, and he destroys the virus. Like, so, in order for things to go wrong, it's because the characters are just oblivious and really lazy, I guess. Anyway, I'll pump the brakes on yapping about the boys for now. There's still 3 episodes remaining in the final season, which I am shocked by, because I don't know how the fuck they're going to wrap this up in 3 episodes. That feels like it's going to be extremely rushed and underwhelming. With everything as it currently is, nothing feels like it's really in the end game or in its final stages where it can reach a satisfying conclusion, but I guess we'll see. Why, I oughta, you know what? While I'm already yapping, there's another topic I'm finally going to cover in depth, getting into the weeds, the nitty-gritty. Red Dead 2. For years, I have been haunted by this chirping about my Red Dead 2 take. Because for some reason, people have convinced themselves that I hate Red Dead 2, which I think is just bafflingly delusional, because in my review of it, I gave it a positive review. I gave it a good score. I really like Red Dead 2. But we live in an age now where if you have any criticism about anything, it means that you actually hate it and can't be a fan of it. You have to worship it fully, view it as complete perfection, otherwise you hate it, I guess. Red Dead 2, I think, is a great game. But I don't think it's flawless. I don't think it's without a few shortcomings. The biggest one for me personally is that it is so realistic to its own detriment. And for some people, that's a great thing. That's 2 thumbs way up. That's a selling point for some people. But in my opinion, I think it's just tedious for the sake of being slow. It's not even really immersive. I hated how looting functioned in Red Dead 2, where I have to open each individual cabinet in order to loot each individual can of beans, or each individual gold doubloon. And this is a complaint that I carry for other games that do something similar, like Crimson Desert, where I have to loot each individual gold piece. For me, it's not immersive, it's a fucking slog, and it makes me roll my eyes every time I start looting something. Again, I had the same complaint in Crimson Desert, where I have to go through and pick up each fucking individual popsicle stick on the ground anytime I'm looting something. It doesn't need to be that way. I can still be immersed if I can just pick up the whole kit and caboodle of gold that's on the ground there instead of having to go, well, like, oh, here's one, oh, and here's one, oh, and here's one, oh, and here's one. For me, I didn't like it. So that was a big complaint, because looting is a big part of Red Dead 2, but it is so mind-numbingly slow. It is realistic, yes, but I think it is so realistic that it becomes detrimental. I think it's commendable that they have horse balls that shrink when it gets colder and stuff like that. Amazing work. It is cool, a lot of the realism that they have in there, but it does come at the expense of some quality of life things that I would expect from a game like Red Dead 2, where looting isn't the most miserably boring, slow, lame experience there is. So yes, I do find that to be an issue. It is a complaint I have on Red Dead 2. It doesn't mean I hate the game. I still love the game. But I didn't like that. You see, Darman fam, you can like things, you can love things, and still be able to recognize certain things about it that maybe you don't find to be the best thing ever made. The Mummy is my favorite movie ever. Do I think The Mummy is a perfect film? Fuck yes I do. But that's a rare exception because The Mummy is cinema masterpiece. But The Mummy Returns is my second favorite movie. And do I think that that is a perfect movie? You bet your sweet bippy I do. And you know why? Because nothing can achieve perfection except for those two films. I don't care about the Scorpion King's bad CGI. It's a product of its time, and you know what? I think it works really well in the film. But most things, even if you love them, you can recognize that it's not perfect. And that's okay to point that out, and you can still like it. My only other complaint with Red Dead 2, and it's one that I don't even think is that big of a deal, it's that the gameplay is still exactly the same as it was back in the first Red Dead, with very minimal evolution of it. The gunplay still felt exactly the same, just the very safe, standard Rockstar gunplay formula, and I just wanted a little bit more from that. It didn't ruin the game, I still enjoyed it, I still really like Red Dead 2, but to this day, people still act as though I hate it. And people still bring it up constantly during streams like, well, Charlie hates Red Dead 2, so this is a fucking wash anyway. And it's like, what are you talking about? I don't hate Red Dead 2, I've never said that, I've always liked that game. I just had two complaints, neither of which I think ruin it by any means. It's just a couple of things that I would have liked to have seen a little bit better, like a more evolved combat system that isn't pretty much one-to-one what it was a decade prior, and looting that doesn't make me fucking fall asleep where I'm looting each individual thing, opening each drawer and each, checking under each fucking cushion on the sofa for a can of beans. Like, those are the only two things I had an issue with. Everything else I think is amazing. Top tier. So yes, I like Red Dead 2. I'm tired of people pretending that I don't. It's weird. So I wanted to set the record straight on that. Anyway, I'll stop ranting for now. That's really about it. See ya.
Good news and bad news. Let's start with the good. We'll feed you the dessert before we give you the vegetables. A prankster whose content revolves around terrorizing and harassing strangers in public is facing jail time in France. The bad news. It's only 6 months. His name is Elon Magnaron, or online known as Amine Mojito, or Amin Mojito, I'm not exactly sure how to pronounce it. But his pranks were some of the classics that I'm sure we all grew up with and still giggle at, like we're getting tickled in our tummy. Like going to random strangers in public and jabbing them with an empty syringe and then running away, leaving them with the trauma that they may have just now been injected with either a drug or some kind of disease. Get pranked, nerd, right?
Mais nous avait menti. Hein. Ça va pas?
This is his peanut butter and jelly prank right here, the feel-good one. He's done this a lot from what I can tell. I've seen tons of clips and videos of him just going up to people with that syringe and just, giving them the old stab on the street there, leaving them to just panic, wondering if their life is now just drastically changed from some fucking unhinged lunatic now. Now, from what I can tell, the syringe is capped. So he's not actually, penetrating the skin or anything with it. But the victims don't know that. All they feel is that hit against their skin, and then this guy with a syringe. Obviously, you are now going to start worrying in a big way.
Mais, depuis mois d'octobre, chien vert. Casse-toi.
Ah! What are you doing?
What the fuck? What the fuck? Who the fuck are you?
Apparently these videos had caused a huge stir in the country, and the Paris criminal court handed him a 12-month prison sentence with 6 to be served behind bars in the slammer, and the remainder suspended over charges linked to harassment, threats, and prior offenses. Yeah, so I don't think 6 months is nearly long enough for something like this. This is unbelievably degenerate. This is just downright evil. Imagine, you're just hanging out in public, sitting on a bench, maybe on a phone call, waiting for the bus, whatever, and then some fucking douchebag here, who himself has been injected with cringe clearly, comes up and hits you with a syringe, leaving you to wonder, what was that even about? And then, let's say he does try and clarify, oh, it's just a prank, it's just a prank. Well, how do you trust that? I mean, how do you know it's just a prank? You have no way of fucking knowing if he is now just lying, and he really did just inject you with something, you know, a drug, a disease, whatever. That's extremely scary. Like, if that shit happened to me, I would be living at a doctor's office for like a year. I'd be like a lab rat being tested every single day just to try and ensure for my own mental well-being that I didn't just get like injected with the fucking T-virus or something from this guy. And I just don't think the courts went hard enough on him. They argued that his actions amounted to harassment, even describing him as a public menace. He also apparently already had a history of legal trouble, including prior accusations of assault and harassment. No. I'll eat my left shoe. I can't believe it. I haven't been this surprised since I learned Batman was Bruce Wayne. You're telling me the guy who thinks it's okay to walk around and stab people with a syringe on the street is someone who also has already had run-ins with previous accusations of assault and harassment? That doesn't make any sense. This guy, the prankster, the jokester, the turbo prank guy? No, that can't be. But at the end of the day, maybe this is all just a big misunderstanding, because according to him, the videos were just meant to entertain and make people laugh, which is so clear because everyone was having a big hoot and a holler after thinking they just got stabbed with a syringe in public. Everyone was giggling. He admitted in court, though, that he now regrets the content and underestimated the fear it caused. Victims testified to feeling genuine panic at the thought of being attacked with a needle, especially in an era where health concerns remain high. At the bar, he acknowledged that he himself would have feared if someone approached him with a syringe. I also find the audience for this kind of content, the fucking goobers who laugh at it, encourage it, and just find entertainment in it, are almost as pathetic as the pranksters themselves. Like, I truly think this kind of content could be like a clinical diagnostic tool for mental disorders, because if you like this kind of shit, there's something wrong with your brain. Like, you are actually just a full-blown fucking loser. Legal experts say the ruling highlights growing concerns over the limits of online prank culture and the responsibilities influencers must bear when creating viral content. Mojido's case has reignited debate in France about where free expression ends and public safety begins. How is there even a debate there? How, in any way, shape, or form, does this fall under free expression? He is going around harassing and assaulting people, making them believe that they have just been injected by a mysterious substance in a syringe from some fucking weirdo. In what way is that free expression? Are you allowed to just go up to someone in France and just punch them in the face? Or what about just some fucking whack job on the subway jerking off and, like, ejaculating onto a stranger? Is that free expression too? Like, this isn't a free expression argument. Even though he didn't actually have the syringe filled with a disease or a drug or anything and wasn't, like, actually penetrating the skin or anything, it doesn't matter. The threat of it was still there, and he still did enact it on strangers. So, what if it was a gun? What if he had a gun, was pointing it in people's faces, saying, I'm gonna kill you, I'm gonna kill you? It's just a prank, it's just a prank. Is that free expression as well? I just don't know how this can even be like an argument that's being had in France. Maybe it's just a prank, bro, is like an actual really sound strategy, which apparently employs free expression into it in some way. If you just say it's just a prank, bro, you get off very light with anything, maybe, which is crazy to me. Like I said, I don't think 6 months is nearly enough for this. And from what I was reading, apparently there's even been like scares in France at like festivals where people were like worried or had expressed run-ins where someone was like injecting people like with needles, apparently with like drugs or something. I don't know if that was ever confirmed or not, but like that fear is already there. So this kind of prank preys on that, making it even worse. So it's just so fucking degenerate. I'm glad he's at least going to jail for a little bit, but it's not enough to teach him a lesson or anything like that. Like, I am pretty confident when he gets out, he's gonna go right back to this shit. He's hopping right back on the saddle. This isn't even like a deterrent to other pranksters or anything, because 6 months isn't like a long period of time there. They might deem all the internet attention worth it, because they'll get out and still have that audience that they built up from this trash. So again, while I am happy he is getting some time in the slammer, because even that seems pretty rare, even for the most diabolical of pranks,
I just think it needs to be taken more seriously in order to prevent more of this kind of behavior in the future. So anyway, that's really about it. Just more dog shit prankster activity out there. So yeah. Every day we inch closer and closer to the bleak future where nobody owns anything. Even the idea of ownership is looking like a foreign concept of a long-forgotten age, as every corporate vampire zombie husk worm person is scrambling to try and shove this idea down your throat that you will be happier owning nothing. You will own nothing and be happy. I know I've yapped about this a lot over the last 2 or 3 years, but that's because it's been accelerating at such an alarming pace. Look at this newest development here. You can now lease a PlayStation 5. Zoinks! Certified turbo zoinks moment if I've ever seen one. This is all fart, no poop. This shit is fucking foul. You have a plethora of really enticing options here to choose from €10 a month up to 17 depending on the model and I guess the duration of the lease. This is fucking outlandish. This is some hogwash. I cannot believe that we are just seeing this now just out in the open, out in the wild, unashamedly. Now, I was reading through things, and it seems like 36-month contract is what you would sign for this agreement here, and you don't ever own it. It doesn't seem like you pay for X amount of time, X amount of dollars, in this case like 10 clams, until eventually you pay it off and it's yours. That doesn't seem to happen. I don't know this company, but I was looking into them, and it seems like they do this for a lot of tech, and what happens is, when you're done with the contract, you send it back. So you end up just paying significantly more overtime. It also doesn't even make a mention of PS Plus being included. So presumably if you want to have the PS Plus service, which I imagine most people would want if they're buying a console in the first place, you're then paying even more on top of that over a long period of time and never actually even own the motherfucker in the first place. And then they just ask you to like send it back politely. What an incredible deal. If you've been hit in the head with a sledgehammer, I suppose. But I think a lot of people might just see, oh, as low as 10 a month. Jiminy Christmas, that's a great deal. That's very cheap. That's better than just, saving up and buying it. And I haven't seen too many people defending it, but I have seen a few brainless goob-soomers that are always latching on to terrible fucking business practices and defending them as if it's their fucking job to do so, fighting PR battles for these billion-dollar megacorps for no reason, no gain, aside from just being treated like a fleshlight by these companies. So there definitely has been some chirping here from these addicts that must consume the goob at all times, no matter what, so they're defending this to a certain extent, but most people are rightfully pushing back on this, calling out how outrageous it is. It's a bunch of horseradish. This is not good. And it's a symptom of the direction most of the world is going, where the weasels at the top of the food chain are trying to get you comfy with the idea that you don't own shit. You will own nothing and be happy. You don't question it. Just endlessly subscribe. Rent, lease, subscribe. You have nothing. Just suckling on their teat forever. And the beauty in the case of the PS5 here, once you're done suckling, you've had your fill of milk, you have to spit it all back up. You no longer even get to keep the console you've been paying for 36 fucking months. You have to send it back. And like, imagine that you're late on sending it back, by the way, and fucking Raylo sicks the Pinkertons on you to repo your PS5 from the lease. It's so ridiculous, man. And the fact that there's anyone that thinks that this is a good idea really shocks me. I understand that renting consoles, renting TVs, renting from all kinds of different places has been a thing for a while, and a variety of different things. It's just that now every company is up in your face and just blatantly obvious about their new push to get everyone comfortable switching to the lease everything model, you will own nothing and be happy model. And in the case of Raylo, with the very limited research I've done on them, it seems like they primarily target low-income households. And in the case of the PlayStation 5, it seems like the goal is to get these families spending money that they ordinarily wouldn't be on a PlayStation 5. A low-income household probably isn't super gung-ho and comfortable dropping hundreds of dollars on a PlayStation 5. But Raylo having an offering as low as 10 doubloons a month, well, now all of a sudden, maybe that family does start spending. And they're spending it on something that they ordinarily wouldn't be purchasing, and Raylo's getting a piece of that pie now. So Raylo's getting paid $10 a month from this family, and at the end of the 36-month contract, that family is paid pretty close to what the normal retail cost is for the device, except now they have nothing to show for it because they have to send the device back to Raylo, who then gets to repeat this process, rinse and repeat. Meanwhile, the family that is now paid $10 a month over the course of this contract gets fucking squat. It's a terrible deal. And it's a smart business move from Raylo because what they are doing is they are incentivizing the low-income households that they're, what I believe, targeting on purpose to start spending on things that ordinarily they wouldn't be purchasing, and Raylo gets to facilitate that and make money off of that. And then that family gets nothing. They end up with nothing. They're just out a bunch of money over the course of those months. And now another thing I saw a lot of people bringing up, I guess is part of like a strategy, is like, you know, you rent the PlayStation 5 right before GTA 6 drops, and you only rent it for like a month at $10 and then cancel the lease there and send it back. So you get to play through the game that you're interested in on a PlayStation 5 for $10. I don't know if that's permissible by the Raylo contract. Maybe it is, maybe it's not. It seems like you can cancel it at any time, so I'm guessing it is. So I guess if you're someone that wants to just play a PlayStation 5 for like a day, a month, 2 months, 3 months, and then instantly cancel it, so I guess in that case you do end up saving a lot of money if you're someone who only wants to play the PlayStation 5 for a very brief period of time. You could do that strategy if it's allowed in their contract. I don't know if it is or not. Maybe they'll get the Pinkertons back on the horn for you or something. Couldn't tell you. But I feel like the norm with consoles is you get a console under the idea that you will own it long term because presumably there's more games coming out over time that you might have an interest in. Thus, you would need the console to play them. So it'd be pretty silly to keep renting the PlayStation 5 every time a new game comes out. Then it would end up costing you money in the long term. But if you're someone that just wants to play a PlayStation for like a month or two, then I guess that strategy would make sense. I just don't think that's the typical procedure. Most people, when they move to get a console, they're probably looking to have it very long term and actually own it, which this does not allow you to do. I'm not just going to regurgitate everything I've said across countless videos now about this whole subscription-based economy and this whole you will own nothing and be happy territory we've entered across the board. I think as it's beaten time and time again by these corporations, people will just come to accept it, and something like leasing a PlayStation 5 will no longer be like a weird, wacky, wild thing that's outrageous. People will just accept it as totally standard business practice. Like, 'cause think, not too long ago, Klarna was advertising how you can put fucking burritos on Klarna. You can lease burritos, and now you can lease your goddamn PlayStation 5, soon to be everything else in your life. The idea of ownership dying. Not just dying, being murdered, executed in cold blood, defiled, the corpse being dragged through the streets, paraded, mutilated, and taking the place of ownership becomes the idea, imagination of having something that's yours when it's not and never will be. And I shudder to picture that future where you're the weirdo for not wanting to lease your fucking Five Guys burger. People will look at you like some kind of circus freak because you want to actually like own something. Get a load of this guy. This geriatric fossil tried to buy a PlayStation 7 instead of just putting it on fucking Klarna. And this push that the whole world has made to everything going subscription based and like lease instead of own, rent instead of buy, it's trash. Which is why I've become such like a big advocate for the consumer rights wiki. This is something that I've only recently become aware of, but this seems like a truly valuable service, which is just a platform that solely aims to educate consumers on anti-consumer practices that are being integrated into products. Seems like a very simple mission to just give you as much information as possible about what a lot of these shady companies are doing with their services and their products. So I really do appreciate what's been going on over there. I'll put a link to it in the description if anyone's curious about it or want to check anything out there. This is not like a sponsored segment or anything. I want to make that clear. I have just talked about this a lot and only recently had this put on my radar as something that's aiming to help in the fight against this you will own nothing and be happy future. So I've been all for it and just something I wanted to mention here. It is not sponsored or anything like that. Anyway, just another video yapping about this topic. I hope people continue to reject the notion of you will own nothing and be happy. It should not be something that people are just okay with. Anyway, that's really about it. See ya.